Recording in progress.
I have 3 testes. Do I make you feel sexy? Hey everybody, this is Dr. Dain Heer, and I am so excited to welcome you to the International Being You Day 2023, our 3rd annual International Being You Day. And we have a wonderful day lined up for you. We are going to have some great conversations with people. And remember, today is about you, exploring what is true for you that you may have never acknowledged before and may have never given yourself permission to choose. So you're going to hear from some amazing people who are being them. We're going to go through some of the Being You Changing the World book and do our best to inspire you to know that you being the unique you is a gift in this beautiful world. And I'm sure you've seen the schedule by now, but we have it set up so everywhere around the world you can participate at different times. And as we have the break between the different live sessions, we've got hours of live sessions, hours where you can listen to these different loops, just have them playing in the background, see what they contribute to you energetically. But my target is that by the time you wake up tomorrow, you like yourself a lot more and you start having the sense that your unique contribution to this world is a gift. And my hope is that grows every single day from now on. And what if you, truly being you, are the gift, the change, and the possibility this world requires? Easy for me to say. Let's get this party started. Welcome to International Being You Day 2023. Yay! Woo! Okay.
Being You, Changing the World. Is Now the Time? By Dr. Dain Heer. Beautiful you. Somehow this book ended up in your hands. How does it get any better than that? So, is now the time? Are you willing to be you and change the world? If so, my courageous friend, before you start reading, say this out loud all 5 times. Yes, out loud. Everything is the opposite of what it appears to be. Nothing is the opposite of what it appears to be. Everything is the opposite of what it appears to be. Nothing is the opposite of what it appears to be. Everything is the opposite of what it appears to be. Nothing is the opposite of what it appears to be. Everything is the opposite of what it appears to be. Nothing is the opposite of what it appears to be. Everything is the opposite of what it appears to be. Nothing is the opposite of what it appears to be. Now you're sufficiently prepared. Turn the page and begin the journey into weirdness. Introduction. I didn't write this book for everyone. I wrote it for the few, the people that realize that this reality in its current form is not working to bring about the greater us that is truly possible. I wrote it for the dreamers, those that know that something different and greater should not only be possible, but that we should be able to have it. You dreamers are my people. You're the ones who can truly change the world, if you can just allow yourself the permission to do it. If you can come out of the idea that this reality, as it currently is, will ever be enough for you. And if you can simply begin to realize that every limitation you've ever thought you had was simply a greatness you couldn't yet recognize. If you were being you, who would you be? What if you, truly being you, is all it takes to change everything? Your life, everyone around you, and the world. What if you, being you, were the missing key to having everything you've ever desired or wanted to create and change in the world? What if you, being you, meant receiving everything, being everything, knowing everything, and perceiving everything? Do you know that it's time to wake up? That's what this book is meant to do. It isn't like any other self-improvement book you've ever read. It's not the same old spiritual, psychological rehash of the same old stuff with different words. It's not the kind of book that you read and then judge yourself for being inadequate afterwards. No, this is a book about empowering you to change many of the ways in which you're judging you, making you wrong, and feeling inadequate. It's about coming out of the judgment of you and the idea that you're wrong in any way. Maybe it'll even invite you to know that more is possible. Imagine what it would be like to not have to feel wrong about you in any way, for any reason, ever again. What if you are the difference the earth requires? Is now the time to step up? So what does it take to truly be you? Would you be willing to try something completely different? It isn't about succeeding as you or doing something better. It is about being you, being the energy of you, whatever that may be. Has anyone ever asked you to show up as you, just you, exactly as you are? I'd like to invite you to this, being the energy of you. Start by reading and using the tools in this book. They may seem really simple, but please don't discount them because of that. If you choose to use these tools, your life will change, and your investment in this book will be worth many times whatever you paid for it. You don't even have to put massive amounts of work into the exercises in this book. Reading them is all that's required, and the willingness to change. Just the willingness. You don't have to know how the change is going to occur. The how is up to the universe. Use the tools and allow the universe to work for you. If you could figure out your life by thinking, if you could mentally figure out how to be you, wouldn't you have done so already? If thinking yourself out of the box actually worked, wouldn't you be generating a totally different reality by now? I mean, really, haven't you been trying to think your way out of the box forever? If you're willing, this book can give you an awareness and a reminder of what it's like to be you, beyond the cognitive and beyond the logical mind. It also gives you the tools to choose you. Throughout this book, I'll be asking you to look at things from a different perspective. Why? Well, because looking at things from the same perspective has created the life you currently have. And if that were enough for you, you wouldn't be reading this book. Would you be willing to find out who you truly be? Would you be willing to make the demand that you show up? Would you be willing to know what's really true for you? Let me tell you a little bit about the playing field. Part 1 of this book is about the things that stop you from being you. This is where we'll explore the limitations of the box you call your life, that don't have to be. I'll show you some key areas where you may have been buying a lot of things as true for you that are not. We'll look deeply at this reality, the cancer called judgment, and how it stops us and kills us in ways you may never have imagined. Receiving, caring, relationships, love, family, abuse, and your body. You'll also be introduced to some of the tools that can assist you in changing all of this. What else is possible if everything this reality considers important and valuable is an illusion, and not truly important and valuable for you? In part 2, we'll explore what's beyond all that. What are the infinite possibilities? What if you are magic? What if you were the leader of your life? What if we lived in the kingdom of we, instead of walling ourselves off in the artificially created kingdom of me? What if the earth didn't need saving? And what if you being you is the gift that is required to change the world. Along the way, I'll give you many things to ponder. I'll offer you the possibility of changing many things now. Please know it's always your choice. And as long as you're choosing, I have no point of view about what you choose. Please just keep choosing. For you. For all of us. We, especially us dreamers, seem to spend an inordinate amount of time trying to fix what we feel must be wrong with us, rather than creating and generating a different world. A world with the kind of possibilities we'd like to be able to choose. As we explore many of the ways in which you may have been keeping yourself stuck, I'll point out some completely different possibilities and different ways of looking at things that you may never have considered before, and many that you probably have considered, but didn't know that you could choose or institute. And always with the invitation, would you like to choose something different here? Because even when you don't know how that different reality is going to get created, your choice is always the first step to getting there. You don't have to know how that choice is going to show up. Your choice that it shows up changes the world to begin to allow it to happen. The universe's job is fulfillment. You just have to choose to move in that direction and just keep moving. If you do, no one and nothing will ever stop you again. As the title suggests, this book is written from the awareness that you, being you, will truly change not only your life, but also the world. In fact, incredible people, being willing to be them and choosing according to what they know, no matter the criticism or the judgment, or anyone else's point of view, is the only thing that ever has changed the world. This is not a book of answers. I'm not a guru. I'm certainly not perfect, and I don't have any answers for you. I only have questions. This book is about possibilities. The possibility for a completely different way of being in the world. Way back in 2000, I made a demand that changed my life. For my whole life, I was one of those dreamers. I did everything I could to make others around me happy. I did everything I could think of to contribute to making people's lives a better place. I went to chiropractic college so I could learn new and better ways of creating miracles in people's bodies and lives, because I knew it should be possible. Yet, this reality and the problems of this reality weighed so heavily on me that I became hopeless that it would ever change. I had most of the things that were supposed to matter here, but very little of it did. I began to wake up depressed and unhappy, unbeknownst to my family at the time. I began hating to go to my practice because I felt like nothing I did was enough. It was like people didn't have the tools they required to truly create change in their lives. Worse yet, I felt like I was the only one that wanted something truly different as a reality. No one seemed to get me, and to be the only one of my kind was almost unbearable. Then, by total surprise to me, I found a way out, a way beyond, a way to change everything I thought couldn't be changed. And I was given access to my life again, access to a desire to live and to fully enjoy it, to know that I was a contribution, and to know that there was something else possible. And most importantly, to know that everything I always thought was true actually is. To the best of my ability, this is what I'll be sharing with you as we explore being you, changing the world. Why me? Why did I write this book? In 2000, when I came to that point in my life where I had enough of this reality, I had everything anyone could ask for, yet nothing of that had any value to me. I was willing to end it all if things didn't change. Deep down, I knew something different was possible. I knew, like you do. I made a demand of the universe, either my life completely changes or I'm out of here. I even set a date 6 months in the future. I gave the universe a deadline. Literally, a week later, I found something that changed my entire life. Access Consciousness. Access for short. During my first session, I experienced a sense and an awareness of being peace and space that I'd been looking for all my life, and I never contemplated killing myself again. And I hope with this book that I can give you that gift also. Since then, the peace and the space has just continued to grow. in contrast to every other modality I'd ever tried. The tools I'm sharing with you in this book are part of Access, and they've continued to expand my living and my consciousness every moment of every day from my first contact with them. Access is the weirdest, wildest, wackiest modality I've ever come across, and it works. It just works. One way of describing Access is as an energy transformation modality, which links seasoned wisdom, ancient knowledge, and highly contemporary pragmatic tools for change. Its purpose is to create the possibility for there to be a world of consciousness and oneness. What is consciousness, you say? Consciousness includes everything and judges nothing. It includes every possibility that could exist, with absolutely no judgment of any of it or of you. Does that sound like a world you'd like to live in? If so, read on. If not, now's probably a good time to pass this book on to one of your weird friends or family members. Today, I travel around the world, facilitating people with the tools of Access Consciousness. I've developed a unique way of working with groups of people, energies, and bodies simultaneously, called the energetic synthesis of being. Most of what I'm sharing with you in this book, I've learned from exploring what else is possible, together with the amazing participants in these ESB classes. The places they're willing to go, and the other possibilities they're willing to explore, totally blows me away, every time. People are far greater than they realize, and far more capable than they ever imagined. During an ESB class, you're invited to access and be energies you never knew were available. And you'll do it together with the whole group. In the space of this class, you begin to synthesize with your being, your body, and the earth in a way that creates a more conscious life and a more conscious planet. By being these energies, by being you, you change everything. The planet, your life, and everyone you come into contact with. You're being you, and you are changing the world. I've also been very fortunate to have the most phenomenal of facilitators and co-creators, the founder of Access Consciousness, Gary Douglas, as my best friend. How did I get so lucky? Please know this. These tools, perspectives, and processes have changed lives for thousands of people all over the world. This is the reason I wrote this book. If you've ever said to yourself, there has to be something more than this, this is my way of telling you, yes, there is. And there are people that are experiencing it right now. This is one possible path to a completely different way of being in the world. Leading your life consciously and being the difference the earth requires. Will it work for you? Will this book guide you to be you? And will that truly change the world? Only you know, my friend. Only you can choose for you. So, what do you know? And is it possible this is the invitation you've been waiting for? Is now the time? I will do whatever it takes to show you the possibilities. Your job is just to stay out of judgment and conclusion long enough to see if those possibilities are something you would like to choose. Will you come along? You want to play? Are you ready? Let's go. Note to reader. Weird. Do you know the original meaning of the word weird? Weird means of spirit, fate, and destiny. Does that sound like you? Even just a little bit? Would you be willing to let go of the illusion that you're average, normal, and real and just like everyone else? Would you instead be willing to be as weird, wonderful, and amazing as you truly be? Starting now? Please be advised. Because this book is designed to create change, it will probably confuse or annoy you at times. If you don't understand something or if it feels incomplete, many times the information needed for you to understand it will be presented a few short pages ahead of where you are in the book. How does it get any better than that? Please also know many parts of this book are designed to get you to question what is true for you, rather than presenting you with the point of view that you're supposed to buy. These parts may also seem incomplete to you, but they were left that way on purpose, so you can come to your own knowing as you ponder. So if you find yourself questioning or wondering, It means this little book is doing its job. Good book. Part 1. Being You. We spend our entire lives trying to prove that we are not what we never were in the first place. A quote from Mel C. What if you started to embrace reality on your terms? What if your reality is something completely different? And what if a completely different reality is exactly what's required? Is now the time? Here's a tool for you. Destroy, uncreate, and set your reality free. If you look at this book, it looks solid, right? Except science tells us it's 99.999% space. But it does look solid. Isn't that weird? Yet it's 99.999% space, it's just that the molecules are arranged in such a way that it looks solid and impenetrable. What if the limitations in your life and in your body, every single one of them, were exactly the same way? What if they looked really solid and that's the only way you've been able to see them until now? I know it sounds strange, and yet what I'll invite you to, if you're willing to receive it, is the awareness that those things are not necessarily solid, never were solid, and don't have to be solid anymore. I'd like to invite you, and the energy you are, to go back to the place where you took all these molecules and arranged them as solid, instead of space, pliability, and changeability, and undo it, so it can be the space that it actually is, so you can be the space you truly be. That's all. And so much more than that. In order to get there, sometimes in this book, I'll be asking you to give something up. Actually, I may ask you to destroy and uncreate it. It may seem crazy at the time. Why would I ever ask you to do this? Because whenever you're willing to destroy and uncreate and let go of something that is limiting you, it automatically and instantly opens up the space for something less limited, or even unlimited, to show up. Does that make sense? Let go of the limited, and the unlimited finally has space to exist. Yet, please stop a second and ask yourself, am I willing to do this? If you get a yes, what do you have to lose? Everything you're willing to give up, uncreate, and destroy opens up a totally different possibility in your life. And please know this is very important. You can never give up what you truly be. Your very being is indestructible. You can only let go of, uncreate, and destroy what is defining you, limiting you, and keeping you in your being stuck, which makes room for something different and greater to show up. Now, if you like, I would highly suggest adding this clearing statement after. Right and wrong, good and bad, pod and poc, all nine, shorts, boys, and beyonds. Or pod and poc for short. That's what I do. This statement asks the consciousness of you to go back to the point of creation, or the point of destruction, before you even planted the seed to this limitation, and invite the seed to dissolve. The funny and weird thing is, it just does. It works. Like magic. And what if magic is what you truly be? What if you could consider this clearing statement as your magic wand? A way to change any part of your life that you'd like to change. Wands out, let's go. For those of you requiring more of an explanation of the clearing statement, please refer to the audio explanation of the Access clearing statement. For those of you ready to continue on the adventure, let's go. Here's another tool for you. Ask a question. Don't look for answers. I can hear you thinking already. The wheels are turning. Think, think, think. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Right, wrong, right, wrong. Can this really work? Haven't you had enough of that darn machine you call your mind and its incessant search for the right answer yet? Let me give you a way out of the right answer universe. Ask a question. It really is that simple. Here's how it works. Most of us are going down the road of our life, and we've already got a point of view of where we're headed, and that's the darn direction we're going, and that's it. Basta. Because we've decided that's the direction we're going, It's as though we erect these walls around us to the left and the right that we can't see over. We can't see around, we can't see through. Our only option is to head in the direction we concluded we were going. Without asking a question, we're left to wander the halls of the labyrinth we have created as though it's our only set of choices in life. If you ask a question, all of a sudden doors open up to the left and to the right, and they've got light and space behind them, exposing different rooms and other doorways of possibility. You open them up and it's like, wow, there are possibilities I didn't even know existed before. The question is the key to opening other doorways of possibility. You'll never see those doors. You'll never even know they're there, let alone be able to open them if you don't ask a question. When in doubt, ask a question. Here are some great questions you can ask to open up more possibilities in many of the situations in your life. Number 1, a personal favorite. How does it get any better than this? Ask this when something bad happens or when something good happens. It'll make a bad situation better. It will make a good situation even better. As I said, this question is a personal favorite. Please consider adding it to your repertoire. Question number 2. What's right about this I'm not getting? Or, what's right about me I'm not getting? This takes us out of the idea that we or what we're choosing is wrong and allows us to begin to see what's actually right about us and what we're choosing. Question 3. What would it take to change this? Question 4. What else is possible? Question 5. What would it take for this to turn out better than I could have imagined? All 3 of these questions are designed to open up different doorways of possibility to change a situation in front of you that you may not yet know how to change. Remember, ask and allow the universe to gift to you. And number 6. Who am I today and what grand and glorious adventures am I going to have? A wonderful way to start every day. And don't start looking for the answer, please. Here's how it usually works in this reality. We ask a question, and then we go into our mind. Is that the right answer? Is this the right answer? Is this the right answer? It's like taking a little seed, planting it, watering it, and the next day, coming back and picking it up out of the ground to see if it's growing yet. And when it isn't, you say, "No, stupid seed, no flower yet." So you plant it and water it again and grab it the next day. Have you grown yet? Like, hello? Is that the seed's fault? No, you haven't given it time to sprout and take root and show you the beautiful gift that can unfold from it. I have a different suggestion for you. Literally, when you ask a question, shut up. Now, when I say that, that may seem unkind to some of you, so I apologize. And just shut up, okay? Ask a question and just go quiet for a moment, an hour, a day, or even a month, and let the energy pervade your universe. Not a right answer, an energy. That energy is the result of the question you just asked. Whenever you ask a question, an energy, quote-unquote, comes up. It presents itself. It makes itself known to you. It's actually that energy that was your reason for asking the question in the first place. This is literally why you asked the question in the first place, was to open the door to getting the energy which would guide you to the thing for which you were asking. So, let's ask a question. What gift can this book be to you that you couldn't even imagine when you bought it, borrowed it, found it, stole it, or were gifted it? Now, my friend, shut up and read. Beyond this reality. Note to reader. What is energy? Well, have you ever given someone a hug and just felt like you could stand there forever, melting, falling into the person you're hugging? And by contrast, have you ever given someone a hug where it felt like hugging a rock on legs? Are those two experiences different? Well, then you know what I mean when I talk about energy. Those are two totally different energetic experiences, two totally different energies. It's that simple. On another level, it can also be infinitely complex, part of which we'll be exploring together in this book. Now, imagine yourself walking in a deep, deep forest. There are no roads, just trails made by elves and fairies. The sunbeams are tainted green by the roof of leaves. You walk on this beautiful living earth, and it is softness under your feet. There's a single woodpecker knocking softly at your heart while you breathe in the scent of summer. Now close your eyes and stand still for a second here in the forest. How you be? The forest has no judgments of you and no reality to validate. It's one of the places where being comes easy. Now, close your eyes again and walk down the main street of your hometown, or through the office where you work, or up the stairs to your parents' home. Is there a difference in how you be? What is that? What would it be like if your town and everyone in it would receive you with no judgment as the forest does? Who and how could you choose to be then? Everything that doesn't allow you to choose that right now, will you please destroy and uncreate it all? Right and wrong, good and bad, pot and pock, all nine shorts, boys and beyonds. Thank you.
What if you, truly being you, are the gift, the change, and the possibility this world requires? If you were truly being you, what would that change in your life and the world? What if everything you thought was a wrongness of you is actually a strongness of you? If you never judged yourself again, what would change for you personally? How different would your life be? If none of us ever again judged ourselves or each other, how different would our world be? Is that a world you'd like to live in? Would you like to be part of creating it? Is now the time? What if you, truly being you, are the gift, the change, and the possibility this world requires?
Welcome to the third annual International Being You Day. I don't know how to follow an intro that had a horse in it. I love horses. And welcome to all of you around the world. Thank you for being here. And I'm looking at people here in the room live in Rome. And so if I don't pay as much attention to you, it's because they need me. Okay, just so you know. This is a very interesting thing for me because for one of the few times in my life, I have no idea what to say. There are many times where I will step on a stage to facilitate a class and think I kind of have no idea, but I still have some idea. Do you know what I'm talking about? And this time I have no idea. And The thing I've learned about that is when you have no idea what's up, when you can't conclude it, when you can't predict it, that's when miracles are available if we will allow them. And I had somebody ask me, what is Access Consciousness, this stuff that you do? And today, by the way, is about you, and it has threads of all kinds of things through it, mostly about people uniquely being them. So I would like to welcome you to that adventure of finding out or starting to explore and enjoy what's actually true for you. Because the interesting thing is when you function from what's true for you, you are always lighter. When you function from what's not true for you, it's always heavier. So something that's true for you will always make you lighter. A lie for you will always make you heavier. If you had nothing else, if you get nothing else from today except that and start embracing it in your life, like, hey, does this make me lighter or heavier? Does it give me a sense of this when I think about choosing it and being it and doing it, or does it give me a sense of this? And if you just started living from that, like, does anybody have the internet? Anybody? I hope so. That's how you're watching me, okay? Okay, so how many things do you click on because it's clickbait? And after about 3 minutes, you're like, and you can feel yourself just getting twisted and bent. And what do? Rather than going, pull out, what do we tend to do? We tend to follow it, to try to find some way to see because if it's that heavy, it must be something that we should address because it's that intense. What if it's that heavy and intense? That's the time to just let it go. Because you cannot bring truth where somebody is perpetrating a lie. Okay? Where somebody is committed to perpetrating a lie, you can't bring truth. And the whole reason for bringing this up is because there's so many things that we live with in this world that don't bring us lightness, but we keep choosing them. So, if you get nothing else out of today, my offer to you, my request, my suggestion, is to start choosing everything that brings lightness to you. Friendships, things that you read, things that you watch, things that you wear, things that you eat, things that you enjoy, people you interact with. And if they're being heavy, just be like, oh, I'm so sorry, I gotta go home and wash my cat. Bye-bye. And everybody understands a wet pussy. It's okay. Did I just say that? This may be a good time to inform you that irreverence is one of my specialties. From the time I was a little kid, like most of us, I was, I can't believe I just said that. That's so good. And what was funny is, you ever have in your head where you're like, you have a moment where you're like, I could say this or I could not say this, right? I had that moment, I went, fuck it, I'm going for it. Let's go. And sorry for some of you. But I grew up in a family also where I was supposed to be, do, say, and think. Think, and here's the weird part, think only that which is appropriate. According to what? According to my family. Well, if you met my family, how do I put this politically correctly? Were they extremely successful and happy? No. Were they whoever they were? Yes. But the idea that I was supposed to fit into a box that was handed to me by somebody else, and that even my thoughts were supposed to fit appropriately into the box, created a place where I was in a constant state of judgment of me. Any of you have that? Yeah, pretty much all of us. This is a very interesting thing to tap into the awareness of people around the world. And all of us, here's the interesting other part, the really interesting part to me is how aware we all are of each other, and nobody ever tells us. See, here's the funny part. Have you ever had a thing where you're thinking of somebody and they call you? And you're like, oh my God, I was thinking of them and they called me. Is it possible they were thinking of you before calling you, which is why you were thinking of them? We are all interconnected, my beautiful friends. What occurs for one of us on this planet occurs for all of us. I don't know about you, but one of the things I would love to see is a planet that includes us all and all of our differences. That it doesn't require us to judge us or anybody else. that allows us to have a sense that there is a wonder and a beauty and a joy to being alive, and that allows us to be as weird as we are without having to worry about somebody trying to make us wrong or shut us down for being different. Does that sound like a world you'd like to live in? Welcome to Being You Day, because that is the target. Because here's the deal, if you start choosing that, if you start choosing to allow yourself to be whatever that is that's uniquely you, you don't realize it, but you give all kinds of permission to people around you for them to be them, because they see you and they're like, wow, if she can do it, if he can do it, I'd like to be more like that. And that is one of the gifts that we bring to the world. Now, today's not about preaching in any way, okay? I had so many people preach to me. Like, some of them were literal preachers, okay? Like, and they know how to preach, okay? And most of them were just people who were like, this is how you do it. This is right, this is wrong. And what was interesting about that was they wouldn't look into my world to see, what does he require? What does he require to know to be the greatest version of himself? What if he knew that he were actually a gift? So I grew up and got to a point 23 years ago where I was ready to end my life, literally. And I set a date. And I was very happy because I thought I was going to get out of the suffering that was my life at the time, because most of my life was unhappy. The one thing I really wanted more than anything else, the one thing was happiness. The one thing. The only thing I really cared about was happiness. When I was I guess I was about 6 years old, and my grandmother asked me, what do you want to be when you grow up? And I went, happy. And she looks at me and she's like, no, you don't understand the question. And in my mind, I was like, you don't understand my answer. And by the way, for those of you in the room, are you alive? Okay, just check it. Just want to find out, okay? I don't know about you in your home alone, or can we also welcome the Mexico Pop? Bunch of crazy people down there celebrating today, which is awesome! So I was just trying to get people in the room alive, because they're all like, it is Being You Day. I will be me the right way, I promise. Not the wrong way, just the right way. Okay, I promise. Okay. So she said, what do you want to be when you grow up? And I went, happy. This is literally my answer. I want to be happy. And she said, no, you don't understand the question. Do you want to be like a doctor? Do you want to be a garbage man? Do you want to be an actor? Do you want to be a businessman like your grandfather? And I'm like, yes, as long as I'm happy. Well, fast forward to 30 years old, and I was like, dude, I tried, man. I was a chiropractor. I was starting my second practice. I had the perfect relationship. Sorry. If you've ever had a perfect relationship that wanted to kill you, you know what I'm talking about. So I had that, and I was just waking up every day more and more and more and happy. And part of it was I felt like I wasn't able to create the success in my practice. I wasn't able to create the success in my relationship. I felt like I was just the most wrong person in the world. Any of you have that ever? You guys are like, yeah, thanks for reminding me, asshole. Now, we have a lot of tools to change this in Access Consciousness. For those of you that were here at the correct start time for Being You Day and heard the beginning, the intro of the book, one of the things we have is this thing called a clearing statement, and it's a way of changing anything you want to change. If you don't understand it and it sounds like gobbledygook, I totally get that. You can go to theclearingstatement.com. There's a 25-minute explanation of it with me and my best friend, Simone Milasas, okay? One of my best friends. I have lots of best friends. I'm a very fortunate man at this point in my life. But, so I got to a place where I was 30 years old, and I was like, if this is all there is, I don't want to be here anymore. I'm waking up more and more unhappy every single day. I know there should be something else possible. I'm trying to bring people to possibilities, and I don't see them showing up in my own life. So I was like, goodbye, I'm out of here. And I set a date to end my life. Well, apparently the universe had other plans, because this is 23 years later, and here I am, okay? And what happened was I saw a little ad in the paper that said, Access, all of life comes to you with ease and joy and glory. Call Shannon. And I was like, kill Shannon. Yeah. I mean, I was so pissed off that somebody would say that all of life could come to you with ease. And joy, I wasn't having any of that. And glory, I was like, oh, what religious bullshit is this? Okay? Have any of you ever been there? I think we've all been there to a certain degree where it's like, dude, why is it not working? What is going on? What is wrong with me? That's the one thing I'd like to change with you in the time that I have with you. And then you're going to get to hear from a lot of amazing people today that have had a lot of experiences in the ups and downs of being alive on this planet who have started to actually find their way. Find the way of being the gift of them and recognizing the gift that is not only to their lives, but also to other people. And that's what I'm excited about. Like, I'm happy, I'm very grateful to be here speaking with you today. And in fact, when I was listening to the audio of the book that I recorded 12 years ago now, I was listening to that guy going, wow, that was a different person. And very grateful for what I had been able to become by that point, but looking at it going, wow, very even more grateful for, I really like that guy, but I really am enjoying being this one way more than that one, okay? And this is the thing is, we're changing all the time. We are changing all the time. That is the gift of us. By the way, it's also one of the things that people try to make us wrong for. You're not the same person you were. You're changing so much. What is it? What's your problem? What's wrong with you? Why can't you be the same? And you're like, I can't. What if you changing all the time is part of one of the greatest gifts of you? Okay, so we have this. I apologize, by the way. I've got ADD, ADHD, OCD, and autism all rolled into one. And I'm a very, very highly functioning autistic, basically, okay? And when I say very highly, I mean, I'm awesome. No. I mean, like, I say this, you know, and some people go, oh, but you can talk and like whatever. And I'm like, yeah, exactly. And you have no idea how interesting it is to try to put words to all the energies that are going through my head in every moment. How many of you have that? Okay, so we're going to start using this clearing statement now because I'm not only interested in talking at you. What I'm more interested in is, I don't care if you hear a word I say, okay? I really don't. It's not about the words I say. I don't care if you hear a word I say. What I'm interested in is, after our time together today, for you to be like, more of you, more space, more sense of, I'm not as fucked up as I thought I was, okay? Or whatever it is for you, where you start to have permission to be that weirdness, to be that difference that you actually are. Even if you're like English or Austrian. For those of you that don't know English or Austrian people, this is a really good joke. Okay, just say no. Given that I'm in Europe, I can make jokes like this because all Europeans know English and Austrians. Americans are like, there are other places than America? When did they get permission to be part of the world? I don't understand. Sorry, everything that brought up, we're going to use the clearing statement now. Right, wrong, good and bad, pot and pock, all nine, shorts, boys, povads, and beyonds. Now, one of the other wonderful things is we're doing an Access Consciousness Certified Facilitators class. And so one of the things that is going on, if you're perceiving it around the world, is the certified facilitators that are here learning how to certifiably facilitate. That's a thing, I'm sure. Are also in their heads about everything I'm saying to see whether they should or should not, or if they can or if they can't, or if they will or if they won't, and whether it's a good thing or a bad thing. And I don't know if I could say this, and I don't know if I could be this, so I don't know if I could actually facilitate. All of that is something I like to call bullshit, okay? And if you need it in sign language, let's say you're hearing impaired, bullshit, okay? That crap that goes through our head, Bullshit. We have a way of changing it. I'm going to address it now, give it to you so you can use it in the rest of your life. Because I don't care how weird you think I am. I know I'm weird, okay? The original meaning of weird was of spirit, fate, or destiny. And all I'm saying is when people call you weird, they're acknowledging there's something different about you that I don't understand. There's something different about you I can't put into my box of reality, so I'm going to call you this thing that I think is a judgment, so you'll stop making me uncomfortable by being outside of the box of my reality. But how many of you are interested in creating a different world? Oh my goodness, me too. I'd like a world that includes all of us, judges none of us, okay? Anybody else? Does that sound like fun? A world in which you and your weirdness and your difference is actually a gift that is not only not judged by you, but not judged by others. And others look at you and go, wow, you have such a weird perspective. Tell me, how can I benefit from this? How can this contribute to me? So, I do realize the ADHD part of my brain is rather dynamically present, along with the autistic part. So when I said I have ADD, ADHD, OCD, and autism, I'm not really kidding, but how many of you have that also? How many of you have been making yourselves wrong? Everything that is, everything you've been doing to make you wrong for being the weirdo, for being the different one. Rather than just realizing I'm different, it's not right, it's not wrong, it's just me being me, baby. And everything that everybody else has done to make you wrong because you don't fit in the box, so they can't put you in a box, so they can't define you, so they don't know how to relate to you. And when they can't put you in a box, so they don't know how to define you and relate to you, they try to reject you so they don't have to deal with you because you're a chaotic element in their world. And everything you've done to kill the chaos instead of enjoy the chaos and live as the chaos and be the chaos and experience the chaos and explode into being the chaos. I love it. A lot of you are like, oh shit, I don't know what he said, but I'll have some of that. Right and wrong, good and bad, pot and pock, all nine, shorts, boys, povads, and beyonds. There's another tool I want to give you just because I can, because it's something that we've just discovered. We call it the Big Five. And I'm not really going to go into explaining it, but let's just say if you ask for the Big Five, it's been run enough times now, enough people know what it is, that anytime you're experiencing some form of heaviness, remember what's true for you makes you light, a lie makes you heavy. Anytime you're experiencing a form of heaviness, you just go, all the Big Five creating that, I destroy and uncreate it, pock and pot. Okay? Or you can go to theclearingstatement.com, you can get the information on the whole clearing statement. And so, all the Big Five that you were using to create the idea that you were somehow wrong, that you were not doing enough, that you were not being enough, and never looking at the idea that people's judgments might not be right, they might be wrong, never looking at the idea that you and your difference might actually be a gift. Will you destroy and uncreate it, please? Times a godzillion. Right, wrong, good, bad, all nine, pod, poc, shorts, boys, povads, and beyonds. So I have a question. Are you any different than when we started? Do you have a sense of any more lightness? Now, some of you are like, I'm going to go to sleep. That may be called relaxation, something we don't get very often, which is interesting because, you know, a lot of us at a certain point try to sleep more because we're so tired. But what if you could just relax as you walk through your life? What if you could relax into everything new? What if you could relax into the creation of your life and your future? Notice as I say it, you're like, oh, that feels like that feels good. Yeah, because what do? We live in a world where it's like rush, 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 rush. You need to work harder to get more, to be more. You need to work harder to get more, to be more. You need to work harder to be more, to get more. You need to work harder, work harder, work harder, work harder. But at a certain point, it's like, how much more can you do? How much harder can you work? To which I say, there's got to be a different way. Not only has there got to be a different way, but in working with hundreds of thousands of people around the world, let me say this, there's a different way. There's a way that actually works for you, the unique creature that you are, the unique being that you are. The reason today is Being You Day is because your being is a unique element in the universe. And it's fucking beautiful. Okay? Beautiful. And when you allow that and give that permission to shine, oh, it is not only phenomenal and glorious for you, but for everybody who has the pleasure and honor of beholding it. Now, that can sound sort of like a big, whoo, I don't know what you're talking about. But what I'm really talking about is the gift of you giving you permission to be what you already are, and no longer having to cut it off, no longer having to make you wrong for being different, starting to embrace and acknowledge the difference as the gift that you are. What an interesting thing. Because most people, even those watching or coming to, by the way, thank you for being here. Thank you all for being here. Thank you for giving the precious gift of your time and your attention and your presence, but also the precious gift of your being. The gift of your very being, the gift of just you being you. I know that sounds weird because that never gets any airtime in any media outlet, okay? Never even gets any airtime in our own heads. I mean, think about what we've been taught to do. We've been taught to try to find the right image, to get the right response from other people, to prove that we're doing the right thing. All of that is outside of us. What if you no longer gave a fuck about anybody's point of view or judgment about you? And I say the word fuck on purpose because it wakes you up a little bit, especially when you're really relaxed. Do you notice how relaxed you are since we started? Do you notice how you're like, are we all on Valium right now? What's going on, bro? Well, if you do actually take the time to read or listen to the audio of the Being You Changing the World book, one of the things I learned was, one of the things that was this gift that I stumbled across really was this thing called ESB, energetic synthesis of being, which is a way of being with people in their bodies energetically that allow them to get out of that frenetic, running, frantic search for more and be the space that allows them to be more. One of the things that creates when you're in the presence of it is a lot of relaxation. And some of you are like, I'm tired, I'm bored, yeah, are you tired and bored, or is your body starting to relax? See, because every creature on this planet, pretty much, lives in a relaxed state except people. Every other creature on the planet except people lives in a relaxed state. It just goes about its life, does what it does. Sure, if it's a prey animal, it looks for predators, but it doesn't freak out about them all the time. And what's funny is you watch nature documentaries like, oh, the iguana is terrified about the eagle possibly flying overhead. No, it's not. The iguana's like, I'm living my life. If the eagle kills me, I'll go get another iguana body. Who cares? It's not a big deal. But people are like terrified all the time. And if you look at evolution, it's like, you know, we evolved from the plains and having to survive, and we're still going on that mentally. But what if we didn't have to anymore? What else is possible for you? What else is possible for us? To actually start to embrace this space of enjoying our lives and creating our lives and actually knowing what that is. Because a lot of us have no clue. We have been so conditioned to try to do the right thing by somebody else's standard that we don't even know what our point of view is. So what today's about is inviting you to explore what's actually true for you. What is the gift that you are? Not even the gift. What are the gifts that you are, that you uniquely offer to the world? See, it's one thing to feel really comfortable trying to fit into the right box and have the right judgments of you and the right points of view and create the right image and all that. But if you're here today, that probably isn't enough for you. Probably isn't really fulfilling you, and you know it. So then how do we get to what will? Well, the biggest thing that I found is getting in touch with what is true for you. You. Yeah, you. I'm talking about you. Nice to meet you. Which is why we called it Being You Day. And what's interesting is to perceive the people around the world that simultaneously are going, yes, I know this. And simultaneously going, but no, because I've been trying to get this reality right for a long time, and I think I'm about to succeed. I think I'm pretty close. I've been doing it. I've been working it for a long time. I think I'm finally going to get happy. So I'm not sure. I want to let all that go. Well, what if you didn't have to let anything go? What if one of the gifts of you is you can have it all? You can be it all. So this is one of the things that when I talk to people about it, they're like, what? Wait, I thought I could only have this. I thought I could only be this. I thought I could only do this. I'm like, I know. I did too. It's part of the reason I wanted to die. Part of the reason I was planning a date to end my life. So how many of you? How many of you always hoped there was something else possible? How many of you know there's something else possible? How many of you know it, but you don't want to hope for it, and you don't want to believe it because you don't want to be disappointed again? Which is also very confusing, by the way. Everything that is, will you destroy and uncreate it, please? Right and wrong, good and bad, pot and pock, all nine, shorts, boys, povads, and beyonds. Okay, so I was going to go one other place, but I'm going to go to this place now. This place. Welcome to this place. Welcome to Earth. Ha! Speaking of Earth, what a beautiful planet. How do we get so lucky to call this place home? Oh my goodness. I don't know if you've ever studied any astronomy or any of those things. There's a show in the US called How the Universe Works. I highly suggest watching it. Why? Because it'll make you really grateful for Earth. Because they've never found another one. Okay? Even with all their instruments and all their shit, they've never found a planet like this one. Okay? Even though Elon Musk wants to take us to Mars. That sounds fun. Oh my God. Think of the worst desert you can think of. But not just really hot, but you can't breathe the air, so you have to wear a machine to go outside. Oh yeah, let's go populate that. That sounds like, what about being here and changing what's going on? How many of you know we should be able to change all the stupid shit going on our planet right now? Yeah, all of you, even those of you at home naked, should be raising your hands. Okay. Some of you are like, how did he know I was naked? Oh my God, is he watching me through the camera? No, I'm just psychic. What if we can? But what if what it requires us looking from a different place, inviting a different space? And what if your joy in your life, actually enjoying being alive, actually enjoying being you, actually looking in the mirror and adoring that person that looks back at you, is actually one of the keys to making that happen. And you're like, what does that have to do with anything? That has to do with everything. Because when you actually like you, you become miraculous and magical. What you start to ask for starts to show up as if by magic. And magic, my beautiful friends, is what you are. I was asked the other day, what is Access Consciousness? And I went, well, it's basically a way of accessing the consciousness or the awareness that's already within you to allow you to start to create the miraculous life and living you knew you should be capable of that you just haven't been able to create yet. And we have tools for making that happen. That's basically what it is. And so how many of you know, or how many of you have no, I'm going to go a different direction again. Sorry. Welcome to the ADHD part of my brain. How interesting. Oh, by the way, everything that you expected today to be, all of your projections, your expectations, your separations, your judgments, your rejections, the presumptive realities about what today's going to be, and mine. Will you destroy and uncreate all those, please? Right and wrong, good and bad, pod and pock, all nine, shorts, boys, povads, and beyonds. When we're doing it's, wow, that was a big thing. When we're doing this thing about destroying and uncreating, what we're doing is we are destroying like the structure of what we have made real that's not real or is limiting us. And we're uncreating, meaning we're taking our creative energy out of it so that we can use our creative energy for something different, okay? So, how miraculous would you be willing to be? Now, this is funny because a lot of people in this room are like, let's go for it. A lot of people around the world are like, so what an interesting dichotomy to try to deal with energetically. Maybe I won't ask that question. Maybe I'll wait till tomorrow, the last day of facilitators class, to ask that question. How miraculous are you willing to be? How about this? So what is it you've been made wrong for that is actually the rightness and the greatness of you? Ooh. Okay, so the way this works, all that energy that comes up, because there's not one of us that hasn't been made wrong, especially when we're trying to do something different that we're like, this is awesome. And it's like, you're wrong, you're not you're not doing it the right way. It's like, oh, but and how much of your awareness have you shut off as a result? Everything that is, times a godzillion, we destroy and uncreate it, please. Right, wrong, good and bad, pod and pock, all nine, shorts, boys, povads, and beyonds. Whew, that has a bit of energy, my beautiful friends. And since I don't remember exactly what I said, I'm going to read it from here. What is it you've been made wrong for that is actually the rightness and the greatness of you? Oh, goodness. There's a lot of stuff. It's not just once. It's been a lot of times. And just realize that the people in your life, they were doing the best job they could with the tools they had available most of the time, okay? It's not their fault they didn't get you, but it's not your fault they didn't get you. How many of you know you're a fucking alien? And a lot of you hear that, you're like, oh my God, thank you. I know, me too. That was one of the greatest freedoms I ever got. I'm like, wow, I'm a fucking alien. I don't know what that means, but I know it makes me feel lighter. Remember, what's true makes you lighter. So everything that is times a godzillion, whew, goodness, will you destroy it and create it, please? Right and wrong, good and bad, pod and pock, all nine, shorts, boys, povads, and beyonds. So what is it you've been made wrong for that is actually the rightness and the greatness of you? Now, I'm going to ask for this big five thing that we talked about earlier. I don't have time to explain it. I've only got an hour, and it's going to take an hour on its own to explain just that. But all the big five, which is the presumptive realities, like that all that stuff is real. The need of reactive realities, which is where you're supposed to react in an appropriate way, and other people are supposed to react appropriately to you, to know that you're right and not wrong, except they always react in the way that you're wrong, and you don't know what to do about that. And then this thing of like trying to save people and blah, 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 blah. Everything that is where you destroy and uncreate it, please. Right and wrong, good and bad, pod and pock, all nine, shorts, boys, povads, and beyonds. Oh my goodness, I said save people, and that had a particularly interesting energy. How many of you have been trying to be the savior for others? Oh, I want to point something out. That's as a result of your kindness and caring for people. That's as a result of the power that you actually have. That desire to save people and contribute to them and make their lives better, even if you have to take on their pain and suffering, that's because you're such a beautiful being that has so much caring that you would suffer if it made somebody else feel better. But I have a little revelation for you if you're willing to hear it. Your suffering never makes anybody else feel better if you haven't noticed. Fuck! I thought it was going to work this time! Everything that is, times a godzillion. And everywhere you're taking on more and more and more suffering, as though they might get happy eventually, but they don't, will you destroy and uncreate all that, please? Right and wrong, good and bad, pod and pock, all nine, shorts, boys, povads, and beyonds. Once again, go to theclearingstatement.com if you want to understand all those weird words I'm saying. I'm more interested in this moment in my phone working so I can get the process again, and also creating the change. Because, we can sit here and talk all day long, but as the beginning of this, if we can get some of these things out of the way that are some of the major roadblocks to us actually starting to value us, starting to recognize the gift of us. Because I can tell you you're a gift, but if you don't see you as a gift, does me telling you help very much? Maybe for a moment. What I'm interested in is you knowing it, okay? Not me telling you, not me talking at you, because that doesn't last for very long. That doesn't change the trajectory of your future. But if you start to get, just for a moment, just get the sense of you knowing that you were a gift, even if nobody else gets it. Get the sense of you actually liking you to such a degree where you're like, wow, I'm actually a gift in the world. Now, get the sense of you being that for the next week. And it doesn't go away. Nobody can take it away no matter how hard they try. Is your week different? Are you different after 7 days? Now, let's take it out to a month. Every moment of that month, you realize you're a gift. You never take a moment to go steering into the wrongness of you. Dude, now 6 months. In about 6 months, you're like, okay, I think I'm getting to be too much. I think I haven't been wrong for 6 months. I think there's probably something wrong. You start freaking out, right? And then you realize in that moment, you're like, wow, how much have we been holding on to the idea that we're wrong as a way of making sure that we're not too much, as a way of making sure to define us in a way that other people can understand, we can connect to, and all kinds of things that we have been doing, everything that is. And the big five, as I was talking about before. Will you destroy and uncreate it, please? Right and wrong, good and bad, pod and pock, all nine, shorts, boys, povads, and beyonds. What an interesting day, my friends. Someone asked this again. What is it you've been made wrong for that is actually the rightness and the greatness of you? Have you ever noticed that the things that are truly great about you is what people judge you for? You're too happy. You have too much ease. Why are you so happy? What's wrong with you? You're like, 'cause I'm happy? I don't know. See, because when you have those things, people don't know what to do with you because you're not relating from a reality of judgment. So Access Consciousness, we have a definition of consciousness, which is where everything exists and nothing is judged. Can you imagine what it would be like if you no longer had any judgment of you or anyone or anything else? So let's try this for a moment, okay? So here you go. After being you day, you wake up. Oh my God, I'm being me. You wake up and there is no judgment of you in your world. You're lying in bed and you're like, what? Whoa. And you just have a sense of space, a sense of gratitude for you. Because that's what you have when there's no judgment, right? Like you just have a sense of space. You're like, wow, this is awesome. Okay? Get the sense of that. You wake up with that. And no matter what, no matter how hard you try, the judgment machine it doesn't start. No matter what you do, and you're like, whoa. So as you wake up, you kind of like touch your body and you're like, oh, hi, body. But not from judgment, not from, oh, this is good, this is bad, this is right, oh, there's too big, there's too small, too wrinkly, too tight, too big. You're just like, oh, hi, body. And notice what it's like to actually connect with your body and be present with it and be grateful for it. Whoa. And you lie there in bed and you notice that you can sense the sheets differently. Because your mind isn't going, you're just being present with all the sensations your body has. And you lay there for a bit, kind of like, whoa, like a stunned mullet, just having a sense of massive gratitude for the fact that you and your body are alive on the planet right now in these sheets. And you're like, oh my God, I'm in my bed and in my sheets. And no judgment can come up. And so you kind of climb out of bed in a bit of a daze. You're like, this is weird. I don't have any thoughts in my head. I don't have any right. I don't have any wrong. I just am really present here. And you go and you look in the mirror at your body and you see the beautiful that it actually is. And you take a moment to just be surprised, acknowledge the surprise. Because what do most of us do? We've learned to wake up with a litany of judgment of our bodies and us and everything. And that's how we start our day. That's how we go into most interactions. And we try to avoid it. We try to shove it away far enough so we can get through our day. And by the end of our day, it feels like we can't avoid it anymore. And it's just kind of there. And then we fall asleep so we can avoid dealing with it. What if that didn't have to be your life anymore? What if what could be your life is you wake up, you're like, wow, I don't have any judgment in me or my body. I don't know where the judgment went, but I am very grateful. You look in the mirror, you're actually grateful for your body. You start to see the beautiful parts of it that you haven't seen before. You have an immense gratitude for it. You're like, okay, I got to get ready. You climb into the shower, and the heat of the water feels like nothing you have ever felt before. And you realize that those judgments that you've had, that you've learned, that you've been conditioned, that you must have, were creating sort of a wall, a barrier between you and the world, and between your body and the world, and its sensation and its enjoyment of the world. And you realize somehow, miraculously, that barrier, that wall is not there anymore. So simultaneously, you're a little bit excited, a little bit terrified, and a little bit wondering, what the heck am I going to do now? Okay? So you're there, you're like, okay, all I can do is live my life in 10-second increments. I only have 10 seconds to live the rest of my life. What do I choose? So you be there, you lower your walls and barriers, and you stand in the shower going, wow! Holy wow! And kind of in your mind, you're like, I feel like this is the first shower I've ever taken. This is the most beautiful thing I've ever experienced. This is so good. And your body's like, oh my goodness, this is wonderful. Thanks for no longer judging. Okay? And you and your body are like, I don't know what's going on, but it's friggin' cool. You get out of the shower, you towel off, you put the towel on your body, and you're like, whoo! Because of the sensation. Because what judgment does is judgment separates us from the direct engagement and perception of the energies that are around, as though that's going to protect us. What if you don't need protecting anymore? What if you don't have to be protected by walls of judgment, by walls of rightness, by walls of wrongness anymore? And by the way, whoever you bought that you needed to be protected from, maybe they did need protection, but what if you don't? Everything that creates that, and everything that creates the necessity of continuing to judge like you were taught, rather than having a choice to soar above it and actually enjoy being alive in a way that nobody else you know has the capacity for, well, you destroy and uncreate all that, please. Right, wrong, good and bad, pot and pock, all nine shorts, boys, poveds, and beyonds. So as you look through your closet, instead of the eyes of judgment, you're like, wow, what would be fun to wear today? Huh. Which is a different perspective than most of us choose, right? What, I mean, isn't it interesting? Even choosing our clothes is something that we learn to do to fit into an appropriate box of everybody else's point of view. Wow. Isn't that interesting? So if we're doing that with our clothes, we're also doing it in how many other areas? And what if that started going away? One would be, one of the things that would occur is it would be really awesome and really joyful. Number two, it'd be probably really uncomfortable because you don't have a predetermined creation for choice anymore. But what if that's okay? What if you got this? What if you actually know? And what if you have a capacity to be aware of what will truly work for you? So as you go to put on your clothes, you're like, hey, you ask your body, hey, body, what would you like to wear? And there's something in your closet in the corner that kind of sticks out that you haven't worn for years. And you're like, ooh, you pull that out, you put it on, your body goes, yeah! You go throughout your day and people are like, oh my God, that's like such a great outfit. Did you just get that? You're like, yeah, 12 years ago. I just haven't worn it because, you know. But what starts to occur is you start to recognize that there's a space that you can be. Like walking through the world with a gentleness, a kindness, a joy for you and your body. Everything that doesn't let you know it's actually possible. And actually to know that by being you, choosing more of what's actually true for you, it's not only possible, but it's way easier than you ever imagined. Well, yeah, let that go now, please. Right, wrong, good and bad, pot and pock, all nine, shorts, boys, poveds, and beyonds. Okay, so back to my question. One more question. What is it you've been made wrong for that is actually the rightness and the greatness of you? That if you choose it, will change the trajectory of your future. Everything that is. Will you destroy it and create it, please? Right, wrong, good and bad, pot and pock, all nine, shorts, boys, poveds, and beyond. Isn't it all real to you that you've been made wrong for some wonderful things? And then what do? You're made wrong, so you figure it must be wrong, so you cut it off. How much of you have you cut off because it's been made wrong? How much of your kindness, how much of your joy, how much of your gentleness, how much of your desire to cuddle people and make them feel better, how much of that have you cut off in an effort to try to fit in and not be wrong and not make people uncomfortable? Everything that is, times a gazillion, we destroy and create it all, please. Right and wrong, good and bad, pot and pock, all nine, shorts, boys, poveds, and beyonds. This is such an interesting thing because this is not at all where I would have thought this conversation was going to go. It's so interesting to me. And always when that's the case, in the past I used to judge myself like, oh my goodness, what did I miss? Oh my goodness, what did I do wrong? And at this point, after facilitating thousands of classes, I go, wow, I wonder what was the gift that was offered to people. There was something different than I can even imagine is possible. What if you lived your life from that place? What is the gift that your very being is that has so seldom been acknowledged? Think about what it's like to be around somebody who has no judgment of you at all, who just sees you as a gift. They don't buy your shit, okay? They don't buy your shit, but they don't judge your shit either, okay? They don't buy and they don't align and agree with you. They simply be with you and care for you and adore you. Do you have at least one person in your life that doesn't judge you? What's it like when you're around them? Do you notice how it feels like, oh my goodness, the weight of the world comes off of your shoulders? And you can just be you? Well, what if you could start being that person for you? It's a choice we have available. It's a possibility we have available. So everything that doesn't allow you to know that you can actually be that, and actually have the gratitude for that, but also the joy of that, will you destroy and uncreate all that, please? Right and wrong, good and bad, pot and pock, all nine, shorts, boys, poveds, and beyonds. Do you hear that, or is that just me? Is that just in my head? Ooh, I'm like, whew. Okay. I think I felt like maybe it had to do with the microphone thing being here, and maybe my butt was like projecting it, out at the world somewhere. I'm not sure. So what is it you've been made wrong for that is actually the rightness and the greatness of you? Everything that doesn't allow you to know that there is actually a greatness of you, a gift of you, and a gift of the difference that you are. And I know you may not believe me right now, But my sense is about 24 hours from now, you're actually going to start getting what I'm talking about. I know it sounds weird, and I don't like to make predictions usually, but I'm making a prediction this time. Right and wrong, good and bad, pot and pot called nine, shorts, boys, poveds, and beyonds. Okay, so for my last few minutes here, I would like to do something that, would like to do something. I'm not sure that it's the thing, though. See, I've changed so much in the last 24 hours, I have no idea who I am. So I'm doing my best, okay? Let me ask you a question. What can I contribute to you? Oh. Should have asked that a while ago. Okay, so what can I contribute to you? Wow. Oh, my goodness. Whew. Okay. Whew. Okay. Wow. Hello. Next time, somebody remind me to start with that. I learned from my mommy and daddy that I could talk enough to get somewhere. They were wrong. Okay. Wow. Oh, hello. Hello, beautiful people around the world. Wow. How seldom have we ever been asked that question? Wow. Sorry, I'm having a wowie moment because when I asked that, I was like, anybody else? Like, okay, good. I'm glad I'm not the only one. Some of you at home are like, what the fuck am I watching? I totally get it. That would have been my point of view 23 years ago. I'm like, what the fuck am I watching? And I know some people are like sitting, you know, on their living room couch. They invited friends over, and their friends are like, he's not normally like this. I don't know what usually he's very funny, and I don't know, like, I'm being you day, yay, you know? Oh, it's so good to perceive all of that, too. Wow. Okay, so what else? What can I contribute to you? What? And it's an interesting thing to even ask that question. Like, before I started doing this work, I didn't think there was this thing called energy. I thought everybody was making it up because everybody I knew was making it up. Like my girlfriend at the time, we were doing energetic things. And we'd be sitting there and somebody would be walking through, like walking everybody in the class through a visualization. And here I am, and here's my girlfriend at the time. And I'm sitting there going, I ain't getting nothing, right? And my girlfriend would be like, oh my God! Oh my gosh! Oh, it's so tense! Oh, it feels like a dragon is going through me! And I'm sitting there going, I'm not getting anything at all, you know? So I know what that's like. All I can say is follow your knowing. What's true makes you lighter. And when I ask that, what can I contribute to you? Notice there's something that starts or something that kind of opens up. That is my sense. Like, part of that is my sense of what we can all be for each other. And you're like, well, how does that work? Well, have you ever noticed that you know when somebody needs a hug and you give it to them and their world changes? And you just hug them because you know, because you care. And in their world, they're like, oh my God, thank you. I so needed that. Nobody is contributing to me. And there you are, being that. Well, what if it's that? But what if it's also our awareness of our interconnection? And what if now, rather than being interconnected and feeling like, I don't want to be connected with people because people are yucky. Totally get what you're talking about. But what if you didn't have to be the effect of the yuck anymore? What if you didn't have to be the effect of people's yuck stuck in what the fuck anymore? What if you could acknowledge that, yeah, we're all interconnected. This is our home. We all live here. And I'm going to be the greatest version of me that I can be, that will be the greatest, not only contribution to everyone and everything, but also receiving from everyone and everything that's willing to contribute. Like the plants, the animals, the dolphins, the friggin' trees, the the chair you're sitting on. See, even Einstein said every element has consciousness, every molecule has consciousness, which means every molecule has self-awareness and awareness of everything, which is bizarre and strange and weird, like we talked about before. But what if we could start to realize not only are we not alone, but we live in a world in which consciousness is actually here having our back, okay? So, does it make you lighter when I say it? Cool. And if you're at home, like, this is my first exposure to this, you picked a really good time. Thank you for showing up. So my question is, what is it you know, what is it you are that no one has ever asked you to be? What is it you know, what is it you are that you thought you didn't have permission to be? What is it you know, what is it you are that people have tried to stop you from being because they knew it would make you uncontrollable, and is now the time and space to finally be whatever it is you truly be that will make your life and living motherfucking awesome beyond your wildest dreams. Everything that doesn't allow it, right and wrong, good and bad, pod and pock, all nine shorts, boys, povads, and beyonds. Whew. By the way, my hands just wiggle when the energy does its thing, so I tried to stop it at one point. It doesn't stop. It just keeps going. So, how you guys doing? Any different than when we started? Do you wonder how and why? Me too. I don't know how, I don't know why, I just know when it's time to walk the path together, it's time to walk the path together. So, we have a phenomenally wonderful, wonderful day planned for you all. And I thank you all so much for being part of it and contributing your unique energy, the unique gift of you and the unique gift of you receiving, which is also a gift to everyone that you are receiving. And thank you for being here today. Thank you for contributing. And what if you truly being you are the gift, the change, and the possibility this beautiful world requires. Have way too much fun, and thank you for being part of International Being You Day. Bye-bye. Thank you. Yay, us. Give you a hand. Thank you for being here. Woo. Bye-bye.
Here's another tool for you. Light equals true, because you just know. Try out the energy of the words in this book. How do they land in you? Lightly or heavily? Now, please know that what's true always makes you feel lighter. A lie always makes you feel heavier. If it makes you feel lighter, it's true for you, however strange the words may sound. Maybe not true for anyone else, still true for you. Let me say that one again. Something that's true for you always makes you feel lighter. A lie always makes you feel heavier. Yes, I've said that twice now, but twice might not be nearly enough for you to believe me. You see, one of the rules of this reality is that you're not supposed to be able to just know. Yet, it's one of your most basic capacities. This is a way of knowing everything that's right for you, and everything that's quote-unquote wrong for you. But because we're taught that we can't just know, we spend our entire lives trying to figure everything out. What if you just know? What if it's much simpler and much quicker than trying to figure anything out? Which is quicker, thinking or knowing? Knowing, right? What if what's true for you just makes you feel light? What's not, doesn't. Haven't you wanted an easy way to have an awareness of what's true for you your whole life? Wouldn't that make your life a lot easier? Well then, here it is again. The truth always makes you feel lighter. A lie always makes you feel heavier. So even if what you read here goes contrary to everything you thought before you opened this book, if it makes you feel lighter, it's probably true for you. If it makes you feel heavier, then it's a lie. So if you read something in this book that makes you feel heavier, it's either not true for you personally, or it conflicts with something you decided was true in the past. If it's really not true for you, please don't buy it. You can still receive all the other parts of this book that are true for you. Now, the weird part is this. Some of the greatest limitations we create are the things we've decided are true that actually are not. Say you decide that your mother truly hates you. Or let's say you decide that there's a lack of caring or love in the world. Try those out. Do they make you feel lighter? If so, it's true. If it makes you feel heavier, it's a lie. Please know this. Buying a point of view from someone else, even if it's true for them, will always make you feel heavier too, because it isn't true for you. It isn't your point of view, sweet, dear, beautiful you. What is true for you will always make you feel lighter, always. If it's heavy, it's a lie, or it's just not your point of view. Period. Really. Honest. In this book, we're going to look at many of the things you may have bought as true for you, even when they weren't, and even though they may not serve you anymore. Would you be willing to choose something completely different now? How? Here's the beginning. Please use this tool while reading this book. Again and again and again, just ask yourself, light or heavy? Even if you don't think you know what that is or how it feels. As you ask this question, which is really applying a very simple but dynamic tool, you'll get the awareness of what this light and heavy thing is all about. As one woman in a class I was giving put it, I was asking if things were light or heavy, thinking I wasn't getting anything. Then one day, about 3 weeks later, I just knew. I asked a question, and I knew. And rather than leave me, that knowing has continued to grow. Sure, I deny it sometimes, mostly when I want to make a choice that I know won't work out well for me. But this one tool has changed everything for me. Thank you. Pretty cool, huh? Here's another way to use this tool. If something is light for you when you hear it or think of doing it, then that's usually the result that will get created in your life if you choose that thing. If it feels heavy when you think about doing it, that's usually the result that will get created. So let me give you an example. Let's say you're at your local coffee shop, having your triple calf, extra fat, quadruple sugar, caramel coffee concoction with double whipped cream, and you start a conversation with a really attractive man. Though he appears to scoff at your coffee selection while ordering his non-fat decaf herbal tea with no sugar, he asks you out. Though you don't know why, you get a weird heaviness as soon as he pops the question. That heaviness is an indication of what will happen if you accept his offer of a date. Why? Well, because as soon as you get asked out, you can see the future that will occur if you say yes or no. You know. And that's how this works. You know, though you don't desire to know that you know these things. But if you look back over your life, haven't you always known? Haven't you always been aware of when something wasn't going to turn out well for you? In this example, you don't even have to go out on the date to get the information about how it's going to turn out. Something that feels lighter will turn out lighter for you. In the case of the date above, it could be that the attractive man was actually not only attractive, but judgmental of one's food choices. Or maybe just judgmental in general. And in case you haven't figured it out yet, judgmental people are not fun to hang out with. It's always heavy when you're being judged for anything. Here's a nice thing to know. Unless they're family, you can choose not to hang out with judgmental people if you don't want to. One more thing. If you want to have an enjoyable life, make choices that make you feel light when you think about them, because those are the ones that will lead to more lightness when you choose them. Note to reader. The kings and queens of judgment. Why is it that the most limited person always wins on this planet? Why do we always give up our reality and our awareness and back down from the person with the most limited point of view and the most judgment? Why is it that you say, oh, they must be right because they're judging me so harshly? Or, oh, they must be right because they're so mean? That they judge you so harshly does not mean they're right, my beautiful friend. It just means that they're the king or queen of judgment.
Welcome.
Yay!
Welcome to the next segment of Being You Day, everybody. Yay!
Woo!
So we were so lucky to have Dain with us for the first hour. Oh. Welcome to International Being You Day, Part 2. It helps to turn the microphone on.
Well, and the thing about being you is you can just choose again 10 seconds later. Just turn your mic on and off, and we'll see. Okay. It's very interesting being up here, so I'm just acknowledging it. We're going to have way too much fun. So what do we have planned for the rest of the day?
Okay, so those of you guys that are watching online with us, so we have Dain kick it off this beautiful hour, and as you'll notice, in between the segments, we're going to have him reading these different tools and clips from the book, which you guys can enjoy. And then the idea is there's a few of us on stage here. There's people live with us in Rome, you all joining around the world. And we're going to talk about some of the different topics in the chapters. And we have no idea what that will look like. So we're just going to see how it goes. So we have a little plan, but we'll also just follow the energy and have fun.
It sounds like a spaceship is coming to take us.
I heard that too.
Yeah. So one of the things that we got together when we looked at creating this day, so this is the third Being You Day, and every single time it's been different, which is really cool. And we got to meet with Dain, and we were looking at what this would like to be. And this book, Being You Changing the World, is basically asking for its voice to be heard again in the world. So if you haven't read this book, if you're watching this, if someone randomly sent you this live stream and you have no clue where you are, this book is amazing. It was written 12 years ago.
Yep.
It's in 20 different languages. If you are watching on beingyouday.com, you can actually buy a copy. It's on paperback. It's on audio. It's on whatever else you read books or listen to books on. Basically, you can find it. And I don't know about you, Emily, but this book has been like a guiding source.
Yeah.
Anytime I have something going on, we'll randomly open it to a different page or listen to the audio, and it's exactly what I needed to hear in that moment. So today we're going to be going through every single chapter and asking people to share their stories of change, their favorite tools with you all so that you have a different inspiration for what this book could be for you and these tools for you.
Yeah. And if you guys are finding this, we're also streaming on YouTube, on Facebook. So if you haven't gone to beingyouday.com, or if right now you're watching the stream, there's all sorts of other stuff on the website. One of the places we've been inviting people to is a Telegram thread, which has thousands of people from all over the world who are also interested in something different, interested in celebrating this.
They're crazy,
gift.
like you.
So there's that there. There's a beautiful email series. If you want to continue this, yes, this changed my world. I'm lighter after this. What is more? I would like more of this Being You adventure, really. There's a beautiful email series on there that you can sign up for some are just little snippets.
Snippets reminding you of you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So enjoy. I know
there's merch if you love merchandise. You can buy T-shirts and pillowcases and water bottles. Just go crazy. There's different videos of inspiration of all sorts of people out in the world being them. Those are some of my favorites. Who's the girl? Did we add that one girl? Do you remember the girl that we just added? Oh, no, I can't remember her name.
Find the playlist.
Find the playlist and find all sorts of videos. And then also you can share in Telegram. If you just get inspired by somebody who's being them in the world, you can share it there and we'll add it to that Being You inspiration playlist.
Cool. Okay, I think, did we cover all the details?
I don't know.
So also I love, if you guys were all just here for the last segment, streaming online, Dain asked a question, what can I contribute to? And I'd love to ask that too, what can we contribute to you? What can this day contribute? And how much fun can we have?
Truly.
Truly.
And is the spaceship really coming? Because that's what it sounds like.
You weren't imagining it.
No.
Okay, so I know Megan and I were just chatting. There's so much that we are talking about the first chapter, we'll see, which is your reality and the free will universe. And both of us, I was like, well, there's so much in here. And one of my favorite parts of the book is a section called Finding the Energy of You, where Dain tells the story of, he said, so I'm going to ask all of you guys as well, when was a time in your life when you had such a sense of you, like you weren't judging you, and you had this joy and enthusiasm and peace and everything at the same time? And that's an indication of these moments when we're truly being us. And in the book, Dain describes the story of when he first rode in the AIDS bike ride. And it's a very hilly course, and how he trained and got the money and everyone donated. He said, but people were, how many miles? It's a long, I'm looking over here because Dain's in the room. 500 miles.
Wow.
And on the hills, what Dain would do is saw how like hard it was for people and struggling, and that like ugh that they would get when they're about to go up the hill. So Dain would ride back down, and then ride back up with all sorts of different people. And a woman came up to him afterwards and said, "Hey, I want you to know, like, I had decided I wasn't going to be able to make it, and I couldn't finish. And I asked God for a miracle. And 20 minutes later, there you were, flying by on your bike and riding back up." And she goes, "I laughed, I cried." And it's like, that was where I got the gift that we can be for each other when we really are just being us. So, can you recall a moment where you were just being you? And what if you could infuse that all through your life?
Do you have a moment that pops up?
I was going to ask you if you had a moment.
Oh, I don't right now. You know, one of the things that in the last 24 hours I was looking at with you and Dain and other people was like, when I was a kid, I would basically like go into some like dream-like creation of imaginary world, basically, and I would play with things. I would set up shops and stores, and I remember my dad had a van, and I would like bring all of my stuffed animals in, and I never felt alone. I had the entire universe to play with. And so that for me was like, those were these moments that throughout my life, there's these, like when you're actually getting to play with the universe, the way that you would play, like with the bike riding is a great example. That's something that is uniquely Dain. Like he just cheers you on. He cheers the whole world on always.
Yeah.
You know, so that's just one example that popped up right now. But basically, like, what is it for you? You know, when are you happy? When are you not judging you? When are you relaxed with a sense of who you are? And what if you can have more of that all the time?
Yeah. When I think about that.
Yay!
Oh. We have a guest joining us?
Yeah, we have a special
guest. You may have
guest.
heard of him.
Hi.
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 I when you were talking about that, like you playing, being this, it's like we have these things that are uniquely us, and we so quickly learn to discount those because nobody gets it. When you're truly being you, when you have that enthusiasm, that gratitude, you're there. There's no thought, there's no anything that anybody else can put to it. And with the thing on the AIDS ride that you mentioned that's in the book, it's like, for me, like literally you would see these people who were these grandmothers that were riding because somebody they knew had died from AIDS. And they're like, I'm going to honor their memory by doing this and raise money for other people who are struggling with this, right? And here I was, and I was not in great shape, okay? But they inspired me so much. I wanted to let them know, man, you got this. And so literally, like, riding up the hill going, oh my God, this is the biggest hill I've ever been on. I'd never been on a hill this big. And then I would ride down going, riders, you got this, let's go! You know, and then I'd ride up next to them, you know, again, and they'd be like, okay. And you could have this sense of they knew somebody had their back.
Yeah.
And that's, for me, that's part of the greatness of us. That's part of the gift that we offer this world is that sense of being willing to contribute everything. Like, I see you, I know that you have this. And all some of us require sometimes is an acknowledgement that somebody sees us.
Yeah.
Somebody actually gets us. You know, and this idea of your reality and the free will universe, like, it's like, this is where we recognize that we actually do know. And we've chosen this at other times in our life. And it can be so helpful to realize if I've chosen that before, I actually know what it feels like. I know what it's like in my cells when I'm having the play, for example. Like Emily told this story one time about when she was a little girl, and there were these little, like nobody else saw them, but there were these little, almost like monster heads that were in the hallway, and she would run and jump over them. And
on the way to the bathroom, not
being
scared. In the middle of the night, I was like, "Oh, cool! There's a little monster. There's a little monster. There's a little monster. I'm gonna run around him."
Right, but that was her being her. And so, where have you been you? Like, what is the unique experience that you've had that nobody else got? That because nobody else got it, you figured, oh, I'm probably just crazy, or you just totally discount it because it's something that is so true for you, so present for you, but you're the only one who seems to get it at the time. But what if it's a world filled with us weirdos? The original meaning of weird, of spirit, fate, or destiny. Yeah. And what if instead of trying to shove that to the side because nobody else gets it, what if we were like, okay, when did I have a sense of enthusiasm and excitement, and also a sense of peace? Mm-hmm. And also a sense of everything is okay. And tap into that again, not because you need to go there and live it, but because you can bring that awareness here, now, and recognize that anything you do that's truly you, that's actually really true for you, is going to have some part of that.
I love in the book you talk about the free will universe, and how could that actually be if your life is a certain way, like how is it actually a free will universe? And I think of like when you're a kid, when I was apparently upon the age of 3, I started like really following the rules really well. But
Okay, wait. How many of you did the same thing? How many of you, like around 3 years old, or 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, whatever it was for you? At what age in your life? Just get the sense of this, or ask this of yourself. At what age did you just start following the rules? Okay, does anybody want to throw up?
Yes.
Yeah, that's the age.
Fun.
Yeah. So everything that is, and everywhere you decided that was going to be the way to make your life work, but also the way to make things work for other people.
Totally. Yeah.
So that they were not so uncomfortable around you, or so that they felt better about themselves. Will you destroy and uncreate all that?
Yes.
And realize you're not following the rules as a gift to all of us? Because I don't know about you, but looking at the world where people are trying to follow the rules, they're not very fun rules to follow. Right and wrong, good and bad, pot and pock, all 9, shorts, boys, po-bads, and beyond.
And one of the things I love about the story, the AIDS ride story, is when you're being that, like that contribution you were being, and when you know someone is there and has your back like that, what that gifts you. And when I was asking, well, do you have a time like that? And one of the times I really had that sense was when during the birth of my first daughter, and I'd hired a person to be there, a doula, who's there to contribute to you the entire time. And I realized to have this woman who was present and there to get you anything, to get you hot water, get you tea, rub your back. And I was in labor forever, like 40 some hours with no drugs. And I was having
fun. To talk about that.
Well, it's supposed to be something you're scared of, and I was like, was actually exciting. And the gift of having someone there, like, you got this. It was actually joyful and fun and play. And I remember walking down the hallway and talking to some nurse. I'm like, I know this is supposed to be painful, but this is really awesome. Like, I almost feel bad for having a good time. And the woman looked, she was like, this is what it could be. And I was like, well, this is so wonderful. And it was one of those moments, though, I realized it was me getting the gift of me, but also just having someone there with no judgment, like, you got this, and I'm here as a contribution, and what a gift that can be.
Wow. What a gift.
Yeah.
I mean, just think of a little you that needed that, needed someone to just say, hey, you're not wrong, and I'm going to be here energetically to show you that.
Yeah.
I'm going to be here, and maybe it's interesting because there was an energetic thing that I was doing one time that was about bringing the space of ending separation, communion, with people, and one of the things I said to them was, go back right now, the you that has all this awareness that you've been opening up to, go back to a time in your life where there's a younger you that really needs to know that you got this, that you're going to get to this point and you're going to start having these awarenesses and things are going to start working in a different way. And I didn't think anything of it. And I had a lady that I work with come up to me after doing this. It was actually a couple years later, and she was telling a story in class, and she said, you walked me through this during this thing I call energetic synthesis of communion, ESC. She said, you walked us through this about going back to a younger age. And she's like, and I just had this awareness. When I was a little girl, my dad was like crazy, like he literally tried to kill us. My mom was not really present, and I needed help. And she said when she was a little girl at this, she was like 6, she said she saw somebody come to her like a light being and say, it's okay, you will be okay, you've got this. And this sounds so crazy, but welcome. Unlike anything else we've talked about so far. And she said, she's like, I realized that was me in that moment where you asked us to do this. And I've remembered that ever since I was 6 years old, 6 or 7 years old. And I was like, whoa. That was one of the awarenesses I had, that a lot of these energetic things that we do when we're truly being us, they're actually happening. They're not just in our minds. We're not delusional. You're like, how do I follow that? Yeah.
Well, I would love to ask you, one of the things also that's from this chapter is, you talked about what you talked about when you started the day as well. It's like we think we've been given these certain building blocks to figure out how to change things. And when we're not seeing our lives in the world the way we know it could be, we're kind of like make ourselves wrong for not being able to do it. And one of the things you walk through in here is the energetic creation of your life by playing with an energy ball and giving people the sense of that. Do you want to do it?
Yeah.
I want to do it. Anybody else want to do it?
Yeah.
Okay. People in the room do. Okay, let's do it. Okay, so, wow. Okay, so, sorry, having energetic awarenesses that have no words. So here's what I'd like you to do is get the sense of waking up in the morning, and you don't know how any of this is going to occur, by the way, okay? Imagine you have a magic wand, or you know somebody who does, who's willing to work on your behalf for a little bit, okay? So this is all occurring in some way you can't and don't need to figure out. Get the sense of waking up in your life and being so happy to have the life that you have, whatever that is, and being really grateful for it. Okay, and I'm going to run you through this really quickly because it's not about visualizing it. It's about getting the momentary awareness before you think. Okay, now get the sense of having total ease and joy with money. And that money comes, money goes, and no matter what, you know you will never not be taken care of financially. Okay, almost like the universe can increase your bank account at will. Okay. Get the sense of having people in your life that truly care about you. All the frenemies, the ones that you call friends that judge you, somehow they've found their way out of your life and they have no influence on you anymore. And you actually have people who really like you and adore the difference that you are and nurture that and invite you to explore more of it because they're weird just like you, okay? Which is weird to find somebody who's weird like you. Okay? Get the sense of living someplace you absolutely love, and your house and everything in it is nurturing to you. You don't live with anything that is not a contribution and doesn't make you lighter. It's just not there. Get the sense of knowing that whatever you do for work that creates money is something that you are proud of doing, something that creates the change in the world you like, and that changes all the time so you're not bored and just keeps getting greater and gives you the chance to get greater all the time too. Get the sense of living somewhere location-wise on the planet that is so wonderful for your body that you actually, when you're there, you're like, wow, this is one of my favorite places on earth. How did I get so lucky to actually have a home here? Get the sense of having a home that is nurturing to you. Get the sense of having ease with your family. Oh, you're welcome. In other words, it's not about healing everything and changing everything. It's about whatever your personal point of view and space is, you have total ease no matter what they have going on. And you don't need to be their savior anymore. And they don't require you to be their savior and don't make you wrong for not being able to be their savior anymore. Get the sense of having people, like whatever sort of relationship you desire, whatever sort of sex you desire, it shows up with ease, even if it's not the specific status of normal that you thought you had to have and had to make it right. Okay? Get the sense of, okay, cool. And get the sense of it continuously, you continuously changing and getting greater, and all of the things I just talked about getting greater and easier and more fun. Now, what I'd like you to do is have that in front of you maybe, or wherever it is for you, and pull energy into it from all over the universe. It's a very large universe. Pull, 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 till your heart opens up, or you're like, oh my God, this is awesome. Now, let little trickles go out to everyone, and everything is going to help make it a reality for you that you don't even know yet. Now, anything that feels like that energy, do it. Okay? Whether it's an invitation to coffee, a job, a date, a concert, a trip, anything that feels like that energy, do it. Because one of the things we've all been looking for is, how do I know how to create what I would actually like as my future? Well, this is a way of getting in touch with doing this energetically. The thing is, my beautiful friends, you are all energetic creatures, and nobody's ever told us. You respond dynamically to the subtleties of energy around you. You've been trying to control them, you've been trying to avoid them, but very seldom have we been taught to embrace them to create our lives. And the other thing is, we all want to know, what do I choose? How do I know what to choose? Well, if one thing feels more like that energy, do it. If you have a choice between 3 or 4 or 5 things, the one that feels most like that energy, do it. Why? Because you choosing that will lead you on that energetic path to what it is you as a being truly desire that goes beyond your mind's ability or need to control. This is where the need to control can finally start going away in favor of the energetic capacity you as a being have. I did this 23 years ago. It's part of the reason I'm here right now. Long before the Being You book, I got this tool. And I did it, and I didn't think I was doing it right. So if you're not doing it right, me too, okay? And it still works. I didn't think I was doing it right. I didn't think I got energy or energetics, and I did it. And within about a week, I had somebody call me and say, hey, you know those weird energy sessions you do? I would like you to come and do some of those. And while you're at it, facilitate some classes. And I was like, wow, because I was asking, how do I go beyond chiropractic? How do I bring this energy that I know is possible to the world? I did this thing. It felt exactly like that energy. And I was very surprised because I didn't think I got that energy. And I started following anything that was like that. And it led me here and all kinds of other wonderful places.
And do you do it over and over again?
I did it once. And then I did it again a couple years later when I realized I wanted more in my life.
Yeah.
And what was interesting was I couldn't even remember what it was like 2 years before when I did it the first time. But I had the sense when I did it the second time 2 years later, I'm like, whoa, this is nothing like what I thought was possible before. Because that's the thing is we change all the time.
Yeah.
So we change all the time. And so what happens is when you realize you'd like more, do it again. Because the you that is interacting with the universe then is going to be totally different than the you that did it the first time. And just really, it's a way of allowing yourself to tap into your unique creative capacity. Because nobody tells us this, but the way we all create is ask and you shall receive. the way we all create is actually miraculously. And we're taught that the way to create is to do checkboxes and think and do it right. How many things have you done according to the checkbox that didn't turn out the way it was supposed to? According to the checkbox? All of them, right? So what this is about is opening up to something different that's actually about our being. Going, I as a being would like this. I have no idea how to create it. So what I'm going to do is tap into the awareness of what that would be for me to have it, but not try to define what having it is, more like get the sense of being it. And what's interesting is this world we live in has miraculous ways of allowing things to show up for us. When we will get out of the way and stop trying to control the outcome and let the universe do its job. The universe's job is to contribute to you. That's its job. Let's let it do its job.
And then we get to play. Like that is such a beautiful energy of what play can be and from being us.
About the energy. Like if I love how it's all about the energy, because if you like think you want a certain job, but if it doesn't match the energy, it doesn't matter if that is what you think you want. You know, like this is such a different way of creating your future.
Well, I mean, how many things have you done where you're like, oh, this is going to be the right job because everybody says it, so, and I'm going to make this much money, I'm going to do this. And yet, when you go to do it, when you go to say yes, you get this twist in your gut.
Totally.
Remember, what's true for you always makes you lighter. A lie always makes you heavier. So, and a lot of you are like, oh, I'm going to be in this relationship, I'm going to be with this person. And you go to do it, even though they check all the boxes.
Totally.
You're like, oh, they look this way, they make this much money, my mom likes them, my dad doesn't hate them and doesn't want to kill them like all the others, okay, so, and, but, you know, and they live in the right place, and, oh, they have the right color car, and, you know, and you're like, okay, well, yes, I will be with you, let's get married, and as soon as you say yes, it feels like, well, that's our awareness of the energetics of it. And I'm just going to tell another little story. I got engaged based on that 23 years ago. Over 23 years ago now. Because I was with somebody and I knew she wanted to get married, and I thought this would be the way to show her that I actually loved her, which I knew she required. I wasn't that interested in getting married. I was willing to. Whatever. Okay, I'm a guy. Like, okay, I'll do whatever you want. Okay. Gentlemen, you know what I'm talking about, right? Yeah, I know. Sorry. And so, you know, and she was like, she wanted this and this and this. She checked the boxes, and I'm like, okay, she needs me to marry her. Okay, I will marry her. By the way, please don't get married under those conditions, please. So anyway, I created the most romantic getting married invitation.
Proposal.
Also
known as a proposal.
Thank you. I know, I was like, what is that word again?
I forget.
Yeah, I have tried to block it from my memory is basically what's happened. But I did it because it was the right thing to do. It fit the next step that I was supposed to take. It fit what she wanted. In other words, it fit everything outside of me. I didn't know what was true for inside of me. My entire life I'd learned to do all the right stuff outside of you and everything will work. That's what I was taught, like most of us. And so from the moment, like even before that evening of asking her, my world started caving in, like in a way, I thought my world was caved in before. I didn't realize how caved in my world could get. And it was just like, and my heart was beating and blah, blah, blah. And I'm like, will you marry me? And she was like, yes. And I went, oh no. You know, and I was hoping, because she had so much judgment of me. She didn't like me at all, right? But I didn't, it's a long story. But a lot of us are with people like that because, once again, they match the image or they match the check boxes. I wasn't connected to energetically. I didn't realize this energetic thing existed, even though I knew when something was off, but I didn't know what that was.
Yeah.
I didn't know what that weird twisted feeling was. Now I know that's something that's off. What's true for you makes you lighter. A lie makes you heavier. And twisted and messed up and unable to breathe and your guts closed down is heavier, just in case you didn't know. Okay, just, you're welcome. Okay? And so this was what occurred, and I felt like everything in my life stopped. I could not smile. And I was like, I didn't know what was going on. And I had finally started having people ask me questions like, hey, what's up? What's true for you? And I started realizing that this idea of doing this because of matching the check boxes wasn't true for me, but the whole idea of going into this with this person, it wasn't my idea, it wasn't my thing. And I was like, whoa. And once I finally realized it, I realized what I had done was I'd gone against my knowing, because my knowing was that twisting of the guts and the palpitations and the shutting down of my digestive system.
Near heart attack.
And the almost heart attack, yeah. And, and it's not that she's a bad person or she's wrong.
Right. Yeah.
It's not about that at all. It's not that I was a bad person or wrong. It was just nobody ever gave me the awareness that the energetics will always tell you what's true.
Yeah.
And we can use that and we can follow that to create a life and living that really works for us. And the interesting part about it is, as we're doing that and we're making more choices for lightness, our life gets lighter and lighter. But as we do that, the interesting part is it gets lighter not just for us, but for everybody in our lives. And it's only the people that really want to stop us from that lightness and that happiness. And a lot of us have at least one person in our lives like that. We don't know why, but we do. But they are the only people that seem to get heavier as we follow this path of lightness. Everybody else starts to get lighter too, and they feel empowered. And as you get lighter, and you start getting happier, and you start having a sense of following your bliss, if you will, your joy, what's true for you, what makes you more grateful, what makes you feel more connected, what makes you like yourself more, you start to be even more of a contribution for other people. And we have so many people out there in the world that are trying to do the right thing, that it's not about their own thing, what's true for them. Which is why here we are once again at a day called Being You Day, which is about, let's find out what's true for us. Let's have some conversations that actually empower us and inspire us to go in the direction of what creates a lightness and a space and a joy and a gratitude and a sense of true abundance of self in our world.
Yeah.
Yeah. Let's do that.
Let's do that. Thank you, Dain, for
Thank you.
surprise joining us.
Surprise!
And being part of the day.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys.
Thanks, y'all. Apparently, you got quite a bit more ahead. Thank you.
It'll come on.
Okay. And here we go.
Note to reader. How do you know? How do you know if you're judging or if you're just being aware? It's the million-dollar question, right?
Oh my God.
Take a look at these sentences. He is a very attractive man. That could be a judgment, right? Or an awareness. She is a mean woman. That could also be a judgment or an awareness. So what's the difference? What is it? Most people think that if what they're perceiving is quote-unquote negative, then they're judging. They think that if what they're perceiving is quote-unquote positive, that they're not judging. Actually, the difference between a judgment and an awareness is the energetic charge on that subject for you, the vibration of your point of view. It's the electrical charge of a judgment that gets you stuck in polarity of right and wrong, of conclusion, and the unwillingness to ask questions and change. If it's an awareness, you have no charge. You're willing to change your point of view at any time, and you don't have to defend it, hold on to it, or explain it in any way. It's just something you're aware of in this 10 seconds. How does it get even lighter than that? Here's a tool for you. Who does this belong to? How many times have you perceived the wrongness in other people? The places where they believe they're wrong, perceive they're wrong, can only receive the wrongness of them and know that they're wrong beyond the shadow of a doubt. How much of your life have you spent believing that the sense of wrongness you perceive is really yours, when in actuality it's what you're aware of in the world around you? So truth, is it yours or someone else's? Or a lot of someone else's? It feels just like you. your stomach starts churning and you feel the rightness buttons kick in where you feel wrong and you want to be right and this person is wrong and it feels just like yours, this is the time to ask this question. Who does this belong to? Is it mine or someone else's? If all of a sudden you get lighter, it's because it isn't yours. It isn't yours, sweet, beautiful you, not yours. And you can return it to sender. Yes, just return it. Send it back. Away with it. Be gone. Someone else's judgments, not yours. And please remember, you can't handle a problem that isn't yours. You can't change a thought, a feeling, or an emotion that isn't yours. But you can do something far easier. You can simply return it to whomever it actually belongs, even when you don't know who that is. You don't have to do anything about it. You can just return it to its original creator, even if you have no idea who that is. Just return it to sender. If it's not yours, just give it back, with consciousness attached. And you always think, oh my God, that felt just like me. You know what? It always feels just like you, because your awareness is that brilliant and that intense and that great. It always feels like you, or you would never buy it as yours. Please get this. 98% of all your thoughts, feelings, emotions, and judgments do not belong to you. They're someone else's, but what you're aware of feels just like you, even though it's not. And the only way you're ever going to tell the difference is by asking the question, who does this belong to? Ask it, and if it lightens up at all, it isn't yours. You being you are light. You trying to be someone else are heavy.
Are we on? Yes.
We're on! Oh my God! Woo! And the crowd goes wild! Love it! Oh my goodness! How does it get any better than this?
Welcome back. We are diving into chapter 2, which is called I Am, Therefore I Am Wrong, right? And when we talked about this, I think are we buzzing? Okay, we're buzzing. We're buzzing. When we were talking about this right before we started, we were looking at, okay, is there any part we would like to read? And we both fell for the same part. Do you want to read it? The very beginning?
Sure. Well, this is the... okay, I want to talk about it for a second because I've been using Access Consciousness tools for over 20 years, and one of the first classes I ever went to, Gary Douglas and Dain Heer said, oof, almost makes me cry, how many people do you have in your life that don't judge you? And the whole room, everyone's like... And I was like... I don't have anyone, and I could not come up with anybody in my life that didn't judge me. Now, that is more normal than it friggin' should be. Now, my life, very, very different scenario. So what if we were heading for asking to include people in your life and have people in your life who don't judge you? And we're so used to surrounding ourselves, family, friends, whoever it is, people who judge you, and making that more of a reality than what you could be choosing. That lightness of people just actually enjoying you. So this was a huge thing for me. So, chapter 2. So do you have somebody in your life that doesn't judge you at all? Even one person. If you have one person that doesn't judge you, do you notice how healing and nurturing it is to be around them? How after just 10 minutes in their company, your whole being and your whole body relax. What if you were that person? What if you were that this is me just not doing the book, doing out of school. But what if you were that person for you, and what if you were also that person for others? What would that look like? What would that be like? So can you imagine living in a world where there was no judgment? And that was one of the first things that was so appealing to me about Access Consciousness. Was the first class I ever went to was called Out of the Box, and Gary and Dain talked about living in a world with no judgment, and I remember sitting there just going, what? That's actually possible? You could live in a world where there was no judgment. And I had been completely surrounded by people whose point of view was judgment was about creation, which is such a misidentification of how we create. It's like we create by asking questions and choosing. And if every single one of you started to actually be that person, that one person who lived in a world who didn't judge themselves and didn't judge anyone else, what world would we create? What would that be like?
And I remember in the beginning, when I used to come to class, Dain used to ask this question. He would say, how many in here have somebody who doesn't judge you in your life? And people would put up their hands. And then he would say, and how many of you is that me or Gary? That is that person. And then all the hands kind of went down. And when I started to do Access, I literally thought my life was about getting everything right, not be wrong.
I never did that.
No, I know. No, it's just me, by the way. And I was looking at that today. I was reading this chapter, and I was like, most people in the world think that their life, the whole purpose of their life is to get it right, to be a success, to like fit all the pieces. And then you get to this place where I think more and more people get to today. I think the world is getting to this place where more and more people are asking, is that enough? Is it enough for me to tick every single box and start to get my life right? Or is there something else possible? Because that took so much judgment. Like everything was being judged according to if it was right or wrong. So yeah, and that's been one of the greatest changes of my life, to start looking at what if I didn't have to be right. So that was one of the questions actually that I was looking at. What does that mean, not to be right?
I'm not sure yet. No, no. This has been one of the things that I've looked at, like I guess my entire life, and I wasn't really willing to look at it until coming across Access Consciousness and the tools, etc. Because, and you know what, I can go into a reason and justification or something like that, but for you guys listening to this, a lot of the times throughout my life, I was made wrong just for being me. And it's like, how many of you have been made wrong just for being you? So what do you do with that? And it's like, your reactive reality is, I will get it right, I will get it right, I will get it right, I'll get it right. Like, I can show you I can be right. And it's like, what if nobody could ever make you wrong ever again, and you never had to prove that you were wrong by trying to get it right? And I know that sounds really twisted. And the funny thing is, I heard Emily, Megan, and Dain all refer to something and go, I know that sounds crazy, right? But here's the thing. What if being you is the most normal thing you could choose? And it wasn't about being crazy. That was just, you get to be in this world today, and you get to be you, no matter what it takes, no matter what it looks like. And you don't have to choose based on, will this person receive this? Will they accept this? Like, I was talking to someone the other day about how I literally used to choose, boyfriends, etc. in my life based on, will my friends like them? Yeah. And it's like, that's insane. Yeah. That's crazy, It's like, what if you actually chose someone who was fun for you to hang out with, you and your body to hang out with? But that was not my criteria. It was like, how do I get this right? Like, how do I get choosing someone in my life right while always thinking that you're wrong?
And even when you you start getting access to these tools about, okay, judgment is destructive. But then I started to judge me for judging me. And then I started to judge me for judging me for judging me. And then I judge me for judging me for judging me for judging me. It's like this eternal loop. What if that isn't even real? What if none of it is real? And what if that is actually a way of keeping you away from who you are and discovering that and exploring that? So this particular, the rightness, wrongness, that this chapter talks about is one of the ways for me that is most in the way for us to explore who we would like to be in the world.
Well, it has been, I'm going to speak on your behalf, it has been a pretty interesting hurdle for both myself and you to jump over, because it's not something, I've known
Still
Katarina,
jumping.
Yeah, still jumping, high, really high. And, I've known Kat for quite some time, and when you have the point of view that you've got to get it right and you've got to be right in everything, you so don't want to look at anything else. All you want to do is wake up every day trying to prove that every choice you made is right. And it's one of the things that Gary Douglas said a long time ago is most people would rather be right than be free. And I listened to that over and over again and sort of was like, yeah, and just brushed it aside. Because it was like, no, he doesn't get it. Being right is really cool. Being right is going to create more freedom. It doesn't. And even if that's the one thing that you look at today is any area of your life that you're trying to control to get the result that you think is right, what if you just let it go? Like, what if you just like push down those barriers? And when I say push down those barriers and let those barriers down, you go, how the hell do I do that? Just give it a shot. Like, just try it. It's like, just literally right now, it's like push down those barriers that you have against you and against the world, where you're not allowing yourself to be so vulnerable that you can have any choice show up. Not a right choice, not a wrong choice, any choice to show up. And every day, just when you wake up in the morning, just be like, you know what, I'm not doing this. I'm going to find out what it's like to be me in this world of possibilities without having to go to the judgment of what is right and what is wrong.
And one of the favorite things Dain says that I love is, I made more wrong choices than you've ever chosen. Because when this whole thing, when trying to get things right, and it's so insidious that it actually, the tool that, I think we heard it right before about what's light is actually what's true for you. But when you have this like desire to get everything right, it feels very light when you're right. So it's also this like, it's so subtle. Rightness is so subtle. It's like underlining things. So that willingness to choose without having to judge if this is right or wrong, like really start choosing to explore, that could be one way, just for today, to start choosing without knowing if that is the right choice. And the other thing we talk about here is the who does this belong to in this chapter, which also is like part of this. If you're right or if you're wrong, is it yours? Is that, whatever point of view you have, is it actually yours or something you bought from someone else? And it's at the very end part of it.
Well, who does it belong to? It's like, how much are you taking on the crap and the lies and the judgment of you, and it's not even yours. It's like, who does it belong to? Like, have you ever noticed when you're out in nature, you don't tend to have any judgments, and there's this space in your world, and you're like, oh, yeah. And you're allowed to admit it. Sometimes the world is a little bit too people-y out there. So when it gets that people-y out there, and there's so many people, it's like, how often is it that you're picking up on other people's, thoughts, feelings, and emotions, and their judgments that they're functioning from, and then you start going, oh, that's mine, that's mine, that's mine, that's mine, that's mine. And one of the first things that I ever learned at an Access class, I remember going to a 4-day class. Gary Douglas was facilitating it. I didn't remember a word that he said. We had this manual, etc. But one thing he said was, you're not as fucked up as you think you are. And I went, and I remember writing that down going, I'm not as fucked up as I think I am. I was like, I'm going to take that away. And I was so grateful because it was the first time in my life that I'd actually looked at that. Because my whole life I'd spent looking at how I thought I was really screwed up and I was wrong whilst trying to prove myself right. Whereas how much of that stuff is not even yours? Like, there's a space that you be. There's a space that you be when you are out in nature, like I said. What if that space was you? Just simply you.
And I'm so grateful you said that, because I was getting nervous and I was like having this energy of like, and then you said the thing about nature, and I can perceive how that like space of, okay, this is actually who I am, starts coming. And then I remembered El Lugar, who we been creating this eco resort in Costa Rica. And I remember spending a few days there and waking up in the morning. Eco. Not echo. Okay, eco resort in Costa Rica. Absolutely beautiful place. And I remember waking up there and having this space of me that didn't have any reference points for, was I supposed to be happy, not happy? Was I right or wrong? Was I supposed to do something, not something? I just woke up in a space of being, and that space had none of rightness or wrongness. And that is that space of nature that is so much more the space where I can perceive who I truly am. So what is that space for you? Where do you go to find that space? How can you tap into that space?
Well, I love that you said that. Like, what if you didn't, like, what if there was nothing you had to do? Because how often do you wake up in the morning? Number one, litany of judgment. Usually it's about your body. Maybe it's about your relationship, your money situation, your business, your family, etc. And it's like, how many of you wake up in that litany of judgment and then also look at, oh my God, I've got so many things to do today. And you've got to tick off all these things to do rather than, what if you woke up? Like, what I've done for the last few years is, before I even get out of bed, is I put my hands on my body somewhere and I literally be really present with my body and ask, okay, so anything that pops up, there's not like a right question or anything, but I might like be like, you know, wiggling my toes or my ankles or something, or even say hello to my organs, or just be like, hey body, it's like, who are we today and what great and, you know, glorious adventures can we have, and be present with that. Not from, what do I have to do today? What if you change that to, what can I be today? And not from getting it right and not from judging yourself as wrong. It is such a big trap in this reality. And if you look at the whole of nature, the whole of Earth, like, I always use that as an analogy for something to look at, because if you see, you know, I mean, I've got, in my house in Australia, you've got the ocean crashing down, you've got the waves, you've got the birds outside, you know, the trees, etc. And they are constantly interacting and engaging with each other, but not from, hey, you know what, you weren't here on time. It's like, you know, the rain wasn't meant to be here, the bees were meant to be here. It's nothing about that. It's just about this interaction and engagement that nature can be with each other. And what if we could start being that interaction and engagement with each other that was based not on judgment, based on choice, allowance, and as we mentioned, one of the tools before is that lightness of you just choosing to be you, no matter what it takes and no matter what it looks like. You are not as fucked up as you think you are.
Yay! And I think one of the things that is in this chapter too is the difference. How do you know that you're not judgmental? And Dain writes, well, if you ever thought you're judgmental, you're actually not. Because a truly judgmental person just knows they're right. And like, I remember reading that and thinking, okay, I'm okay. I can actually choose something different. And one of the things you said with your body, what if we can use, we tend to judge our bodies a lot, and we actually get to that chapter right after this about the bodies. But
so keep judging your body now until we get to the next chapter.
Well,
kidding.
But what if we could choose to turn something that tends to be this subject of judgment? It can be body, it can be relationship, it can be success, it can be money, it can be business, it can be any of those areas. But what if we instead choose to do something different with that? What if we start to ask questions? What if we start to choose something different? And what if, for me, if you look at your body especially, that's the one thing you have with you your whole life. What if your body could be one of the ways that you actually tapped into you beyond that whole space of judgment? What if it could be your greatest supporter instead of your greatest subject of judgment?
So you just actually spoke about asking questions. And I know there's a lot of people who are watching this now and in the future who have used Access Consciousness tools. And then some people may come along and be like, what? What is this stuff? I know when I first came along, I was like, ask questions? Are you kidding me? It's like, you know, you grow up your whole entire life about having to find the answer, you know, especially at school, etc. And also, if you're trying to get everything right, you don't ask questions, you have to have an answer. You know, that's what is imperative, find the answer. And asking questions is such a different reality. And one of the things I've been looking at recently too is also not asking a question from expecting a certain result, like going, okay, I'm going to ask a question here. Like one of the questions we have in Access is, what else is possible? A second one is, how does it get any better than this, okay? So when people ask this, what else is possible? How does it get any better than this? It's like, how often are we asking that But we're asking it from this realm of, I am expecting X, Y, Z. You know, you're sort of like, you're willing to receive more than most. What I'm going to propose is, what if you were willing just to completely destroy and uncreate how you ask a question, and ask a question from never asking from this permission to how to be. It's like really from greater possibilities. Like, would we all like a much greater possibility here on the planet? And for me, I know in the past few years, you know, since 2020, it's like so many of us have gone into question about, what are we doing? What are we choosing? You know, what if you started asking a question from truly what else is possible? What else is possible here on the planet beyond the rightness, beyond the wrongness, beyond the judgment? Like, it's up to each and every single one of us to choose that. And right at the beginning of the chapter, you know, we spoke about, you know, how many people do you have in your life that don't judge you? Well, what if it was okay that you just started with you? And what if you never, ever judged you again or anyone else? What if that's the demand that you made of yourself today? I'm never going to judge myself or anyone or anything ever again. And see what world we can create with that.
I think that's wonderful. Yeah.
Takes all of us.
And what else is possible? Well,
I think we're
Note
going.
to reader.
Thank you.
Would you be willing to try this? Just put your hands on your face and close your eyes. Feel your hands on your face. Feel your face in your hands. Your hands on your face. Take a deep breath in. Notice how it feels to be present with your body. Now connect with your body and say, thank you for you. How much fun can we have today? Here's a tool for you. Practice with your body. Knowing what your body truly desires takes practice. Remembering to ask your body takes practice. And finding out what to ask also takes practice. Did you know that it takes a huge amount of the energy in your food to simply digest it? That you're getting energy from your food is a bit of a lie. You and your body actually require much less food than we've been taught. So for the next couple of days, would you be willing to play at asking some questions every time you feel hungry without bothering to try to get it right? Start with yes and no questions. It's easier. And please know the answer you get lighter on is the one that is true for your body. Here are some examples. Body, do you require something? Yes or no? And is that yours or another body's? Do you require food? Yes or no? If yes, is that yours or another body's? Do you require something to drink? Yes or no? And is that yours or another body's? Is there anything in the fridge you desire? Yes or no? And is that yours or another body's? Do you require broccoli? Yes or no? Actually, please put in whatever you're considering eating. And is that yours or another body's? Would you like something else? Yes or no? Is that yours or another body's? Do you require movement? Yes or no? And is that yours or another body's? Do you require being touched? Yes or no? And is that yours or another body's? Do you require sex? Yes or no? And is that yours or another body's? Please know this. We often eat to avoid being the space we truly be and the lightness we truly be. We don't recognize that space as us, so we perceive it as a wrongness and do everything to come back to the heaviness that is more familiar to us. In this case, by eating. But what if what you be is space and lightness? Everything you've done to eat to avoid being the space of you, or to fill up being the space of you by eating or by any other means, will you please destroy and uncreate it all? Right and wrong, good and bad, pot and pock, all nine shorts, boys and beyonds.
And now we're talking about bodies.
Hello, bodies. Oh, that was loud. Hello.
Hello, beautiful bodies.
It's stuff like that.
So we have two new guests on stage, David Kubes and Gaia.
It's for the cultural
Compagnon.
balance.
Hello.
I was joking that it's for the cultural balance. Like you have a French, Austrian, and Swedish. So, you know, just like...
and bodies from three different places. Yeah. So what if we just like take a moment and land in our bodies?
Cool.
Like just, so everybody just maybe close your eyes for a moment. Feel your feet on the floor and maybe put your hand somewhere on your body. Wherever, feel your butt on the seat and just take a deep breath in. And allow yourself to just say hello to your body. And expand out. To expand out to the corners of the room. And still be with your body. Just feel your hand on your body, your feet on the floor, and expand even further. Just expand beyond the house you're in. And beyond the city. And even further, just expand beyond the forests and the lakes. The mountains. Expand down into the earth. Just follow the roots of the trees. Further down. And expand out into the sky. Where the birds fly. And even further. Allow yourself to expand beyond the atmosphere. Beyond the stars and the moon. Out into the universe and the galaxies. And take a moment and just notice your body. Notice your body inside of you. Notice how the whole planet is inside of you. What if you said hello to your body from all the way out there? You can embrace your body from out there. All of you embracing your body inside of you. And then just open your eyes and see if your space is different. So for me, one of the most amazing things that changed with my body since I started with Access is that my body is an energetic sensory organism. And that my being is way bigger than my body. And that this is one of the fastest ways for me to find me through my body. And now we have this different space.
If you listen from that space, you actually get to communicate with your body. You know, we have those amazing body classes and advanced body classes where actually one of the best moments where everyone in silence, and it's like one of the greatest communication we get to start having with our bodies. That's why now we're like, do we want to talk? I want to whisper.
And it's amazing with bodies. One of the things that we were talking about before with questions, so often we think, we learn that we should ask our body questions and we start asking our body questions, but in most of our questions, there's a conclusion already from the beginning. So we'll ask, hey body, what would you like for lunch? Instead of starting with, hey body, what do you require? Maybe your body isn't hungry at all. So how many times with our bodies do we actually start with a conclusion? Or, hey body, what would it take for you to lose some weight? Which is a conclusion, hey body, what would you like to look like? How would you like to feel like? So even in that, you're starting, you're learning from starting by actually becoming present with your body, and then, what can I ask my body now that I've never even considered asking before? And what conclusion have I functioned from that I may not even need to start this question with?
That was the most surprising information I got from this book. Our body has our own consciousness. We are not our body, and our body is not us. The invitation to co-create your life with your body, to have your body as your best friend, to acknowledge that together it's more fun, and if you don't judge each other, then you can have a real, great, amazing life. Our bodies are miracles. The way it all works, it's actually a miracle. Why are we judging it all the time? Why would we not acknowledge the miracle and invite our bodies to an adventure every day? Like we go out with our best friends. That way of looking at our bodies allowed me to change how I be with my body and to invite it every day to a new adventure, which turned out to be my life now. Having a best friend and co-creating life with your body in a space of no judgment. I'm not there yet, but I'm not done yet either. So inviting your body to that space and acknowledging your body has its own consciousness. What you like is what you like. Does the body require what you like? That communication with your body, finding out how to communicate and allowing yourself to start listening to your body. That's not a one-off choice. From now on, you have to have it. That's like training a muscle. I started that when I first read that book. And since I started it, the communication I have with my body, the communion I have with it, is way greater. And there is a long, more to come, let me word it that way, but not based on judgment, based on curiosity.
And one of the coolest part is, so the body is really, making your body your best friend is a very pragmatic choice, because your body is the only thing you'll have with you your whole life. You have the body when you're born, it's gonna be with you all through your life, it's gonna be there until the day you die. So making your body your best friend is this really pragmatic choice. And everything is energy, so our bodies are also energy. And one of the things that I've been so fascinated by is if you look at this, and I think it's also in the book, where even if you look at something, if you just watch something, a molecule, an atom, it will change because of the point of view or the judgment you have about it. And with our bodies, we literally create our bodies every day, all the time. And we create them based on our points of views, our judgments, our thoughts, our feelings. And that also means that we can actually co-create with our bodies in a whole different way if we start functioning from the questions, from choice, and from starting to play with our bodies and making them our best friends. So I'm not really sure when I really started to play, but it increases all the time. And I know you have that too. How do you keep exploring playing with your body?
By sometimes not listening as well.
Yeah.
that does too. I mean, well, there's this amazing tool that we've been talking a lot, who does this belong to? And I don't know if that would apply to anybody, but when Dain told me once when I had like a back thing a long time ago, he was like, you need to ask for who does it belong to for 3 days. So I started, and then an hour later, I forgot. So then I started my 3 days from that moment again, like, because I had to make that 3 days perfect. So I had to, like, if I did not remember, then I would need to start my 3 days. I was like, those 3 days are gonna be very long. But then I actually was talking with a friend, and she was like, oh, but you know, you don't have to do it like that. Actually, Diva that I was speaking with, and it was like, it's part of the journey. Like, it's part of it that if you, like, you forgot to ask who does this belong to, well, now at least you've noticed it, you acknowledge that you didn't listen, but this is part of like the muscle David was talking about. So I think it's this really like, it's every second choice, and you learn and get more aware each time you use that tool, and each time you use the tool, and also not going to the judgment. And recently also, like, we talk a lot also that, I mean, not talk, like we live, we know that a lot of our point of views create our body and stuff that happens with the body. And recently it was very loud in my world, and I was like, wow, but I've been asking to see those point of view that maybe I could not see, and then it started to also show up, and I was actually grateful for that to show up, because now I was like, oh, now that I see that with my body, I can actually change it. Before I didn't see it, so I could not change it. So it's kind of, I'm looking at this fun journey of like, you know, like that.
Yeah, well, that's the invitation you can be. Try that out. Have one day with your body where you don't go, what is the problem? There are many ways your body tries to communicate with you. If you have pain, how many of you go into, okay, what's wrong? I need to take a pill, I need to see a doctor, what's wrong here? Pain is one way the body communicates with you. What if that was an information for you to change something that your body doesn't really enjoy?
Because otherwise you don't listen. If it's not painful, you're like, I'm not listening. But now that it's painful enough, you actually want to look at it.
We are so trained that our body has to work like a machine that has to function. And if it's not the way we work, we want to fix it. I learned something different through this book. I learned to listen to the body, to communicate with it, and not to go into the what's wrong here. I started being in question, okay, body, what do I need to be aware of? What do you want to tell me? What needs to change? What can I do and be different? And it was amazing, because many things that I thought are the right way to be with your body turned out that my body doesn't enjoy it, like excessive exercising, muscle pain. What I was trained in, if you want to have a beautiful body, which already has a judgment, no pain, no gain. What does that mean? Why would you not have the body that you desire to have, and the body its own shape that it desires to have without pain? And since I started listening to my body, I stopped this excessive exercising, but my body has no pain anymore, which I'm personally very grateful for.
One of the greatest parts for the body too is that it can actually bypass you. So once you start playing with this, like once you start exploring questions and really using the tools to create a closer communication with your body, it will start showing you things in the way that the body does, because the body doesn't really speak in words. It doesn't speak in full sentences. It doesn't send you little notes and tell you, like, you should be doing this. And one of the examples in the book is this, where Dain is ordering I think he's ordering a salad, and he has decided that he really likes ranch dressing. And he keeps looking at the dressings, and the dressing that pings is honey mustard, which is American dressing. But he still orders ranch because that's what he thinks that he likes. And the waiter comes back with a salad with honey mustard dressing on. And it's such a great example because the body basically can override us. The body, it happens all the time once you start to interact with your body more closely, it can bypass all these decisions and judgments and conclusions that we have about what we like and don't like, and actually start communicating with you with what shows up. with what actually gets brought to you. So when you start these channels of communications, you will get the communication you have with your body in the most mysterious, magical ways. It won't happen the way you think it will. It will actually start occurring in ways you couldn't even imagine. So what would it be like if we really look at it, what would it be like if we had a closer communication with our bodies? What would it be? What would the earth be like if people here had a communion with their bodies? A lot of times you can see people walk by and you can see when they're walking, but their body is just transporting their body. And for the longest time, I feel like my body was just there to transport my brain from place to place. My brain was, quite valuable. My mind was valuable, but my body, it was really just there for that single purpose of transporting me from one place to another, instead of enjoying what it is like to experience life on Earth with this amazing sensory organism we've been given. So what would change here on Earth? What would change in people's relationships to each other if we started to at least begin that communication with our bodies and start listening in a different way?
And what if today was the first day you stopped judging your body? And what if tomorrow was the first day you started being grateful for your body? If you're waiting for the perfect moment to start until you find the right diet
I'll
and
be
the right
happy
setup.
when I be 10 kilos less. That's good.
I know, that's a big topic, that diet. What if you didn't judge your body? What if you invited your body to an adventure called changing your size? Take it from there. Take the judgment away and you'll have more ease with your body, because judgment is what kills creation, and judgment is what basically kills everything. So give it a try. There is another day tomorrow, and it's your choice how you start it. Judging your body or going, okay, let's go on an adventure. Thank you so much for being this miraculous body you are. And then see how that day goes.
And one of the greatest exercises you can do is, it's Gary Douglas, the founder of Access, he suggests this. Look at people around you and see if there are any body right now that you would like to have instead of your own. Just if you're in the room, just swirl around, see, is there anybody you would like to swap with? And if you're at home, you can do the same thing. Is there anybody around you or somebody that you know that you would like to swap body with? Very few of us would actually like to swap our body out. You are actually creating your body. You have created this body exactly as it is right now, from all kinds of choices or decisions or judgments, but also from what you've asked for continuously. And if you don't want another body, if you don't want to swap with somebody else, what would you like to create your body as? Even with a diet, what if you start to ask your body, what would you like to look like? Who would you like to, what kind of parts would you like to pull from other people? What do you like about this body and this body and this body? And okay, so you like that. Well, how could we create that? Actually start going away from there's something wrong with my body to, okay, this is what we've created right now. Now, what's possible? And another thing is we often think we can't change if nothing is wrong. What if that's not at all the starting point for the body? What if you didn't have to change because you think there's something wrong with your body? What if you could start looking at how can we have even more fun? How can we be stronger, more flexible, more, vital, crazy?
More alive.
More alive. All of that. What if that is the starting point? Body, you are amazing. Now, what can we create? What can we be? What can we change?
I love that. It's the same for possibilities. Sometimes we're I need a problem, so then I can go beyond that problem, and I have possibilities. It's the same thing as creating wrongness with your body. What if we choose something different now, that we don't have to create problems and wrongness to explore more possibilities? And always starting from where we are, from a question, this is how I am right now, what else is possible now?
And starting from being an invitation to the change you desire rather than judging it out or into existence. This reality, and there are all these industries around the body, fashion, diets, the food industry, the fitness industry, it's all based on judgment. You are wrong, and this is the method to get there. This is kind of torturing your body into a certain look. I really wouldn't enjoy if my body did that with my being. So why is our being doing that with our body? Why is never a good question, but what if today was the day to flip that around and go, you know what? Let's stop judging it. Let's stop judging him or her, whatever you call your body, and be that invitation and co-create your life and allow your body to contribute to you. What if every pain you had was an information what needs to be changed to have more ease on a long run? If you look at your body and pain or whatever shows up in your body from that perspective, you will discover the miracle your body truly is. And then you can actually use it to your advantage in everyday life.
I think that's a good place to end.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Happy body.
Note to reader. Asking the chair. I'd like to take a moment to show you something. So, what would it be like right now if you asked the consciousness of the chair that you're sitting on to make your body more comfortable? Just ask. Did it get more comfortable? For most people, it does. Is that weird or what? Are you wishing someone had told you that before? You see, consciousness is part of everything. Even though you usually don't want to know it, you're actually oneness with everything. You are that space between the molecules and the atoms of your body. The part of the atom that appears solid is only 0.0001% of the whole atom. The rest is space and possibility and consciousness. You. What if the space between the molecules and the consciousness of your body is the same as the space between the molecules of the chair, which is the same as the space between the molecules of the air, which is the same as the space between the molecules of the walls, which is the same as the space between the molecules of the building, which is the same as the space between the molecules of the street, and the earth around you, and the entire solar system, the entire galaxy, and the entire universe. What does that mean? It means that you're way larger, way more connected, way more in connection and communion with everything, and you have way more options than you've ever acknowledged. Ever. Ever. And if you allow it, that connection and communion could lead to more ease than you ever imagined possible. Here's a tool for you. The universe has your back. Would you be willing to start every morning by asking this question? Who am I today, and what grand and glorious adventures am I going to have and receive today? What would it take to have what you desire in life? Don't look for an answer. Just receive the energy of it. Now ask yourself if you're willing to receive without preconceiving what you'd have to receive in order to have what you desire. In other words, are you willing to receive without projections, expectations, separations, conclusions, judgments, rejections, or answers of what that has to be or how it has to look? Everything that doesn't allow that, will you destroy and uncreate it, please? Right and wrong, good and bad, pot and pock, all nine shorts, boys and beyonds. What else is truly possible for you then? What would you change if you knew that the universe were on your side? Because it is. The universe is totally on your side. It has your back. And deep down, somewhere you know that. You've always known that. Even if it has been hidden deep down in some obscure, rarely traveled, sparsely furnished, never-ending corridor of you. Would you be willing to start receiving the energy of that knowing now? Everything that doesn't allow that, let's destroy and uncreate it, please. 1, 2, 3. Right and wrong, good and bad, pot and pock, all nine shorts, boys and beyonds. The universe has your back. It desires to gift to you. Yes, you.
We are back with two of my amazing friends and really brilliant Access Facilitators, Sylvia Puentes.
Hello, hello.
And Francesca Fiorentini.
Well said.
And the chapter that we have is all about ask and you shall receive. And I would like to just really invite you guys. I want to ask, like, if you could go anywhere with this topic, what do you know? What do you know about ask and receive?
One of the things before coming on that I was thinking of, with this topic, this book, and amazing Dr. Dain Heer, is that when I first met Dr. Dain, it was at an evening intro. I had seen him on videos, I had heard about Access, and when I saw him on stage, he'd go left, he'd go right, he'd start a sentence, not finish, and there was just this freedom to be all of him with no apology. And at the same time, there was this level of relaxation and joy in my body going, oh my God, it's okay. No one's running out of the room. No one's upset. And I remember at a break going up to him, and I'm like, thank you so much. Because I didn't know that was okay. I thought, and this is, I even brought a little hanky, because I'm going to get into tears of the level of gratitude of going, wow, it's okay to be that crazy and, not linear. And I had been working so hard all my life to do it right, perfect, correct. Oh. So, you've heard a couple different people covering these chapters of, getting it right. The house, the family, 1 dog, 2 cats, 1 child, the fence, a job with Social Security, and check. And yet there was a little whisper underneath it all going, what else, what else, what else? So for me, this ask and you shall receive chapter, it really is, for me, it's been this soft ask of what else, like more, and yet that was a judgeable offense. How dare you ask for more? And yet if you know me or know my family, I ask for a lot. And I keep asking for more, and I didn't realize that wasn't wrong. And I'm grateful for Dr. Dain for showing me that, being that, and a lot of the amazing people that I know now that, you can ask for that? You can get a castle and a Ferrari? Really? Do I want a castle and a Ferrari? Or whatever it is, people choosing, creating more in their lives. I'm all, wow. So for me, this is what the Being You book has invited me. It's like, what would I like to choose that may inspire one person out in the world to know that they can choose more? So grateful, so grateful.
Wow. And the tears.
Yeah.
I'm really... This morning, when I wake up, I didn't have the time to read the book, this chapter again. So
You're bad. Wrong.
I'm very bad. I did exactly the opposite of what Sylvia said. I basically tried to do all my life thinking about that I was doing good, but I was looking at myself at that time before knowing the Access Consciousness tools. I did totally the opposite of what I was supposed to do, to show them that I will make it no matter what. So it's funny that you say that. I never thought about it. Mm-hmm. Anyway, and I listened to the audio chapter, and when I listen, I'm like, wow. And it took me back 12 years ago when I came across this book, and I didn't have the money to buy the book. I didn't have a credit card. The book was just in English. Fortunately, I knew enough English to understand Dain. And so what I did, I signed up for the Being You, changingtheword.com, website. So I received the first chapter, the introduction, and this chapter. Oh. And it's interesting because when I was used to read it, I didn't remember that I was the one that I was keep repeating, because in this reality, who actually really teach you how to receive? And there is interesting, right? In the book he said, and if you listen to the audiobook, he say, okay, yes, I receive. But truly, how much are we willing to receive? If you go in a bar and someone want to offer you a coffee, you're like, no. Or someone hug you a little bit stronger or for longer, you're like, oh my God, what do I do? And with Access, I so clearly see how I thought the receiving was taking and giving. That transaction reality, right? So I was always felt obligated to something else, when actually receiving, it's first of all receiving you, and then all the energy of the universe, all the amazing friends, so that's how, and if I look at my life 12 years later, keep learning and challenging myself on receiving, I say quote unquote, because it's never a destination. We always for myself actually, I always desire to add more regarding this specific topic. So, good.
And with, you mentioned this, what else could I ask for?
Yeah.
And I grew up in the Midwest of America, which is very much about being happy with what you have. And it's like kind of wrong to ask for more. And what changed my world with this book, with the Tools of Access, was getting, wow, when you actually are willing to ask for more, there's not some finite warehouse with like a limited supply. And we're taught that if you ask and receive, it's somehow taking away from others. And that's without knowing that was the reality I grew up in. It just was. It was like one of those underlying points of view. Like everything should be fair. There's only so much to go around. Don't ask for too much. Be happy with what you have. And then when I looked at, wow, it's when you ask and receive, it like not only does it not take away from like the storehouse of the universe, it adds to it so that there's more for everybody, which was so opposite to anything I had ever gotten. It was like a completely different way of looking at the world, and so much more fun.
Yeah. I gotta say, I mean, some of you, like I love dressing up, always have, and jewelry has been such a fun thing to be, to add more and more to my life. But it's interesting, before I became an Access facilitator, I was a kindergarten teacher, third grade teacher. So, elementary, environment, you don't tend to get dressed up too much or put on a lot of jewelry. So when I stepped out and took a leave of absence, I still continued to work with the school in a different way. And I remember my first visit, I was going to have a parent-teacher conference, and I went in, and I sat in the car and took off all my jewelry. Ooh. And I was noticing what I was doing, but still I had the reason and justification. I can't go in with jewelry. I can't show that I'm doing well, or, And it was like, and so I started to look at my life and how much I hid the joy, the wealth, or whatever it was. But that was one way. And then there came a point, it's like, I'm not doing that anymore. My son went to a Waldorf school, so that was even more like, be part of the earth and all of that. So then when I would go to teacher meetings, I'd be like, maybe I should take it off. I'm like, no, I'm not doing that anymore. So I'd start to leave my jewelry on. And then one day, one of my son's friends, parent, came in, and she had these beautiful earrings. I'm like, those are gorgeous. And she said to me, she goes, Sylvia, I actually have a lot of jewelry, but I don't wear it. But once I started seeing you wear the jewelry, I started to bring it out and enjoy it again. So exactly what you say, it's like how many people in the world are hiding what they think is crazy about them, their joy, or what they enjoy and the beauty and glamour that they're hiding because no one else they know is choosing it. So it's like that part of like us each choosing to be a little more of what's fun for us, what we enjoy in that being. It's like the world will be different. Yeah. And I just got to say, I was coming up and I noticed everybody had their book. And I'm all like, well, should I take my napkin notes? But if you know, I mean, for those of you that know me, there's a little chaos within the way I create. But it's like if we didn't make ourselves wrong for that, like what do you do? What works for you that you've been hiding, not just from everyone else, but from yourself, that might be what propels you to have more joy, more money, more freedom in choosing what really works for you. And I'm still asking for more. There is no final space.
Yeah.
Ask, right?
Yeah.
Isn't it?
Well, can I ask you guys, so one of the stories in this chapter, Dain talks about his horse.
Wow.
And what his horse showed him. And I know you guys also like to play with horses.
Yeah.
And Gary Douglas, the founder of Access, says, everything I've learned from a horse. But what have you guys, and it doesn't have to be a horse story, but have you been taught by nature or by horses or about what this is, like that energy of receiving, the energy of?
But it's also it's the energy that I have my horse, thanks to Gary Douglas, and Dain and Simone, because in a way, like I always love animals itself, but how can you even fathom to have a horse? For what reason? If that's not your sport, and all of that. I took my daughter horse riding when she was a kid, but then for myself, why would I choose that? It's also the level of receiving, but it's the level of receiving, more was the ask. Was I willing to ask for something so different for myself? Yeah. So seeing in someone else, I'm like, And then the first time I went on a horse, it was so easy. They were like, oh my God, you like pretty good. I'm like, yeah, it's probably the second time in my life. And I was like, cantering and galloping. But that's, with a horse and animal, for instance, and me works very well with kids as well, that there is not that judgment of what you need to ask and how you have to receive. It's this simultaneous gifting and receiving that they just desire to contribute to you. So with the horse, for me, has been that I have been willing to receive from I don't have the same story that Dain has, but very similar, because for instance now I do have my horse in Costa Rica, and I haven't seen him since last year. Someone say, and I keep paying every month for the horse.
Sounds crazy.
And just the idea of not having Pellegrino in my life anymore, I was like, no. Pellegrino is the name of the horse. And you as well have, and many of us. Because me being willing to give to having him in my life, I keep receiving such an amazing contribution. In my life, I've been spending. I chose that when I didn't have the money. But it matched with the level of living I desire. When Dain was here with you guys and you asked him to do the energy ball, right? In the energy ball, that was part of the chapter that was for free as well when I didn't have the money to buy the book. So I know by memory that chapter too. The amount of time I was doing the energy pool and I didn't figure it out what that was exactly, which house, which type of job I would have done, or where I would have traveled, all of that. But that horse matched the energy of that energy ball.
Wow.
So, and that's it. Like if I look at now, it's doesn't make any sense. If we look at our family or our friends, or they were trying to explain what our asks are, will not make. Sometimes we don't even say it to each other, even if we do the same job. You guys as well, whatever you desire, the hidden desire, right? Like, what you truly, truly desire. What if it's all okay and it's more? What if you could play with that? But when I was saying that in the chapter as well, Dain is very clear, don't figure it out what that will be. Because that will kill everything.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Like I dream something and I already look at exactly what it is, and then never happened because you already lived that. You already. It's like, in a sense for me, let the universe surprise you. It's like your boyfriend or your lover, or let's surprise you. Don't screw everything up.
I remember I might have been like 5,
it's
maybe.
It's hot though, huh?
Yeah, maybe 5 or 6 year old. We're hot. Yes.
Yeah.
I think I might have been 5 or 6, and I remember sitting in the backyard in a very quiet moment, which was very rare. There was always lots of family and people visiting. But I remember sitting out there, so you imagine little 5-year-old, messy hair, some things never change, but sitting out there, and I remember looking at the sky, it's like, wow, I'm gonna be that big. And for a 5-year-old, the only thing I could attach that idea to was the circus people that walk around those high stilts. So, I never ended up working at a circus, but there was this energy of something big. But of something big. And I never came back to that idea or possibility until I actually started to facilitate, travel the world, have 2 horses, 2 different countries, just different choices. I'm all, what did big actually mean? And I'm still exploring that. But I remember as a little kid, it's like, that big.
That's so
I love that, because it's also, you got the energy of big. And how cool when you're a kid, you're like, the circus would be fun. I mean, I remember I used to go out and look at, I loved the stars and the moon. And I had one of those like teeny little like telescopes and you map out all the craters. And then I was like, what would I like to be? I was like an astronaut. And then I was all into being it, because it was the one thing that matched this energy of like the space and the wonder and the beauty. And I even went to space camp when I was in middle school. And then I started to figure out, and it was so great. My parents just said, sure, you can do whatever. And then I figured out on my own, I was like, oh, I think that means I have to go to military school. And then I was like, I don't think that matches. No. But it never but then I look back at that now, and you just told that story. It was an energy of, what do I know of as this kid that sort of is going to match that energy? Yeah. And if you don't make that first idea, that first almost like painting that you draw wrong, it's actually like, what other iterations of it would you like to create? Like, what else would you like to ask for? And then it just keeps expanding rather than, oh, I didn't get that one right, or I didn't do that. And now it's like, if nothing were wrong, all of those like little dreams and whispers, that's you and your awareness and what you truly desire that we go so far away from with the checklist, like the things we've been talking about.
And how many of us begin to look outside of ourselves to try to figure out what would I like? And I tried different religions, and and even I remember in college, early on in college, it was that they have those aptitude tests, like, oh, we will tell you what you're good at, so you'll know what degree to go and sign up for.
That for some reason.
So I took that test, going, finally, someone please tell me, because it was like I needed someone to tell me, because I had the point of view I didn't know, which has been the greatest gift coming to Access. I know something? What? Anyway, so I took the test, and then they come back to me, and they said, sorry, it looks like your problem is going to be choosing, because you have the ability to do so many different things. But it was delivered with such this energy, like sorry, you're a little fucked up, that nothing really matches, but everything could. And so for the longest time, it's like, oh, there really is no specific place for me. So, how many of you feel like that there's no specific place for you, yet maybe the gift of you is that you could go anywhere and everywhere. But no one talks about that. It's like, where is your hole so you can put your peg in it, and get it right and perfect and correct. And yet part of the strength of me that I'm just barely getting now is that I can go anywhere. And I look back at different jobs that I've had. It's like, sure, I sat with the executives, and was there at a meeting. And then I was out with field workers, and people would say, it's like, Sylvia, it's so strange that you can move around and have this ease. It's like, well, I'm just being me. Like that, there was some clarity, like I'm no different if I'm in an executive office or if I'm out in the fields with, people that may have never gone to school. And so I didn't get how much of a gift that was. And, all of that to just say, it's like, what is the wrongness you've been judging about you that may be the strongness of you? And that question alone, it's like we may not be as wrong or fucked up as we think we are. Yeah. There may be a lot of play and joy in what you've been judging wrong, that if you stop judging it wrong, you could actually be grateful for you and the difference of you.
Well, I think it was one of the first either videos or classes I heard with Gary Douglas, and we have this saying in English that you're a jack of all trades and a master of none, which is that energy of like, so you can kind of do everything, but not very well, so you're never going to master anything. And I had so made myself wrong for that. I was like, how do these other people, they know the one thing they want to do, and then they're really great at it, and I felt so fucked up, because I was like, but I like all of these things, and I'm just forever going to be average and a jack of all trades. And then in class, Gary Douglas said, what if you're a master of all trades and a jack of none, and it's just choice? Just choice. Where would you, and I was like, wow. And then that gift of, you mentioned this earlier, receiving you. Yeah. Like, what is that like? Because that gave me that was the energy of receiving a bit more of me and a bit more of me and more and more and more, to go, wow, that's actually a greatness, not something wrong.
Indeed, because like whatever you just said, it seems like 7 years ago. But with Access, like I actually went through many religions, many gurus, and many things. But one of the major factors that led then I didn't stay there was because I was so much judged there as well. And with Simone and Katarina earlier, right, talk about the judgment and Access have this space of no judgment. Like you can be anything you want, no matter what. The fucked up things, and most of the time, sorry for the nice word, but it's us keep judging ourselves, right? And that's we're working out. We are working out. But what is that? Because for my life, they told me I was disorganized, and now I'm the worldwide coordinator of Access. I'm like, I was so disorganized because I have so much. I can hold everything in my brain so well and remember little things. So actually, it was a greatness, wasn't right? So how much you guys, we have been aligned and agree with other people's points of view, how we look like, and also. One of the things about receiving, it's, when you receive the judgment of others, and also that is become a little bit of an order. That's what you have to be in life. Mm-hmm. And I'm really grateful for my family and the environment I grew up anyway. Like we all did the best we could do with the tools we have, right? So it's like, but I'm like, wow, see my daughter, I'm like, you could really do anything. You could be anything. But now the difference, like, for her receiving here, I allow her to be whatever she want to be without, and I know you are parents and you love your kids, but why I'm saying that, because in a way, for my case, was that you shouldn't be this, you shouldn't be that one. And so I was like, how can I receive myself if I need to try to be something else or someone else that will make other people happy, right?
Yeah.
So... yeah.
Well, I love in this chapter too, one of the exercises, and I mean, Katarina, they've sort of played with it already, but like lowering your walls and barriers and really ask to receive more of you. And one of the questions...
Even if it's terrifying sometimes, okay?
Yeah. And how much do we think that? Like we're going to scare ourselves or scare other people?
Yeah. And it's that exercise before you, I don't know if you're going to go into but for me, it was that sense like when that first came up, it's like, oh, okay, like, I'll try it, right? Drop my barriers, like, oh, they're down. Okay, they're down. And there was this sense like my barriers were down. And yet, I don't know, I heard it again or something. I was like, oh, they're only down where it's still comfortable.
Yeah.
So there was this sense of literally having to push them down further beyond that box that I had cemented, locked up, buried as deep as I could, so it would never be open, so no one would ever see that. And I remember the first time I allowed myself energetically to, like, whatever that was, like, go and go and go. I remember crying. It's like, it's all those places, like, whether it's this lifetime or another lifetime that we've made so wrong, so dark and ugly about us, like going, fuck. Am I willing to be with that I've judged as evil and wrong? And that willingness to like let that go, let it open. And what shows up is more of the brilliance and beauty of receiving you and having more ease. Just, okay, they don't like me or they're judging me, all right. And I remember the gift, there's so many gifts, but one of the gifts that Dain gave me in a class, he goes, oh, well, what are you hiding? And I was like, those questions that come.
And if you know her, it doesn't look like she's hiding. She's projecting really much that she's not hiding, right? But yeah.
And what came up is that I don't like people. I'm hiding that I actually don't like people. No, I don't care. That I don't care for people. And he's all, is that true? Or is it that you don't care about their judgments? And I thought, oh, that. Yeah. Like I really don't. But that seemed like such an evil thing, like you should react to people's judgments. But that ease of like, no, I don't. And yet I wasn't even hiding what I thought I was hiding. Because what I thought I was hiding was a judgment that I shouldn't be hiding that. And when the truth showed up, it was this ease and relaxation. And that for me has been one of the gifts and continues to open up with the Access Consciousness tools, is that when things lighten up, as crazy as it seems, that's what's true for you. And so the gift of a question, the gift of dropping your barriers is to have more of the lightness. And all I can say is that there is more joy to be had, to be received when you let go of so much.
Yeah. And also it's so much more joy to receive itself.
Yeah.
Because also like how much we stop our receiving so we can control our life so well. Because, you know, like...
Anyone know that one?
Like gratitude, friends, lust, judgment. I'm like, I prefer not to receive so I can control all my emotion, how the life should be, how my work should be. Also, sometimes we work, in our job, we don't want to have anyone else get into it because we know we should open up our receiving greater. And that will have been being a little bit out of control because we don't know what could happen. But you know what? That's the beauty of living. That's one of the things I learned the most. That's the beauty of living, like having the uncertainty. There's no uncertainty. Like follow the energy that we were talking earlier. And truly, one of the questions as well that I would like to ask you guys, did you really ever fail or fucked up? Or when there was the moment that you really had to be present and change things in a heartbeat, you just did it. That's also thanks to your receiving, because you have been willing. But most of the time, this happens when we have like very difficult moment, or you know, the old woman, like the grandma lifting the car. She received all the potency because she didn't want to have her grandson killed by a car. It's all of these little things that was in my head 12 years ago. I'm like, this makes so much sense. I know it doesn't make sense for many people. I can talk with a lot of people about it because also the way I would have formulated it would have been crazy. But isn't it? Isn't it easier than what we think actually receive? Yeah. How much energy is to keep up our barriers all the time? Because also, okay, I think we are also like, I don't want to receive other people's energies. What if we can be anything and nothing can even, I don't
stop you.
Sometimes.
Well, and a great question. So we're going to go to the next segment in a little bit, but for you guys to play with that energy of like, what else could you add to your life? Because when you add things, that helps like assist with like giving up control and not having to get it right, like all of these things we've been talking about today, and receiving more of you. And like, what else would you like to add and ask for?
Actually, it was Simone Milasas that I heard her say in one class, if you'd like to increase your receiving, add way more to your life. No joke. You add way more to your life, you can't do it all, You have to work on that muscle and receiving of the people that want to gift you something, so.
Good.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
I'm so grateful for you and for
Thank
all
you,
of you.
everyone.
Note to reader. What if we're all sleeping giants? What if we've got this amazing potency and capacity, and it just looks totally different than the way we thought it was going to? What if your greatest potency is not the force and the meanness and the anger you can deliver? What if your greatest potency is the gentleness that you can be, the kindness that you can be, the caring you are, and the space of infinite allowance you be? Are you aware that if you choose to be that, it doesn't allow judgment to exist? Does that sound more like you? What if we're all sleeping giants? Yes, you too. Please ask this question every day. If I were truly caring for me in the world today, what would I choose right away? And your life will change. Note to reader. Not significant. Let's have a look at some of the times when you think you really couldn't care less. My question is if you really don't care, or are you just smart enough not to make it significant? What if you're more aware than you've ever acknowledged? Anything and anyone you make significant sticks you. You have to judge wherever it's good or bad, right or wrong. Whether it'll stay or go, give or take. Oh, the joy. You can care deeply about someone and still not make that person significant in your life. You see, caring doesn't equal need or significance. True caring is total freedom. And here's another tool for you. Asking truth. Here's one of the simplest tools of Access Consciousness. I use it every day in facilitating classes, managing my business, and in my relationships. Here you go. Do you want to be able to hear the lies people say around you, even when they don't know they're lying? Just ask truth before asking a question. It can be out loud or in your head. It doesn't matter. You and everyone else in the room will know if the person is lying or not. Lying to you and themselves. It's a very useful little tool, and it contributes greatly to changing the world. You know, on second thought, it would be bad if you tried it. It would definitely increase your awareness of what's going on around you and in your life. And you don't want that. Thanks. Right?
And welcome back to our next segment. I now have 2 new people.
You do.
Brendon Watt and Tugba Oksal. Thank you for being here.
Hello, world.
Hello. Hi. So this chapter is all about caring. And what if caring were the core of you? And there's so much in here, but I would just like to ask, where would you like to start with this whole topic, the tools that we just heard Dain reading from the book? Such a different space of what is true caring.
Yeah. You going?
I mean, I thought I don't have caring because I've been told so all my life. Because caring was to give everyone what they want from me. It wasn't about me, you know, and I was always wrong because I was really living my life and enjoying it. I was going out, dancing, traveling, paying too much money to clothing and jewelry, etc. I was always wrong. I was too much laughing, too much a slut, because I was enjoying life, you know. I was always wrong. So after a while, I said, okay, I think I have to change. I need to change. I need to be more considerate, you know.
To others.
Yeah.
Yeah. Wow.
Because it was not nice. Me just living my life for myself, caring for myself, it was so wrong. I was not from this world, and I was a shame for my family.
Yeah.
So I tried their ways. I tried to cut out everything about me. I stopped laughing too loud, and I started to laugh like this, you know, so I don't bother anyone. So I got married, so they can be happy. I worked for really big corporate companies because I should. But I was miserable.
Yeah, it's all these check boxes again. Like all of these should.
Yeah. And then one day I said, enough is enough. I'm out of here. But not cancer. Because I thought the only way I get out of everything I don't want to be in was to get ill and die.
Wow.
Yeah, I didn't know better, you know. I didn't have the tools. And one night, I was crying like crazy and swearing to God. I said, hey, give me my miracle, otherwise I'm out of here. And now when I'm there, if you exist, I'm going to beep, 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 you know. And the next day, someone sent me a message, was saying, hey, I know you are looking for a cure because I got myself sick, of course. Yeah. And she said, I'm doing something called Access Bars, and I can help you. I was like, this spiritual shits again, you know, because I did everything under the sun, and it never worked. But suddenly, I started to smile, like, you know, and I was like, okay, I'm not smiling for the last 2 years, and I was bedridden, in pain. Oh, maybe this is my miracle. So I called her, and I got my first Access Bar session. After that, everything changed. And I didn't believe it. And I questioned, I doubt, you know, for, I don't know, a couple of months. And I said, no, this is something medical. Only medicine can solve this. But it wasn't, because it was my choice to get out of here so I can get rid of everything, all the judgments or structures or control. I would either live the life the way I want to, or I would go. I was ready. And when I read the book and watched Dr. Dain's videos, I was like, oh, okay, I'm not alone. There are more people in the world like this, you know?
Yeah.
And I didn't know I have caring. I didn't know that, but now I know I have. And having these tools and getting to know myself every day more and more, that knowing I have caring actually.
Yeah, well, this chapter so invites us all to look at that one of the things we've made ourselves wrong is thinking that we're not caring or that we have to shut it off to protect ourselves, or when we get hurt, that's like our go-to is, well, then I need to cut off my caring, I'm supposed to. When as the infinite, beautiful beings we are, can we ever cut off that caring? And when we try to cut it off or act like we have to or that we don't have it, functioning from that fundamental lie, it's like it twists everything.
Yeah. And the interesting thing too, listening to that, we come in knowing what caring is, you know, we have so much of that, and then judgment becomes a part of it, you know, and it's like with what Tugba said of, you know, people couldn't control her basically with that much caring. So then it's like, you know, you're being too much, you're living too much, you're having too much joy, and we start making that judgment real and start cutting that off and modulating ourselves based on everybody else. And that's the thing I love about Access, is it's like you come in knowing basically everything that's true for you. And then you unlearn that and replace that with everything that you've decided you need to have based on what everybody else says is true. And then Access is about, hey, let's empower you to know what's actually true for you again. And that's such a gift.
Well, how with this, you know, you both talked about caring for us. And I think one of the...
I'm definitely still learning that one.
Right?
Me too, yeah.
And this is so on point to this topic, because I read this 3 times before, you know, in the last few days, and I was like, holy shit, this so speaks to everything basically going on in my world, but I think we can all relate to it.
Yeah.
I think for anyone who's read that chapter, you can pick bits of that out and go, yep, that's kind of where I'm at too. And because the caring never stops. It's not, you get to a point where you go, oh, I finally care for me. There's always more. Mm-hmm. You know, and I know for me, it's been, oh man, it's been an interesting journey, that one. You know, as a kid, it was like, caring for others, I had that down. That was, you know, I remember as a kid when I was in grade 1 at school, and I cried every day, you know, from whatever. It was just, I was so sensitive to the world around me. And, you know, and I was at school and I was just crying under a tree, just sitting on my own, a loner, and which I still kind of am. But it's like, you know, but I was sitting there crying, and I thought to myself, at 5, I thought to myself, I don't remember a day where I haven't cried. And I remember that day because I remember something shifted in my world. And because one of the things we talk about is you make one decision and then you have to stick to that. It can cause you a lot of grief, basically. But, you know, for me it was, okay, this doesn't work. I don't have any friends. Nobody sees me. I feel too different. I feel wrong. I don't feel accepted. You know, and so from that point forward, it was like, okay, how do I, once again, adjust myself to fit everybody else? So that thing of caring for you, like caring for me, has just been, what? Like, where do you begin with that? And that's, the thing about that for me is it's a journey unique to each and every one of us. It's not, here's how you care for yourself. It's, what is that for you? And I love that question that Dain uses in the book of, if I were truly caring for me and the world today, what would I choose right away? Because those two bits together, if I was truly caring for me and the world, if we don't include the world, we're not actually caring for us anyway. Mm-hmm. And for most of us, what we think is, well, let me shut the world out, which I was doing as that 5-year-old kid. Let me shut the world out so I can figure out what this caring for me thing is. And in doing that, and I see for me throughout my life in where I've chosen that, it's everything that goes against everything that I am. Yeah. You know, and that's the other part with that too, is you cannot have joy without caring for you.
I loved that. That one of the quotes in the book, like caring for you and joy go hand in hand.
Yeah.
And if you look at that little boy under the tree, you know, we talked a lot about
Such a
lowering
cute
our
little
walls
kid.
and barriers.
Right,
But I can just perceive the
okay.
energy of that, right? And then it's that choice to go, I have been so aware and sensitive, so somehow maybe putting these walls in place is going to protect me or help me care for me, because this hasn't worked. But it's like we come to those quick, real like conclusions. Yeah. And what if we could flip that?
Totally, and that's what I love about, you know, accessing the tools. And it's like for I think pretty much for all of us, and listening to this now, it's like, who wasn't sensitive or who isn't sensitive with the awareness they have of the world, but nobody talks about it. You know, and as a kid, when you don't have the tools and you might not have somebody around you being like, you know, like giving you a hug and being like, hey, you're going to get through this. Yeah. You're going to learn more about you and you're going to have more tools to deal with this. There's going to be things show up. You're going to have hard times, but you're also going to have amazing times. And, you know, that empowerment, but what the go-to kind of thing is, well, let me create an insular universe. Let me create some universe that I can control so that I can actually still have some sense of me, which doesn't work very well.
Doesn't work very well.
Yeah. And I remember when I was a kid, my parents would fight a lot and there was violence, and I would always try to make them joyful and happy. No matter what happens at home, I would be always joyful and happy, you know? But I couldn't do it, you know? I couldn't change their reality. I couldn't change their perspective. I couldn't do anything for them. Then after a while, I was like, okay, I'm a failure.
Yeah.
And it took a while, you know, to shut off my joy. But when I had my joy and happiness, even though I wasn't earning much, I had everything I want in life. And people were asking me, do you have a sugar daddy? You know, how do you do that? I was like, no, I don't have it. I do everything by myself, you know. No, I don't. I'm doing by myself. But they didn't believe me. I always had abundance, and something was gifted, or, you know, everything was amazing. When I started to shut off my joy and happiness, the zest for life, everything went downhill.
Yeah.
And it was the point where I decided I'm wrong. I should be the way my parents or friends like me to be. After that, I was done. I wasn't existing in this world anymore.
Yeah.
There was no Tugba.
I hear you, sister.
Yeah.
Yeah, and you know, with that, you know, you mentioned family and parents and kids, and one of the things in the book that Dain talks about is, I think we all remember being a teenager or a younger child and going, I don't care. I don't care about that.
Yeah.
And really, how much do you care about exactly what you're saying you don't care about? I don't care, but like if you know that teenage age where everything, like friends, boyfriends, image, like all of it, you just don't know what to do with it. And this response of, I don't care. Yeah. And everywhere we cut ourselves off when we decide we don't care, we're how much do you actually? Can you guys talk about, you know, you mentioned access bars, and if you guys are watching today, it's come up a couple times, but please explore this beautiful light touch technique on the head that contributes so much to everything we're talking about today, to being you. If you go to accessconsciousness.com/bars, you can find out more about it. There's Dain's beautiful access bars story in the book. But can you talk a little bit about access bars and how that opened up caring, like truly caring for you and what that is?
I think it was the first step for me to start caring for myself again, to choose to get that session with a little money I have, you know. And after that, choosing foundation changed my life, actually. I said, oh my God, each and every question I've been asking since my childhood, a guy just thought of them and he found the answers and put them in a manual and gave me in a silver platter, you know. I was like, oh my God. I was like this every day in foundation class. Oh, yes. Oh my God, yes. You know, I wasn't able to sit still. And after that, I couldn't stop exploring tools. And what was different for me, because I did so many things, and I did professional coaching for 4 years, there was always something missing. The missing part was Access showed me that I don't have anything to fix. You know, there's nothing wrong with me or my choices. There's nothing to fix or change in that matter. And I can stop searching for problems and the defects I have, and I can stop judging myself.
Yeah.
That's the start of caring, I think. Stop judging yourself. And Dain once said in a video, because I watched 330 videos after my first session, and I didn't get all of it, but I was like this, yes, I don't know what he said, but yes.
That lightness that we've been talking about.
Yeah. And he said, the most rude thing you can do yourself is judging you. I was like, what? Rude? Am I being rude to myself? I did not know that. Because I learned that if I judge myself, so I can fix myself, so I can go better.
Yeah.
It was not true. It didn't work.
Yeah, how many of us have learned that? If I judge it correctly, I'll finally fix it. Or if I judge it enough, finally I'll fix it. And it never works.
No.
And it's also like this, for me, what I would do also is, let me basically hide most of the judgments from myself, because if I didn't notice them, if I could avoid them, then I wouldn't have to change them. But over the years, what I learned was it basically created the undercurrent of my life. You know, we talk about choices. It's not just the choices that you make that create your life. It's the space from which you choose it. So every one of those judgments that we have, everything that we avoid basically makes up for that space or lack thereof from which we choose. Like if you have the point of view about yourself, which I've had, kind of my biggest one my whole life, that was kind of one of those hidden things, was that I was just not enough. You know, that I just, this basic wrongness, like this, best way I could describe it is like this dirtiness of myself, you know, and it's like, so that was like, well, that's just there, you know, you just learn to live with that. But basically then everything became about choosing from that, choosing to either hide it or also try and prove that I wasn't it, you know, and I see how so many of us do this rather than just go, you know what, that's there. And for me, not the easiest way, but probably the only way you can really change something like that is be really present with it. You know, and this is caring for you, is when you're willing to go, you know what, this is something I really don't want to look at, you know, and you might be terrified of looking at it. You might be really uncomfortable. It might be bringing up all your shit, but it's like, okay, I'm going to be here with this to the best of my ability, you know, and then you could use some of these tools that you've gotten today, like everything that allows this to exist and everything that keeps me avoiding this, I now destroy and uncreate it. Right and wrong, good and bad, pod and pock, all nine shorts, boys, perverts and beyonds. But recognize there's always something beautiful underneath it. And that sounds like, it can almost sound like, oh yeah, like whatever. I don't usually say trust me, but trust me. You know, but there is, because it's the beauty. There's always a beautiful energy underneath it that is the thing that we're actually hiding from us.
That's a beautiful question too. What's the beautiful energy underneath this? So we'll get so stuck on the layer of the judgment or the wrongness that really asking, what's the beautiful energy underneath is an amazing question.
Which is that thing of, you know, we talk about what if your greatest wrongness is your greatest strongness, is it's how much of our strength do we hide with what we keep avoiding, which is judgment, rather than just be, hey, this judgment's here, maybe be present with that too.
You know, one of the things, and I have to actually, I took a note on the book. This is a quote from this chapter, and it says, most people have checked out of their entire lives based on this one thing, not wanting to acknowledge how much they care and how much people here refuse to receive and gift that caring.
Yeah.
So can you talk more about that? You know, we've all told stories of being a kid, right? And this energy and wanting to gift and not feeling received, or where we cut off or kind of check out from our lives based on that?
Yeah. And then I started to get that from outside instead of having for myself that caring and that joy for living, everything. It turned to like waiting for others' approval. You know, at that point, I wasn't me anymore.
Yeah, so how do you get out of that?
Thanks to Access tools. And it literally helped me a lot to see how Gary, Dain, and you and other facilitators are vulnerable. You know, the things they are sharing in classes. And I did the hiding part for a while, even from Gary, Dain, and you guys. You know, I was like, oh, okay, I don't want to show them.
We found ya, found ya.
I didn't want to show the dirty parts, you know?
You love your dirty parts.
Oh, I know. Now I know.
So funny, you both meant that same word. Isn't that funny?
Yeah.
Like that something's wrong, like fundamentally wrong and dirty with us.
I waited
like,
for a while for Gary and Dain to kick me out of Access, you know? But it didn't happen. They were all my judgments I bought from outside. They weren't real. And I thought, I don't have any talents and capacities. But now I can do simultaneous translation without any training. And I discovered so many talents and capacities thanks to Access tools. You know, I started to know myself. It's really nice to meet me.
Wow.
And you guys, I'm so grateful, really. Whew.
Me too. And that thing also of, you know, kind of like when you have the caring for people, and it's like, but if you do it from this space of, I have caring for you, but I expect it in return, then if it's not returned, then you go into, you know, you go into judgment, or you go into the wrongness of you, which is, oh, you know, or you do the opposite, which is like, well, fuck you then, I won't care.
Yeah.
But in order to separate from anyone else, you have to create that separation from yourself first. And I've done this same thing with Gary, Dain, basically anyone in my life that's really close to me. That kind of like almost too much caring, too much closeness. And it's like, well, how do I create the judgment to separate from that? You know, and it's not even a cognitive thing, but all of a sudden you realize, wow, there's that separation. And for most of us, well, I can definitely speak for myself with this and coming out of it a lot also, but separation has been far more comfortable as an energy for me. Separation, and also kind of like destructive, like the destructive energy as well, which is what judgment is, basically. Any judgment that you have of you is designed to destroy the oneness that you are, the being that you are. So for me, you know, I found anything that I could to create that separation, which was, in looking at it now and in all honesty, was found anything I could to create the separation from me.
Yeah. Well, I know in that energy of separation, getting angry, upset, like all of those energies, it's like we're almost taught that's how we're supposed to react and respond. And but if you didn't have to choose that and you looked for these energies underneath and didn't separate, like one of the most, I think the way he says it in the book is one of the most intimidating things in the world is to people that desire to intimidate or control, or the way is to not buy that reality and care so much for you that you're not going to buy into the separation or the anger or the hatred.
I used to use anger and fury because I learned that from my father. That meant I'm being strong and tough, you know. And last year, I had a situation with someone I was working with. And if I had that before Access, I would go, you know. Instead, I asked questions. And I asked, okay, do I need to do something here now? Nope. And I just asked, okay, universe, show me, how can I just get rid of this situation with ease?
Yeah.
And then suddenly she called me and she said, oh, I think that was it. Thank you for everything. Now I have to blah, blah. I was like, okay, thank you. And I didn't need to confront her or, you know, do the talk. I didn't need it all. No, nothing. It was so much ease, and I don't need to use anger anymore.
Yeah.
That.
Oh, such a relief, right?
Yeah. And I want to say something too, just as kind of a sense of, like, if you're like, okay, what, but still like that, how do I get there? One of the things it says in it, it's not a how. You know, it really is making that demand of you, but also, you know, and then asking the universe, be willing to do whatever it takes to have it. But also, one of the things I do as well is I really like to tap into the earth. You know, I was here at lunch and I was not really feeling like me on Being You Day at all. So I was like, okay, I'm going over to see the trees. And I might sound like a whack job right now, but that's okay. I am. But I was just holding the trees. And it's like, if anything's going to give you a sense of what's true for you, it's something that much more matches the vibration of who you are than looking to people of, please, you know, can you help me? Can you show me what's in? And you're like, you walk away feeling more stuck because you went there looking for an answer, you know. And so the more you can get out of that and be in, okay, like truly, what else is possible? And I love the part he says in there. If I was, he tells the story about having the friend. And it's flashing at me. I'm going to be quick. Having the friend that's, you know, that didn't show up and stood him up basically, and he was like, "Hey, if I was being me right now, how would I respond to this?" Yeah. And I know for me, if I'm actually willing to have the vulnerability with myself to ask that question, if I'm being me, I'm not reacting. I'm not judging. I'm care monster of the universe.
Yeah, that's a great question. Like, for you guys, before we go to the next segment, is that if I were truly caring for me here, what would I choose? How would I be with this situation or this person? You know, or take a few minutes and go sit up next to a tree if you could today, or put your feet in the grass wherever you are in the world. What a beautiful way to care for you and the world.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I could have talked for hours, you know.
Note to reader. One of the big things we all do is stop ourselves from changing so we don't lose our connection to other people. It's one of the greatest limitations that we have imposed on ourselves. Just be aware of that. What you might realize is that by choosing to change, you're going to be an invitation for the people that truly desire change, even if it changes your connection with them. Notice I'm saying change, because it will be different. It may or may not mean you lose them. The people that don't desire change will often just leave or make you wrong and separate from you. The people that truly desire change will not make it your fault. They will go, "Wow, what are you doing? You're so different. Can I have some of that?" Oh, and you might ponder this. Who would you rather play with? And who would you rather put your time, energy, and attention on? Those that are resistant to you changing, or those that are inspired by you changing? Here's another tool for you. Destroying your relationships every day. Here's another weird tool, one that can change the way your life flows. You see, we're all stuck in each other. We have these shared expectations, these projections, illusions, delusions, memories, roles, and as previously mentioned, walls of judgment that we be with each other and try to create to be around one another. And we're all stuck in them. How might it be possible to be with each other without all that baggage? Would your way of being with your partner, your mother, your father, your child, or your colleague be any different? What if you started every morning by uncreating and destroying all your relationships as they were, in total gratitude for everything that has been and for what is to come? Why? So you can be constantly creating and generating with the people you're in relationship with, rather than weighing yourself down by carrying around the past. Also, if you look at my alternative meaning of the word relationship, in essence meaning not oneness, you might think of it as destroying all the places you haven't been able to be an allowance, oneness, caring, kindness, gratitude, honoring, trust, and no judgment of those you're in relationship with. Cool. So how do you do it? It's easy, like this. I now destroy and uncreate my relationship to blank. You can put your partner's name as an example. And everything that is, right and wrong, good and bad, pod and pock, all nine shorts, boys and beyonds. See? Easy. Let's do a few together. Will you now destroy and uncreate your relationship to family? Right, wrong, good and bad, pod and pock, all nine shorts, boys and beyonds. Will you now destroy and uncreate your relationship to your job, your work, and everyone you work with? Right, wrong, good and bad, pod and pock, all nine shorts, boys and beyonds. Will you now destroy and uncreate your relationship to you? Right, wrong, good and bad, pod and pock, all nine shorts, boys and beyonds. Now, if you're one of those people who likes a lot of words, you can add the following words to the processes above. If you're not, just ignore this part. As an example, I now uncreate and destroy my relationship to, and put your partner's name in here, and every projection, expectation, separation, judgment, and rejection either of us has about each other or our relationship from the past, present, or future. Right, wrong, good and bad, pod and pock, all nine shorts, boys and beyonds. Now, start a truly new day, with less baggage and more future possibilities.
Yay! Welcome back to one of the most exciting topics.
Relationships.
How to create greater relationships. Yay! I was just thinking today of the very first class that I ever took where I met Gary Douglas and Dr. Dain Heer. Dr. Dain does these ESB sessions, which is how this book was created. I was called up on the table, and it was like, if you could ask for anything, what would it be? And I'm like, I'll have more of me, and everything will be amazing. And then the session went on, and then it got to, are you engaged? Are you in a relationship? And I was like, don't you dare take this precious thing from me, the greatest thing I've ever created. And it was in that I was not willing to actually have a look at how to create something greater. It doesn't mean we have to take, if you have a relationship or you really love your relationships, this is not about taking anything away. It's how do we actually create something greater? And let's acknowledge the insanity that comes with this topic.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. That's a brilliant start, is my sense. It's like, I think for so many years, for me, I couldn't even tell that relationship wasn't insanity. It was just like, that's how it is. It's a given, like my reality around relationship. And there was never even a question about it. And I still have to continue to question myself all of the time because I'm still noticing consistently how many conclusions and presumptive realities I actually have. All of the normal stuff that seems like normal but isn't. So creating from question is like a really different thing.
Yeah. I remember hearing many, many years ago, you know, in an Access class, I remember Dain saying, write down the list of the elements that you would love to have in a relationship. So I was like, perfect. I can design the most amazing thing. And so, you know, I wrote everything down. But I did write things like, you know, having honoring, having trust, allowance, like not being in judgment of the person, like so many things. And then several years later, these amazing friends started showing up in my life that matched this energy exactly.
And I had to acknowledge how brilliant that was, because I think so often we go to relationships as being like an amorous relationship and not really acknowledging how much we can actually really like cultivate and nurture all of our relationships. Only in my list, I should have really added somebody to have sex with as well. So, you know, be precise. But it was just such a great acknowledgement of what is possible in so many areas with relationships.
And I think, like, being willing to create it constantly, the tool that was given, you know, before we came on is to destroy and uncreate your relationships every day.
Yeah.
And I don't know about you guys, but I am really good at cutting off different pieces and parts of me to have a relationship, whether it's, you know, any kind of, like, even I'm a mom, so even as a mom, I'm noticing where I do certain things to be the best mom, the perfect mom that I can be, which is actually eliminating a lot of me from that. But then you have the tools to go, okay, I now destroy and uncreate my relationship and the relationship that I'm creating so that I can actually choose something different.
I like that you brought in the parenting piece, because, like you said, amorous relationships is what we tend to think of, like the couple. But we have relationships with everything. And the definition that Gary gives about relationship is the distance between two elements, two parts. So between you and somebody else, between you and your body, between you and the chair, you know, there's a distance. So it's never truly about communion, which is that sort of unspoken and sort of far off in the distant possibility that seems like unreachable. And Diva mentioned some of the 5 elements of intimacy when she was writing her list for what would she like in relationship. Allowance, the trust, the vulnerability, the honor, and the gratitude. They're the 5 elements of intimacy. And even many years into Access, they were theoretical to me. Like fully theoretical.
Just stuff.
And I was like, yeah, I love this. I love this concept. Oh, yeah. Yes, totally. And then when it actually came to like really honoring, particularly myself, it was such a far reach. And so it was like a real development over years to actually have some of that in my life. And I'm asking for more of that. So this insanity like pervades, and the distance between two parts is what this reality shows. When you look at what truly is possible with that communion, which obviously starts with yourself. Is that obvious?
Well, I would say it's probably not. You know, in the beginning, the elements of intimacy, especially, a lot of people look to, okay, I want to honor you, I want to trust you, I want to have gratitude for someone else. Mm-hmm. But and they're talked about it in the book if you want to have a reference. But if you don't have the elements of intimacy with you, then you can't have that with anyone else.
Yeah.
Totally.
And I think a big part of it as well is, you know, I mean, I speak for myself, but probably for more people than just me. We're not really taught that when you have a relationship, it's about you.
Yeah.
It's like, I have a relationship with this person, so then what do they need? What do they want? What do I have to be for them? Like, I was incredible at turning myself into anything that anybody needed. If they wanted me to be pathetic, I would be that amazingly. If they wanted me to be weak, if they wanted me to be funny, bitchy, whatever, I would turn into that. And so for the longest time, I was like, I don't need this topic of relationship. I'll get to that once I've done everything else, once I've, you know, got the money and done this, and, you know, I had like a different list of priorities. And then when I finally looked at it, I realized that actually what you guys are talking about, that those elements of intimacy with yourself are really what allow you to receive everything that you're asking for beyond what we ever think. So, you know, I wonder how much we think that this topic isn't relevant to us when it actually might be.
Are we allowed to use a clearing statement in these sessions?
I believe so, because Dain kicked it off.
Yeah, I was going to say, I use that as the...
yeah, you go for it.
Precursor. Like all of the stuff around relationship that's coming up for you guys, where you sort of like this, and it just feels like it's not really moving, can we destroy and uncreate all of that? Basically, the vacuum cleaner that sucks all of the shit out to allow something new to show up. Yeah. Right, wrong, good, bad, pod, poc, all nine, shorts, boys, povads, and beyonds. I feel like with a topic like this that's so heavy duty and brings up so much stuff,
is it?
Like we got to use the tools, you know. And the clearing statement is like that number one thing is I use it for myself in relationship when I have the stuff going on, And it's like vital to really move stuff. And I mean, I've been married for 8 years now. It's my second marriage. Megan said it's a constant creationship, and that is totally the thing. I have to be on the creative edge like all the time to actually make the relationship work. Because my wife, Shannon, she's
Shannon O'Hara, if you don't know.
She is a creative powerhouse, essentially. So if I don't step up and create my life the way I can, so it's not about creating the relationship as she wants it, it's about me being proactive in my life. If I'm not there, the relationship just doesn't work because I'm literally not creating my life. So it's this other element of creation that's really super relevant.
How do you, I think the two of you are such a great example. How do you, the two of you, you and Shannon, like balance, as you guys are changing, like you said, she's a powerhouse. You know, like Diva was like, oh, I could be pathetic and I could be weak, like to empower. Right, yeah. But you know, like a lot of times in relationships, that unspoken thing is don't be so great that you'll leave me. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So how have you, the two of you, like navigated that world of like continuously empowering each other to be greater, even if that means the relationship goes away or goes away as it had looked before?
Yeah.
You know, being willing to lose it.
Yeah. The willingness to lose it.
Yeah.
Exactly. And that's like a constant progression. Particularly recently, this stuff that's been coming up with Access, where things are changing and like the new awarenesses, it's literally rocking things at the core. So there's stuff coming up for both of us, and if we're not willing to lose the relationship in order to have greater, we have to, like both of you have said, cut off parts and pieces of ourselves and not be ourselves, you know, not be you. And then the relationship just like, you know, we start fighting, we start having issues, like just goes down the toilet essentially, or down the loo as some people in
Down
UK
the
would say.
lavatory.
We were having lunch today and apparently they say the loo.
It's more elegant to say loo or lavatory than toilet.
Yes. So using tools like destroying and creating everything the relationship was yesterday. There was periods where I've had to do that for 2 weeks straight, every morning, every night, to be able to have the space in the relationship and not go into some mess that just isn't fun.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nobody likes.
No. And sometimes you just need to have
relationships.
space too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Sometimes you just need to have space where people are creating their life, you know, and then you have so much more fun when you get back together.
Yeah. Well, I think also so many of us are just trained to choose a relationship based on need.
Yes.
Like, what do I need? Okay,
Yeah.
I need somebody to pay for me, or I need somebody to inspire me, or I need somebody that will look good on my arm, or somebody that my mum will like, you know, like...
Somebody that you can save.
Somebody you can save, exactly. You know, and so based on that choice, how much are you already just not in the relationship yourself? You're not even there. You're not in the computation. And I think, you know, for you guys here on Being You Day, one of the things that I love most about the Being You Changing the World book is that, you know, Dain in there talks about being willing to be different enough that you can have a great relationship. And it takes courage, actually, to not have to do things the way that other people do, not know that you don't have to divorce yourself, and yet you might lose the relationship, you know. But what you gain, like, do we ever look at what would I gain from this choice? Not just what would I lose.
Yeah.
What if, you know, the choices that you make in relationship aren't just about what you might lose, but everything that you could gain? I mean, I remember Gary saying years ago, the only reason that the best possible case scenario doesn't show up for you guys is because you don't consider it. You only ever consider the worst possible case scenario. And I was like, oh my God, that makes so, how did I not think of that? It makes so much sense, you know?
Yeah.
Since we're talking about relationship, I'd like to bring up the synonymous thing, which is control.
What? No one does control in relationships?
Unless I'm the only one, it's possible. It's possible, but
Diva and I definitely don't.
No, never.
No. But it's all these different elements, like, you know, the stuff that we've bought from our parents. Like, we look up to them and their relationship that they have. Like, who has parents that have had like a great relationship? I do not see any hands in the room except someone who's doing body work over there. There's one.
Some people laughing, some people looking depressed.
That's usually the ratio. It's like many to one. And then we try and duplicate that when we get into a relationship, and then we duplicate what we've seen on the movies and all these other right points of views, magazines and the media and so forth, which has nothing to do with what's true for you. We're all so fucking crazy different, like so different. The relationship that Megan desires will be so different to what I desire and can have to what Diva would like. Yeah. And all of us here have something completely different that will be magic if we're willing to choose it. Yeah? And that element of control, when we're trying to control into existence something that's not true for us, is a dead set killer. So everything that brings up and everything that is, can we destroy and uncreate that times Godsey? Right, wrong, good, bad, pod, poc, all nine shorts, boys, pobads, and beyonds.
And if I can add to just about destroying and uncreating relationships, I remember saying this in a class once and people were surprised. So I thought people knew this, but I'll just say it in case some people online don't. You can only destroy and uncreate what isn't true. You can't destroy and uncreate something that is true. So very often it's like, no, I don't want to destroy and uncreate my relationship. Like, what if the good stuff goes away? No, what's actually true, like the caring, the gratitude, the allowance, the possibilities, the joy, all of that, you can't destroy and uncreate that. You can only destroy and uncreate lies.
Totally.
Thank you for the reminder.
Yeah.
I love what you were saying too about, where have you seen great relationships? Like this chapter is all about, are you willing to be different enough to create great relationships? What if there isn't anything out there that would inspire you to create something? What if you are the first one to ever create a great relationship or relationships that works for you? Yeah. And one of my favorite questions to ask in any relationship is who am I being? Do you ever get mad at someone? Whether it's your kids, your kid, or you treat someone a certain way and you're like, what? Oh, I was such an asshole. Like, why did I just do that? You can ask, who am I being? Because a lot of times you'll pick up and you'll mimic the way that other people were. I know as a mom, when I have an 11-year-old now, but when he was like a toddler, I would be like, bah, and be mad at him in some way. I'm like, what is going on? But I was basically like mimicking other people that I'd seen parent and decided that had worked in some way, that it didn't actually work for he and I. Like, I had to get really clear, okay, what's going to work for he and I? And how are we going to do this dance together so that it actually, that I can be as great as I can be, and also that he can be as great as he would like to be.
I love that. Because also that's really being a leader in relationships, which we're not taught that we can be. How much is it? Well, this is the relationship that you have, take it or leave it, like it or try and change it, but you can't lead it anywhere. And I know for me that for the longest time I thought that I didn't really have like a say in the relationship. My choices wouldn't really make a difference until, with my latest relationship that I had a while ago, I realized that every time that I chose allowance, it created so much. And it was being that energy of a leader, not because you're trying to control things with where they're going, but because you're being that for yourself, And I love that question, who am I being? I love asking also, what is my reality with this? Because unless you ask for your reality, it's not going to show up. It's not just going to come and, smack you in the head. You have to ask for this. So what is your reality that you've never acknowledged before with regards to relationships? And everything doesn't allow that to show up, where you destroy and create it all. Yeah. Right and wrong, good and bad, pod and poc, all nine shorts, boys, povads, and beyonds.
Yeah, there's actually, if you want to create relationships, if you want to have different relationships than you currently have, greater ones, it takes a lot of work, I would say. Yeah. Because it's actually very pragmatic.
It's not the best paid job, necessarily.
The thing that Gary, I think, has brought to a lot of our attention over the years is that it's actually very pragmatic. Like, you need to look at what works, not what the fantasy is. I'll speak for myself, but I know I've had a lot of ideas about what I would like as a relationship, and they literally did not belong to me. They had really nothing to do with my reality. So it's this continuous question of what is my reality, and challenging myself to go beyond what I've
Here's a tool for
taken
you.
as normal. Oh.
Here's a tool for you.
How did Dain know that Max is about to give us? It's incredible.
Well, I think that was, it was sort of reiterating the tool that you gave.
the magic of being New Day.
Yeah. So we still have 8 minutes, and we're sort of trying to...
What was the tool you were going to say?
Well, what is my reality here with this? Like, but really challenging yourself with that. It's not like, you know, we can ask questions and fluff about, but when you truly ask a question and you're not looking for an answer, you're not looking for a result, usually, or for me, okay, at the beginning, it usually happened like when I was like completely out of options in my universe and I was like on the floor, like what the fuck do I do? Then I would actually ask a true question, but the rest of the time I would mostly pretend. So just recognizing if you're asking a true question or not so much.
How do you know the difference?
It's like what Dain said in I think it was one of the first tool videos, like how do you know? If there is an energy there, if there's complete space, it's awareness. If there's an energy or some contraction or something weird or something heavy, there's some lie there. There's something that's not true. So even if you're like doing something like this, you're trying to hide the truth from yourself. But if there's complete space and relaxation in the universe around that, and even like especially expansion, then you know it's true and something that's true for you.
Yeah.
Even if you don't see it in anybody else. So energetically, you can really get a sense of what's true for you and what's a lie. Yeah.
I'm just going to read a little section from the book that kind of talks about it. From the moment you were conceived, you've been picking up the thoughts, feelings, and emotions and the sexual points of views of all the people around you. Initially, you were trying to figure out how to do this reality. How does mom do this reality? How does dad do this reality? How do my siblings do this reality? How do my relatives do this reality? How do my friends do this reality? You'd suck all of that in and you'd become a propagation of all these people's points of view of what reality is, hardly any of which includes you, because you weren't asking, what would I like as reality? You were asking, how do they do it here on this weird planet? How do I fit in here? How do I do it right? How do I do it like everyone else? How do I win and not lose? And part of this is like basically you have to be the one to choose the path for you. So a lot of today has been all about getting clear on what is your reality and being willing to be different enough to create it. Yeah. What questions are you guys asking like right now for your future? Do you have any?
I think like for me, one of the things that I noticed in the last few years is that so many of the questions that I've been asking in a relationship were really about how do I make this work, mostly so that the other person wouldn't react in a way that was unfavorable, so they wouldn't get angry or annoyed or just be unhappy. And then what I started to look at was I would love to have a life where I'm included, even if it means that I have nobody around me, which actually never turns out to be the way. It's usually the opposite. You know, when you're willing to be all alone, suddenly you have so many people around you. But I started to really ask, okay, so what works for me and what would be fun for me? Like if I could wake up every day and be really proud of myself and inspired by what I'm choosing to be with me, like if I wasn't judging me, you know, if I were in total gratitude for myself, like what would I choose here? And what that's done is it's created this reality, which is my reality, where actually what's showing up are things that match that. And people who don't match that energy, I can now catch it in an instant, and it doesn't feel like a loss if they're not in my life. It feels like a gift and actually an acknowledgement of, oh great, actually I'm not choosing that anymore. And you know, so it opens the door to something so different when you include yourself.
That's beautiful.
Yeah. I'm going to steal that one from Diva as well, including myself. It's been coming up a lot for me recently. And then the piece that I mentioned about the control beforehand. So if I was willing to be totally out of control, out of definition, out of limitation, out of form, structure, and significance, out of linearities, and out of all concentricities for all eternity with total ease, like what could I choose, right? I'm like a control freak of magnitude, and I have this like calming goat thing as well, where I want to like try and make things okay for other people and keep things, you know, like Diva was saying too, actually, like make things okay for the other person, not rock the boat and that sort of stuff. But in truth, it's like when we're including ourselves and willing to be all of ourselves, that's when, first of all, the magic can show up. And it's not that same boring moving forward that a lot of relationships tend to do. Like both people can be really happy by themselves and together.
Yeah, but I think it invites people to step up too. Like when you're willing to sometimes say no, like this doesn't work for me, or hey, what is this bringing up for you? Or how do you see this looking? You know, when you're starting to ask these questions, it really is an invitation. Because I know for me, the people that have asked me those questions have been questions that I probably in that moment hadn't even thought of, or I wasn't being vulnerable enough to have that conversation with that friend or that colleague or whatever. So I think we forget how much of an inspiration we can be for other people to step up when we're willing to be that. And then whether they choose to or not is a separate thing. It's not like that's the target, but when you do have that vulnerability with yourself, what are the infinite possibilities?
Totally, yeah.
And so far we've talked a lot about relationships with people.
Yes.
There's also all sorts of other things that you can include in your life that can give you these energies like you were talking about. And you can have a relationship with the earth. You can have a relationship with, you know, I have a dog that's been like this glorious addition to my life. But I've been asking, like, what other things out there could I ask for that don't necessarily come in the form of a people that would actually be these energies that I'd like to have around, you know? So, and also then the relationship with your body. We've had different chapters on body, and also, have we done earth yet? I think we have. But what are you guys asking for with those types of things? Do you have anything for me, those things show me how I could actually create relationships with people in a different way.
Yeah.
Well, for me, relationships with entities.
Oh.
I know that's a little odd and
great.
different.
Hadn't thought of that.
But it's what I find is how I deal with entities is very similar to how I deal with people, and vice versa. So, dealing or having more receiving with entities, and just which like includes everything, really creates that more with people as well. And yeah, that's basically what I'm asking for.
Cool.
I love it. I'm always really asking to hear the whispers of everything that is not so loud, because the loud stuff tends to be the solidity of this reality, which just yells in your face and it's very obvious and blah, 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 you know, you get into that. But hearing the whispers of everything allows, you know, like you're talking about, Megan, for you to have this engagement, if you like, with everything, whether it's a business or a building, you know, a castle, like the castle in Italy that I have the great pleasure of managing, but asking to hear everything and hear what's required. And I don't mean like hear it, but, you know, to have an awareness of what everything can be, like you're saying, really invites a different world where you recognize where that could be possible with yourself as well as other people.
Thank you. I'm going to do a sales plug because we also happen to have a sale going on in the shop.
We do.
Would you like to talk about it?
Yes. So it's the Elements of Intimacy. We have 2 incredible products. If you go to accessconsciousness.com/intimacy, it actually finishes today, but we can extend it. So we'll do a special extension. But I highly recommend that you check it out because we've got 2 incredible telecalls on there by both Gary Douglas and Dr. Dain Heer that talk about this in so much detail.
I'm going to do a quick plug for the Divorceless Relationship book, because I actually read the audio book.
Yeah.
So if you want to get the audio book, it has my voice on it. And if you want to get the written book, it's fucking incredible. So if you want more about relationships, Gary keeps recommending it to me every time I ask him about relationship stuff.
And you're like, I read it.
So it's like my Bible.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, but I have to keep reading it. Yeah. And he says, keep reading that book. Because literally it is like that thing earlier, no matter where you turn it open, if you have a relationship thing going on, you'll find what you require in that moment.
Cool. Thank you both so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Note to reader. Please know, one of the most seductive things in the world is when someone looks at you with no judgment. When that happens, your whole being goes, please don't leave. Please don't go. Stay, please. Are you willing to be that? For you? Here's a tool for you. Orgasmic Body. How to have more energy at any time with total ease. Start by remembering the last time you had an orgasm, even if it was 150 years ago. Now, bring that orgasmic energy up from the earth. The earth has a huge amount of it. It's like a big, pulsing, hot orgasm. How else could it have a molten core that takes hundreds of millions or billions of years to go cold? Okay. Bring the energy of orgasm from the earth through your feet, into your ankles, through your knees, through your hips, through your belly, through your solar plexus and chest, through your arms, through your neck, and out the top of your sweet little head. More. 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 Ooh, nice. How does your body feel now? Oh, by the way, if your sweet body wants to move in a particular way at this point, please let it. What would happen if you started every day and every night this way? Ooh, that would not be good for you at all. Oh, by the way, that was a joke if you didn't catch that.
Yay, we're back. I think that I've gotten the two easiest topics to talk about so far today.
That's not everyone's point of view.
So this chapter we're exploring is sex.
Sex.
Let's talk about sex, baby. Let's talk about you and me.
We're just going to sing and dance because, you're not supposed to talk about sex, and you're definitely not supposed to talk about it on stage in front of thousands of people. So, what does sex and sexualness have to do with being you? Christopher?
Good question. This is one of my absolute favorite topics. And
I know, I'm so glad you're here.
It's really interesting because I was talking with Simone Milasas, some of you may remember from earlier in the program. And we're great friends, and we'll regularly catch up and have a drink and have a little chat. And the conversation quite often turns to sex. And she said one of the things she likes talking to me about it the most is, I don't have a point of view. Yeah. And I always give her permission to explore whatever she wants to explore and do whatever she wants to do. So in terms of how this relates to being you, that's what I see it as. Whatever floats your boat, whatever blows your hair back. As my mother would say, there's an ass for every seat. Whatever is fun for you sexually, whatever you enjoy, whatever you want to play with and explore, from my point of view is, as long as there's consent, is okay.
Yeah.
And there's no getting it right. So in terms of being you, what works for you sexually and somebody else, who can say?
Yeah. And a lot of the chapter starts with sexualness, which is the energy of the orgasmic energy. And I know as a kid, I had so much of it that I was called a slut. I was just so judged for having that amount of sexualness going through my, everything. And so you're taught to turn it off and not talk about it, and definitely don't play in the realm of it. And so I love that you're bringing it to light and encouraging exploration.
Absolutely.
And it doesn't always have to do with copulation either, so.
Not at all. Yeah, no. I think the parts about it that don't have to do with copulation can be some of the more interesting parts. Exactly like you said, how much of us as children were these total alive sexual beings that everywhere we went and everything we did was almost like it was at your fingertips. It was like everything you touched came to life. And
yeah.
And then we get to this age where it's oh God, everyone's going to call me names, or I'm going to be seen as strange, or no one's really telling me if this is okay, or I see my parents and my family and what they choose, and you turn it into this thing. And you ask Chris about what's it got to do with being you, and it's a journey. Like, it's this thing now where with the tools of access and so much about what Dain talks about in the book, it's like you get to rediscover what this truly is for you, like it was when you were a child, without having to cut any of it off or stop any of it, and truly go on a journey of discovery of what that is.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of, you just recently did a telecall with Gary on...
Lust.
Well, it was called what...
When lust turns to love, where does the sex go?
Yes. And it was so phenomenal. And one of the conversations that came out of it was about lust. And can you talk about that, like with your very being and the lust, and how you can have more of that to increase basically being you?
Yeah, well, the mantra of Access is all of life comes to me with ease, joy, and glory. And to me, lust has all of those qualities. It is glorious, like a flower bursting into bloom. It has that enthusiasm for living. It has an ease to it when it has that orgasmic energy that Dain does talk about in the book that he starts out. He very clearly makes the delineation between that copulation is putting the bodies together, and then the energy of sexualness is this orgasmic energy of healing and kindness. And that all has this beautiful ease to it.
Yeah.
And joy as well, because in joy there is so much peace. And to me, all of those things are contained in lust. And it's interesting because if you've been around Access for any length of time or done any of the classes, we've identified these energies that are elementals, as we call them, and discovered that lust is, in fact, like gratitude and so many others, an elemental energy that if we're willing to have it and use it in our lives, we can live beautifully.
Yeah. My body's starting to tingle. Anyone else's? But you're not supposed to have that, you know. Pock and pod. Sarah, what about you?
Well, I just running off what Chris said, like that lust energy and where it's actually something that can attract anything into your life. Like it's almost like this energy of like attraction, like a magnet that draws everything into it. And
it's creative, isn't it?
Yeah. Like, you know, the need and tug energy Gary talks about in the book The Place. To me, that's the energy of lust. This thing where you can, you know, project this energy out into the world and almost just bring anything into you. Everything is attracted to it. Everything wants to be around it. Like you look at, and you know, I love in the book as well when Dain talks about sexualness and how animals have it and how nature has it and how children has it, because they don't have a point of view about it being weird. Like you hang out with horses for any amount of time or animals and you're like, I want to give you anything. Like, what do you want from me? Like anything that I can give to you, I'll give to you, because they have that in their world.
It reminds me, like, do you remember being a kid sitting in the back seat of the car with an ice cream? And invariably your parents looked back and saw that you were wearing the ice cream, essentially, because you were having so much fun.
Yeah.
Enjoying it and eating it, and it ended up
everywhere. In you and on you.
And then we learn to have good manners and not enjoy life to that extent. But there is this, as kids, even if it was for an ice cream, there was this lusty enthusiasm to enjoy every ounce of that ice cream.
Yeah.
You know, it's like if you ever had dinner with that friend who their wine glass always looks like 8 people have been drinking from it because they don't hold it politely. They end up like fondling it in every which way. And my suggestion is those are some of the people that you might consider playing with.
And maybe if they secretly like start licking the plate and stuff like that.
Exactly.
They enjoy every morsel of everything they get to taste.
One of the energies that comes up a lot is like also that hedonistic energy of orgasmic living, and like Chris is touching the chair right now, I don't know if you can see, but like really truly allowing every single thing to contribute to you, and that you can receive it and the joy of it and the texture and the touch and the feel and all of the senses. And so much, I think, oftentimes that is one of the things that's so different about you. Like this reality doesn't empower you to be that.
No, they want you to be neat and proper and sit politely and quietly. And if you're too engaged with the things around you, you're obviously not paying attention because you aren't focused. And, but again, how much, like, to me, like dancing, like singing, sex is one of the things that our body has as a natural capacity to express and experience joy. Like how, as you say, the feel of the arm of the chair and the carving in your hand, the sensation of your clothes against your skin. All of them are experiences that we can receive and enjoy. And be the sluts we're here to be, really.
You've also, like, I love your outfit today, by the way.
Thank you.
Chris, you've been changing a lot, and it's so interesting too, as like you embrace more of this energy, you're also changing everything that you wear. So like this collar has this nice, sexy thing going on. What have you noticed, like what have you been demanding of you with regards to this area?
Well, I just got out of a marriage.
Yes.
And my husband had 2 pairs of shoes. One was brown and one was black. And if I were wearing shoes that were maybe a little more colorful, he wouldn't leave the house with me. And I realized how much I turned myself down to be married and how much that killed our sex life.
Right.
So in becoming single, I've just gone, fuck it. I'm going to wear whatever the hell I want, be who I actually am, and have a bloody good time.
You're having any fun?
I'm having a lot of fun.
We kind of want to hear more about it, don't we? What about you, Sarah? How do you use all of these energies in the creation of whether your life, your body, your business?
Well, I think you've got to be willing to, you know, what Chris was talking about, where you can involve everything in, like everywhere you're willing to have sex or sexualness as an energy, it's like, you know, it's the orgasmic, creative, those 6 or 7 different energies that are involved in it. Like if you were willing to have your business and have sexualness with your business, you know, your relationships that you're in, but your body just on a day-to-day basis as well. Like, you know, we spoke about that, the energy of lust as well. Like receiving all of that is also going to probably make you a lot more money in your business too. Like where those places are where, and you know, I loved what Chris talked about with, you know, touching the chair and having all of these things and then linked it to sex. Like how many people even draw a line between those 2 things? Like sex is put over here as this thing that you kind of do in the dark and it's for a reason. Like
turn the lights off.
Yeah, it's or turn them on, whatever your preference is. But it's this thing you do.
If the lights are off, how do you find the keys to the handcuffs?
That's what I say. That's what I say.
But you're doing it to keep a person or to get a person or to make a baby or something. Like it's never just this thing of like, you know, I first heard Gary say, what if it was like a game of Frisbee? Like, do you want to go play Frisbee? Like who does it from that place where there is no judgment and it is 2 bodies? And that's where you get to start not looking at the body in front of you from that place of like, is this person fitting this mold of looking the right way? And I know for me, I was actually sitting in class today looking around the room and thinking how much I used to limit the people that I would look at in that way. Like, would I have sex with this person? It was a very small box or narrow window of people that I would choose. And it wasn't a choice. It was like, that's because I thought that's what you did. You went for the good-looking person or the one that fit this bill. But
I thought you were saying you'd only have sex with them if they had a small box.
Well, depends what you're into. But also, like, where do we not have choice in it? Where do we think we have choice, but all the time we're going into the small box rather than the big box? Because big boxes are good too, you know.
Yeah, all boxes.
Yeah.
Whatever size, shape, dimension,
I don't
color.
know what to say. You guys are just
unruly.
You're too much. You're just too much. So,
well, just quickly on that too, like
I'm joking, by the way, I'm kidding.
How many of us came into this subject with like these expectations? Like I thought I would get on stage and talk about certain things. I never should have, knowing the people and person that was sitting beside me.
Chris is the instigator.
Yeah, oh, you have nothing to do with it.
No, look how innocent I look.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. That's why I dressed like a princess today.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So, you were saying, Sarah?
No, just that. Just like how many points of view and expectations do we have around this subject? Whereas if we were just willing to go for it.
Well, in facilitating around sex and having conversations with people, it is such a weird world. It is shocking to me constantly that for most people, they have equated sex and abuse because that's their frame of reference and that's all they know. They don't see what sex could be or can be and what a gift it can be. And I love that you brought up in bringing it into the realm of business or any area of your life. Like instead of relegating it to after hours, after dinner, after a few glasses of wine, this is the narrow time frame that it occurs. But sexualness, this energy that he does bring up so beautifully in the Being You book, is something you can infuse and imbue into absolutely every part of your life. And it is life-giving.
Yeah.
It is rejuvenating.
Yeah. And it's a vital energy, like you said, that you can use in anything. Like if you, one of my favorite ways to use it is like if you're calling like airlines or customer service or things like that, when they're so like dead on the other end of the line and you ask to like flow this orgasmic energy at them and turn them on and they just like all of a sudden are flustered and then
Confuses
start giving
the hell
you
out of them.
whatever you would like.
I have a great story about that.
Please
we
do
have,
tell.
We have a moment, gentle
we have
viewers.
lots of moments.
I was in line in Germany to leave the country. And usually when you're leaving the country, they want you gone pretty quickly. They don't really care to look at your passport for any great length of time. But the guy at customs was taking an enormous amount of time. It had been 30 minutes and 4 people had moved ahead and there was 10 more and I went, oh God. So I started pulling energy from the customs official and I did this other thing that we learned how to do in Access where I flicked on his 5 points. And if you don't know the 5 points, they're here and here, sort of near the lymph nodes on the outside of the armpits, at the solar plexus, and in the inner thigh just on either side of the groin. And I just asked this to turn on like a light switch and pull energy through those 5 points. Now, I did this to this man as I was in line, and he started blushing, and he started sweating a little bit, and the line kept getting faster and faster and faster. By the time I got to the front of the line, I handed him my passport. He looked at me, panicked, stamped it, and threw it back at me.
That's great. But part of what this energy will give you is this unstoppable, like you become unstoppable if you're willing to be this orgasmic. So I love that story because that's what I had the page turned to.
Unstoppable and orgasmic.
Yes. Yes. So now I don't know what to say because you said what I was going to say.
Well, I mean, how much fun is sex if you have mapped it out?
Well, exactly.
This is the energy we're
Throw
being.
the book
You can't map it out.
No more sex by numbers.
Nope. No more sex by numbers.
So, how do you have sex, Chris?
How do I have sex?
Yeah.
Well, I usually start with a glass of wine and a conversation.
Oh, yes.
And find out
How they touch their wine glass?
Well, how they touch their wine glass does tell you a lot. Absolutely.
What
how they are
like
with their bodies.
What are some red flags?
What are some red flags? Well, you need to ask, do they actually like sex?
Not everyone does.
And do they like bodies?
Oh, that's a good one.
Are they? And I ask, are they going to judge me? Or are they going to be grateful? You know, that gratitude energy is key to sexualness. Because in the face of gratitude, there can be no judgment. It's one of those elementals that we talked about earlier that lust is as well. So that's what I ask for and
So
look
if
for
you
when
get
I'm having
like
sex.
a lot of no's, do you go there anyway because they're so hot?
Well, Megan, I have.
How'd that go?
I have gone there anyway. It's usually really hard on the body.
Yeah.
It's usually, you end up with kind of like a hangover, even if you didn't drink.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
How does it go when you get yeses, when you get like the lighter?
Then usually it's a whole lot of fun.
Yeah.
And it isn't paint by numbers. It is a question and an exploration and the adventure of finding out what's fun and works for you.
Yeah. How have you, Sarah, please chime in.
Oh, no, this is great.
I'm kind of like on my own over here. Getting red and flustered. Hot, my dress is coming off. Sarah?
Well, even like, I mean, you know, even the space in the conversation you guys are having now, like there's a lot going on, but to perceive people in the room and to tap into the people online and their bodies as well, like how much is there in sex and sexualness that is like in between the words that are spoken? Like this place where you can have a space and a peace within yourself. Like how often does it get to sex if you've gone through the glass of wine or whatever the lead up was, and then it's just like becomes this real like get it done or panic or something like that? And how many times in our lives do we have that? And where can, well, there's two things really, like where can we invite more of that stillness and quietness into it, but also the humour as well. Like I love how you guys have brought this element to it of laughter and being a bit embarrassed or a bit like, holy shit, how do I go, where do I go from here? Like what if that level of vulnerability, when you have your clothes off, you could be the same, where you're like, and with the other person, like especially if it's someone you don't know so well, you're oftentimes so worried about not making the wrong sound from the wrong place. Or
so much judgment.
Do you have another story?
No. But I love that you bring this up, because especially people who are interested in things like access, sometimes, especially if we've had anything to do with the metaphysical community, I'm just going to say it, gentle viewers, we buy this point of view that sex needs to be like
deep
really
and meaningful
and
perfect,
and
like,
we have these long, lingering looks in each other's eyes.
Just like that.
And you might as well be in a bloody coma.
With you, Chris, I don't know if anyone could ever be in a coma.
Like, what if it could be a whole lot of fun, no matter what that looked like? Yes, sometimes it might be a little slower, a little more tender, a little more, like as you said, the peace and the space of it. But it doesn't preclude going for it.
Yeah, it's like neither, and it's both. It's like having
Absolutely.
that. Yeah.
And that's not wrong. Like the greatest joy and peace I could give anyone from sex, and Dain's book embodies this, as I say, is a space of no judgment.
Yeah.
You want to get tied up in leather and spanked, and that is fun for you, as long as the other person is down for that, go for your life. It doesn't have to be candles and rose petals.
Yeah.
And like, I mean, even when you've been in a relationship for a long time, and then you start to think, oh, I'd love to try these different things, and then also, like, how often are you like, oh, I couldn't dare to expose that part of myself, where there's a curiosity in my world that maybe was dormant, or maybe it was always there but you've hidden, or whatever that is. And also having the strength and vulnerability to talk to the person you're with and say, hey, would you be down for the whips and the handcuffs or whatever else, to try it, and to have that humour and that space with the person to be willing to try anything, I guess.
Yeah, well, and you hit it on the head, I think, with vulnerability. You know, that's one of in Access, we talk about those 5 elements of intimacy, and that is key. Like, how much vulnerability does it require to actually say something to someone or ask for something that you think they might reject?
Or think you're weird, or think like, oh shit, like who is this person that I've been spending all these years with, and now they want to start doing some crazy stuff, like.
crazy.
Yeah. And what if it's the other way? And what if that was an invitation in their world to be like, wow, like how many people get into a relationship and think, this is it now? You know, we have sex on Wednesdays and Fridays and like whatever
because you
that
wash
is.
the sheets on a Thursday.
Yes. The thing that came up on the last segment too was like, oh my God, I can't even keep my train of thought going. So many visuals. And
I know. I was going to say I can see them,
Yeah.
the myriad of pictures
Like,
going through
there's
your
a
head.
bunch of perverts out there.
There are a lot of
perverts out there. And the room in here is now awake. They've been like getting their
I
bars
knew this
run.
would wake them up.
All
I
of
knew
a sudden
this
they're
topic
like
would be-
laughing and paying attention. So I don't know what I was going to say. Never mind.
Doesn't matter what we say. They get the energy.
Yeah.
Because it's what we be.
Yeah, and it's not the words, just like with sex. Imagine if it could be this.
Oh, that's what I was going to say. If you were willing, like say you're with someone who has not ever heard of this, they haven't read the book, they don't know these tools, like you actually get to be the leader of that. You get to be that vulnerability. You can lower your walls and barriers and be the space that invites them to maybe experience something they've never experienced with their body.
Well, as Dain says, when at the start of this chapter on sex, and you know we have these little video interludes where Dain's reading parts of the book, and he says, the most seductive thing you can be is look at someone with absolutely no judgment.
Yeah.
That's really it. It does not matter what you do and how the mathematics occur, the geometry of what
Body
goes
parts,
into what
the
orifice.
angles and the
Yeah, get creative, have some fun. But
Stretch.
all of that is better. No, stretch first.
Definitely stretch.
Maybe after.
But
Hydrate.
During, you take a break.
But
sure.
None of that is all that relevant. What really is, if you want the energy of sexualness to be there and have a good time, is there to be no judgment.
Yeah.
And there can't be judgment in allowance.
Yeah. Any other stories you want to tell? Like we've got 2 minutes.
2 minutes. Well, now I'm on the spot.
Well, what about those times also when, because you know we've talked a lot about the sex part of this chapter, but it does talk a lot about these energies, right, and the different ways that we are with them and the ways we be with them. Like, is there anything else for you guys that you have or that you go to when you want to have that feeling of the orgasmic energy, but maybe, you know, obviously there's a lot of things you can be doing, but just to also find those places in the world that you can have that without it necessarily being with another person?
Yeah, for me, those energies that they listed, which is now I threw the book down so I can't read them, that was actually never included in a lot of the sex before I found Access, like the healing, nurturing, caring. It was just putting body parts together.
Yeah.
So to have that energy as well with my body, like my body always had that, but then to have that with another body, but to have it in every aspect of life and living, like that orgasmic joy of having a body and being here on planet Earth and getting to eat the ice cream and touch everything. Like this is why you have a body. It creates the joy of embodiment. And if you have cut that off, like Dain talks about it, one of the reasons why he was so depressed is because he literally had cut all of that off. So how much of everything is about like turning all of this energy on? And yes, you can, you know,
follow through,
use the whips and chains if you like, or
not.
whatever, or not. But it's like, if you don't have those energies, that's not going to be fun anyway. And if you don't have those energies, nothing is much fun.
I remember when I was a little kid, every time my mother had a dinner party, in the winter in particular, everyone's coats got thrown on the spare bed. And I remember as a little boy, I must have been 6 or 7, you know, some of the coats might have been fur-lined or something. And while the adults had the party, I would go and get naked and jump in the pile of coats because I loved how it all felt on my body.
Yeah.
And there was actually such an innocent joy in it, but it was total sexualness.
Yeah.
Like, what if we could still have and be that? And every morning when you got dressed, it was because that's how the clothes felt on your body.
Yeah. Yes.
You doing all right, doll?
I'm good.
We got 10 seconds. We've nearly made it.
9, 8. Thank you guys. You've been wonderful.
Thank you so much.
It was a great and tough topic.
Hey, you know, it was fun. Thanks, guys. Thank you.
Here's a tool for you. When you wake up tomorrow, please ask, Earth, what do you require of me today? Earth, what do you require of me today? Do you require me to be more pathetic? Or maybe you require me to hate myself more today? Or judge myself more? Or think worse of me? Oh, I know, of course, you require me to have some big trauma and drama and tears to prove that I'm alive. I'm sorry, my friend. You're probably not going to get any of those answers. But don't listen to me. Try it out yourself. Just ask, Earth, what do you require of me? And then, shut up and listen. There, you perceived something, didn't you? That's the energy of the Earth communicating with you, giving you the awareness you asked for. And it usually happens a lot quicker than you think. Did it make you smile to ask and receive from the Earth? Was it enjoyable to take a moment of silence basking in the energy of this beautiful planet? Did you notice more ease, more peace, more space, more joy? Just asking and listening and being present creates that. If you enjoyed it, definitely don't do it again tomorrow, or the day after that, or the day after that. In fact, you're absolutely not allowed to do this again tomorrow and for the next 21 days after that to change your life and that of the planet. That too, by the way, was a joke. Here's another tool for you. Do you feel angry yet? Good. Here's a thing you have to know about anger. Anger is quite often potency or power that you're suppressing. In other words, anger and potency feel exactly the same. They feel exactly the same. You won't be the potency of you because you've always misidentified it as anger. Why do I use the word potency instead of power? Because power, as it's commonly identified and used in this reality, means power over another. Potency, on the other hand, is your capacity to choose and create a change. Every time you were a little kid and you went, you know what, this has got to change. Your parents and teachers went, don't be such an angry little kid. And there you were, stuck with the point of view that this is bad, and I shouldn't do it, and I shouldn't be it, and I can't do it, and I can't be it. What if, even as a little kid, that anger was actually potency? Just look at it for a moment. When you get to a point in your life and you know that this has to change, is that anger or is that potency? And is that where you're getting to right now, in this 10 seconds? How do you know? Here's the tool. You ask a question, my dear friends. Are you surprised? The question is this anger or potency? Whichever is light to you, that's what it is. And then you'll know. And you can choose what to be and do from that space consciously.
We're on. Hi. Welcome back. And we are going to talk about the Earth. And the last session we had was such a contribution to the Earth. The laughter, the sexualness, all of it. And one of the best parts for me in this chapter is when Dain writes about what the greatest toxic waste for the Earth is, which is anger, rage, fury, hate, and all our love for drama and trauma. So I have Suzy and Desiree with me, and I was going to start by asking you how you play, hang out, have fun with the Earth.
That's a really good question. One thing for me is really, how do you follow this conversation with sex? It's just like... I'm still like vibrating.
What if you could have sex with the Earth?
Exactly, and that's really the thing. It's like really perceiving the earth and receiving from the earth, because that's the part that we forget the most, you know, and truly just lowering our walls and barriers and actually letting the earth contribute to us. Because, you know, we have this point of view, we have to save the earth. Actually, one part in the chapter, forget about it, okay? The earth doesn't need us to be superior and save it. The earth requires us to actually laugh, you know, and this last session, like you said, such a contribution to the earth, really, because the earth thrives on us having that vibration of laughter and joy. And when we're being sad and serious and we want to save the earth, and we want to save the earth, and save the earth, you know, like, yeah.
And the earth goes, oh my God, you're so boring. I don't want to keep you on here anymore.
At that point, she might shake us off.
Yes.
The earth is such a turn on. It always was. Like, I loved that the conversation before this was for me as a kid, I couldn't wait to wake up and get outside and be turned on by the earth and see what it could gift me and what I could gift it back. And at a certain point, we learned that maybe we needed to save the earth. So, you know, I would like babysit constantly to save up money to send it all to Greenpeace because I thought I needed to save everything. But it came from that desire to want to give back. Like, it gives so much to me. I would be so excited that I gotta make my life some kind of gift in return. But it got lost somewhere along the line of trying to save it, and it got really boring.
But it also looks so different for everyone. So I've been part of you playing with the earth through the animals a lot. And I've been part of you talking to a guppy that was in my aquarium that was swimming the wrong way. And you spent hours talking to the guppy until it started to swim the correct way. It was amazing.
Let's just say what she calls wrong and correct is it was actually kind of floating upside down mostly. So, in other words, you know, maybe on its last leg or fin.
Yeah, it had lost. Well, I asked. It really had lost its sense of direction. They said in the guppy store. I don't know if they're guppy stores, but. That you just had fun with the guppy. And I was like, wow, I never even considered that. So that particular way that we have so different way of being with the earth. It doesn't need to look a certain way. It's like what Chris was talking about. It doesn't need to be petals and rose flowers and champagne. It doesn't need to be sitting. Some people like hugging trees. Some people love running through the forest really, really, really fast on their horse.
Yeah. Well, and also this whole point of view that you have to do certain things to contribute to the earth. You know, you have to ride a bicycle, right? You can't have a car or, God forbid, like an SUV. Those are the kinds of things where, thank goodness for the tools, because honestly, I had that same point of view that you had to do it a certain way. You know, this was the way that you were going to contribute to the earth. Surviving or thriving wasn't even a word in my vocabulary, you know, surviving. And then it took me also quite a while with being immersed in the tools and using the tools to get over that point of view and to really also look at what is truly a contribution and asking the earth. And the one thing that really changed it a lot for me was to start listening to the earth and asking some questions. But one of the questions also that I started asking is, am I a being or making a difference by being here on this planet? And the earth was showing me an energy that really actually was like, wow. And so I've used that a lot with people too, and you can do it right now. You know, just perceive the energy that the earth actually has about you. Because a lot of times we think, oh, I don't make a difference. I'm not important. I'm not, you know, contributing, and then yet, if you actually are willing to listen, it's like, oh, wait a minute, maybe I am being more of a contribution than I want to really admit.
And even that is funny because when we look at it that individually, like we personally would be a contribution by when the earth has, I don't even remember how many people there are on the earth, but for the earth, we are something so different that we don't get it because we keep looking at it from our very individual point of view. And what you just showed me is like, so what contribution am I in the way the earth perceives me, receives me, and bees here? So for all of you on there, what if you could ask, like, what contribution am I that I've never even considered before today? And everything that doesn't allow you to perceive, know, be, and receive that, would you be willing to uncreate and destroy it? Right, wrong, good and bad, pop, all night, shorts, boys, povets, and beyonds. Yay.
That's so beautifully said. And I know for myself, I got to a point, I actually remember the day I was reading this chapter. I can remember the first time reading it and where I was. And I was in Telluride, Colorado, in a beautiful area looking at Earth at one of her most amazing spaces and faces. And I had the revelation that she had allowance for me. And that would I match that? Would I have that much allowance and be embraced by her allowance and not try to do right for the earth, but acknowledge I'm here. She has allowance for me. I must be of some kind of value that I hadn't acknowledged, whatever I do, even though I did drive to Telluride in an SUV. And so I had been looking at the doing as the way I was evaluating whether or not I was a gift to humanity, to the earth, anything. And it was reading this chapter in Telluride, recognizing, kind of flipping back to childhood, like it was that place where I wasn't in the judgment of what I did until I learned how to judge what I was doing, that eliminated the awareness of what I had always been being.
And the earth is such a gift. So in the very first session today, that we did, that was with Simone Milasas, and I was on stage, and I was so nervous of some reason. And not until she started to talk about the earth did I find this space of me. And I did an interview recently with a friend of mine who has become a gardener. After many, many years, she completely changed her profession. She became a gardener. And I asked her what was the greatest gift from becoming a gardener. And she said, it's the first time I don't have to be right, I'm not wrong, and I can actually relax into being me when I'm with the earth, when I'm out in nature. And I've known this person for such a long time, and you could just see how she had so relaxed into the earth that that's where she finally was able to be her and be happy. And that gift, when we refuse that, instead of receive it, that is also denying the simultaneity of gifting and receiving that we can have with the earth continuously, that contribution that we can be and receive every day. And right now, like you were saying, we can be it right now, tapping into the earth around us, under us, wherever you are in the world.
And too, we have these points of views about, oh, I'm in a city, so now I can't receive from nature, or I have to go into the woods in order to receive from nature. And it's really not true. You can receive from nature no matter where you are. You could be in a skyscraper and receive from nature. So that's a point of view, and I mean, Dain says it so many times, your point of view creates your reality. So if you do have the point of view that you can't receive from nature unless you actually are on the grass, then that's how you're going to create your life. And is that how you would like to create your life? Or would you rather actually receive all the time, no matter where you are and what you're doing, and really just, from everywhere, and not judge that, oh, I can't receive from this chair, but I can receive from the flowers, or I can receive from somebody sitting next to me, but I won't be able to receive from the concrete under me because it's bad, So everything that is times a gazillion, we is trying to uncreate it, please. Right and wrong, good and bad, pot and pock, all nine, shorts, boys, povets, and beyond.
And the cool part is you can still prefer the flower to the concrete, and you can enjoy walking in the forest, and you can do all those things and still receive from everything. That's kind of like that magic where when you go out of the judgment or the rightness and the wrongness, then actually so much more is available. But you both also play with horses. Made you very happy. So what is that like? And how does the earth come into that?
Oh, the first thing that I could say is that when I'm with a horse, I am in a completely, such a bigger space, number one. A bigger space that's including beyond what I had defined was the earth. My horse keeps showing me that wherever you might have a boundary of where you think, like, we go beyond the atmosphere. Oops. We go beyond the atmosphere, and then it's like, okay, now where? Now where? And she's always showing me that I can pull from so much more and receive from so much more than a particular environment or what I have decided is where I am on the earth. So it just goes so much bigger, and it's boundless, and it's thoughtless, and it's full of lust and aliveness and peace and playfulness and an intensity of relaxation. I'm very, very grateful for that mostly, that I could have a relaxed intensity. And it was like when Dr. Dain was speaking earlier about how we had done, like, when you do something that's really intense for you over and over, maybe it's not something that's like the lightness of you. And with her, it was showing me I love intense things, but this was a lightness of intensity that she shows me. And now I have that to find that more in my life and create it more in my life, that I don't need to seek intensities that aren't actually from the lightness of expansion.
Yeah, that's awesome. Yeah. Well, to me, like, all animals really are such a gift because they don't really judge us, you know. And I think that's why the people that do have animals around, they know that, you know, no matter what you are choosing that day, your animal is just going to be there. And it won't have a point of view about what's showing up for you. And if you are around a horse and you're cranky, that may not be in your best interest, because some animals, like horses, they really look towards us for also like guidance in a way. And dogs not so much, because they're predators themselves, and so they have a little bit of a different point of view. But a horse, when you're truly working with a horse, the horse wants to rely on you. And so if you're being cranky, that horse goes into, whoa, what's going on here? What are you doing? And it might look around and go, what am I missing? What am I missing? And so in that sense, horses are much different to play with, because they do actually invite us to a different way of really being present with ourselves, you know, because a lot of times we run around and we don't even really know what we're being until somebody says, hey,
yeah,
what are you doing, you know?
And it reminds me of this other part of the book where, I don't know if it's this chapter, it's one of the chapters where Dain writes about during the tsunami when the elephants, they would tear up their poles that they were tied to and run to high ground. So would all the animals, while the humans would go to the water and photographing the amazing incoming wave that they could see. And that, like, that cut off from our awareness that actually occurs when we're not being willing to be present, I guess, with the earth. So how has that changed for you the more you, I guess, hang out with the earth?
Gosh, it just occurred to me that when I'm with a horse, it also happens in music. There's some kind of presence that is showing us what it is to be a steward of the earth. It's like with a horse, you've got to have your horse's back. You've got to be a space together and not count on something else to be more aware. Like, you're going to step up. You're going to be really present. You're going to be relaxed. You're going to be aware together. And it just occurred to me how much that is the lesson of being a steward of each other, of the space, and of the planet together.
Mm-hmm. And one part, too, that I find really important is so often we start to make something greater than us, you know, like an animal that might have an awareness about something will make it greater than us. Or we also oftentimes see ourselves greater than the animals because, you know, we think, oh wow, you know, that's a virtue. You know, but to me it's like really like that whole thing with the tsunami too. It's not that we all have to be aware of everything that's going on around us, but if we're willing to be aware of everything in a way that we are also using everybody else's talents and abilities, then that's the awareness really. Because sometimes we make ourselves less than, like, we don't have the smell a dog has, you know, we cannot smell that, but we can actually be aware when the dog is smelling something and then use that to kind of go, oh, what's going on here? And the same with the tsunami. If people have been like, what's going on here? You know,
why are the animals moving?
Are running for the hills. Why are we going to the beach again? You know, so it's not necessarily. Yeah. So, but that's kind of this being willing to really receive from everything again. You know, coming back to that again. So not really judging it for like, oh, I won't receive from a fly because the fly is dumb. Okay. But then what are you cutting off with that?
This is like what he says in the chapter when he's talking about the difference of how power shows up in this reality so much versus having the choice from potency. And so many people tend to have this idea that they are more powerful than the earth, maybe. Seems bizarre, but they'll just go take a picture of the wave and not recognize the potency of the earth. Presuming they may be a more powerful entity than the earth. And in potency, you're not diminishing of anyone or anything. You're in total presence and potency with and listening to. So I love that part of this chapter in particular with the earth, because we come across people who somehow think the earth is like an inanimate rock floating in space, and it has so many voices and whispers of consciousness.
It's like our bodies. Our bodies is this amazing, miraculous organism that functions in ways we hardly understand. It's the same with the earth. And one of the things that he also talks about in this chapter is the non-linearity of the earth, that things are actually not linear. And that means that things may work out in ways that we don't even know. There's the example of the oil spill, where they tried to clean this oil spill up for months, and then suddenly these bacteria showed up and ate all the oil from nowhere. They're supposed to be further down. What could we ask the earth for that we haven't even begun to ask it when it comes to all these things that we've defined as problems that are going on the earth? What if we were actually, instead of being superior and thinking that we're going to save the world, the earth, and resolve the problems that we defined as problems, what if we asked the earth, so how could we do this different? What is required here? How can we contribute to this? So that's also one of the things that, like, when we move out of superiority and power over and instead go to what potency could we be together with the earth? And what awareness could we have from that?
If you take potency plus lust plus joy and then equals miracles, so you can ask for more bacteria to eat oil and stuff. Just, you know, I mean, like, what can we really choose and ask for from being that lust for life, that joy and that exuberance? And it's like Gary Douglas says so many times over, our laughter is the greatest contribution to the earth, not our tears. And I definitely had learned how to do tears. I mean, I cried some rivers for the earth, and she was like, not required, honey. So I realized that wasn't getting me anywhere. So it's just such a joy to recognize and acknowledge that it is our lightness, that lightness in walking with the earth, that allows us to be miracle makers.
So if you were to say what it is to be a steward of the earth, how would you describe it?
That is a great question. Wow. It's... To me, it has such a depth to it, because there's so much required for us to really step out of and be willing to be an allowance of ourselves, and of everything we have basically said is wrong so far, and really looking at, okay, every day, every moment, I have a choice. And I can choose anything. So in that moment, what is it that would be the contribution to the future I would like to see on the planet?
Yeah.
And really, to me, that's a question I've been asking a lot lately. You know, is this creating the future I would like to see on the planet? And if that's a no, then okay, I could still choose it, but then at least I know that's not creating the future I would like to have. So it's not really about following rules or making some kind of definitions about what's right or wrong. To me, it's really more looking at everything like, oh, if I buy this right now, if I go on this trip, if I hop on this plane, if I, you know, anything. Like, what if we're willing to ask for every choice we're making?
And one of the things that Gary Douglas, the founder of Access, often says is that he looks at every choice and what we'll create in 500 years. And that gives that whole different time span. Because if you do that, yeah, maybe you're not just looking at your little time span of your life. You're actually looking at what would this create in the future for every choice. And that, for me, that is part of being a steward of the earth, actually having a different time perspective for what we're looking at. It's not just about now 10 years, it's about hundreds of years in the future. What is required then? And for you?
Yes, leaving the world greater than I found it to the best of my ability. And I always love tapping into a time beyond my own. Just leaving a gift to like whatever that is, and coming out of judgment of whether or not I'm doing it well, doing it right. I tried that, and thank goodness I found Access Consciousness. And coming out of the doing of that, but also coming out of withholding me, like holding me back. Just by, it can just be an energetic two-step forward. It doesn't have to be a to-do again, but constantly moving forward and into my being, more of what I be, and trusting that that feeds a time beyond my own. Gives me, man, that puts a motion to my step. If I start trying to do life for me, I get slow and stuck. If it's for something beyond me, I get moving. So I think that might really be it. And I think that's what also we see a lot of animals be. They're just moving. Their life is a gift. It isn't a demonstration or a proving. It's a movement and a rhythm that creates a cadence for another time.
And I wonder also, what if we're willing to uncreate and destroy everything we decided is possible with the earth, everything we decided is not possible with the earth, everything we decided the earth can be and can't be, like all of that, if we uncreated and destroyed that, what would be possible to show up? Right now I'm going to pop up all night shorts, boys, poets, and beyonds. Yeah. So if you're jumping on and you're coming on now and you hear us say all these weird words and you've never heard them before, you can go to theclearingstatement.com. It's a brilliant video about Simone, Milasas, and Dr. Dain Heer, where they explain what all those words mean and how you can use them in your life. Yay. So anything you want to add?
I was just thinking, I love how much when Dain talks about, like, what if the animals and the plants also have so much more to become? To not have this idea that this is the earth, this is how it is, and nothing has yet to continue to become. That we are becoming, but as we become and we unleash more of who we be, I wonder what that will show up as with all the other creatures and all of the other living beings. I want to be here to find out what else is going to show up. It's pretty great right now. And what else is possible?
I love that. Awesome. That's a great place to end. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yay.
Note to reader. The back doors. How many of you have not truly acknowledged that your job here is to facilitate consciousness and change? How many back doors do you have wide open so that you can escape? So that you don't ever have to truly choose it, or you. Most people don't even know what consciousness is. They believe that if their eyes are open, they're conscious. Would you be willing to acknowledge that you have no clue what it is either? and that you also know what it is in totality? Will you now make the demand that you will perceive, know, be, and receive exactly what consciousness truly is and exactly what it requires, demands, and requests of you? Everything that stops that and doesn't allow it, will you destroy and uncreate it, please? Right and wrong, good and bad, pot and pock, all nine shorts, boys and beyonds. Thank you. You can let the back doors be there if you like. Consciousness includes everything, also back doors. But what if you let your awareness perceive the doors of possibilities that are you, in totality, and open them? What if you, being you, is changing the world, right now, in this 10 seconds? Note to reader. Am I choosing or concluding? Remember we talked about the difference between a judgment and an awareness? Awareness has no emotional charge on it, and you're willing to give it up and change at any time. Now, many people confuse choice with deciding or concluding. They're completely different things. But how do you know? How do you know you're actually choosing something, not deciding or concluding that this is what you have to be, do, or have? Again, it's the lack of charge and the movement of the energy. When you choose, there's no charge to it. You choose, and if required, you choose something different 10 seconds later, without judging the choice or you. You're willing to be aware of and follow the energy wherever it's required. Choice is never final. Choice is a continuous process. You choose, and then you choose again, and again, and again. Or, as a teenager in one of my classes so brilliantly summed up, choice is cool. Conclusion sucks. Here's another tool for you. Your point of view creates your reality. Are you a problem solver? A really good one, even? Congratulations! How many times have you tried to solve the problem of getting this reality right? And then you do. For 10 glorious seconds, you have absolutely no problems. Awesome. And then somehow a new one appears. You see, when you're a problem solver, you always have to create new problems to solve. Now look at the world. If we see a world full of problems, what are we creating? If we instead choose to see everything with no judgment, a world full of possibilities, what world would we be creating? Just ponder that. And know this. Your point of view creates your reality. Reality does not create your point of view. What points of view would you like to choose?
And welcome back to our next segment, which I'm really excited actually after the Earth conversation. This chapter is called The Kingdom of We. And one of the things that Dr. Dain talks about in this book and in this chapter is that what if we're more like animals? And animals, when they choose, they actually choose for not just themselves, but also everything and everyone around them in the earth. So he mentions rabbits as an example, but when the environment, it's a dry year or it's not going to support a population, they actually change their breeding. They don't breed like rabbits.
What? They breed like turtles very slowly.
Yeah, but there's this awareness of, and one of the lies we bought.
Sorry. We had to go back to the sex conversation.
Yeah. Is that as people, that when we choose for us to create our lives, like everything we've been talking about today, that somehow we've been taught that we should do that from the kingdom of me, which is I need to separate and be alone to have something greater, rather than what this whole book and this chapter invites you to is the kingdom of we, which is oneness. So would you ladies like to talk about what does that mean to you, oneness?
Such an
easy one.
Really an easy one for the end of the night here. Well, for me, it's where everything is included and nothing is judged. And so every energy, every person, race, culture, thing, like everything is included and nothing is judged, but also expanding out. So one of the things that you can do, which makes everything easier, is like realize that you're not alone. You know, you're not just like this person living in your house, wherever you are. You are, you know, your body is connected to the earth. You are aware of the entire planet. You're aware of everything. But so if you can expand out and allow yourself to have more ease with all of that awareness, everything gets easier. And I really get like a lot of people, especially now, like after the last 4 or 5 years, like everything has become so like segregated, you know, like and separate and 6 feet of social distance, and like this isn't our natural way of functioning. You know, like you said, like animals don't function like that. They don't build houses around, you know, around their little, rabbits aren't like, well, this is my square, so stay off, and if you come on, I'm gonna shoot you. Or, you know what I mean? They're aware of everything. They're not only aware of all of the rabbits, they're aware of the trees and all of the other animals that they have to interact with. And I think we as people, for whatever reason, have decided that we are somehow separate and alone and, or superior? I'm not even sure, really.
Yeah. Well, one of the cool parts about the chapter too is this idea of the kingdom of me and the kingdom of we, because we are trained a lot to be the kingdom of me. Like we're trained to just focus on ourselves and how we be in relationship to other ones and what pieces we need to put in place to be successful and to be right, like we were talking about in the beginning. But then the other side of that is like, no, you're supposed to focus on other people. So that's like another way of training ourselves. Like we should only focus on other people, and we don't even include ourselves. So we don't then become part of the computation. So the kingdom of we and oneness is really not you thinking of everyone else all the time. It is you being aware of you and everything else. It's including yourself in the computation of the earth, the universe, everyone, all the animals. Like it's really, sometimes Dain describes this at your, instead of being down here on earth like a little ant, they're like just focusing on themselves, you go up on like a platform and you're able to perceive everything and everyone and you. And that's the space where you make the choice from. And from what we talked about before, what if that platform also had a view of time, like where you actually could perceive the future, you could perceive the past. Like what if oneness also has that sense of non-linearity of time, where you're aware of the future, the past, you're aware of you here, you're aware of everything else, and you include that in what you choose and what you create. And for me, it was so different when you start to talk about, okay, what if we included us in the computation? Then that is actually oneness, because oneness without you doesn't work either.
And one of the quotes that I know Dr. Dain has said before is this, that for me really was such a great analogy of what this energy actually is of oneness. Is like, what if you could perceive yourself and acknowledge the beauty of you, the drop in the ocean, and you are that. You're this individual, this what today is about, being you, and at the same time, you're also the entire ocean.
And you know what's, it's funny now when you say that, I realize that when we go to separation, that's usually when we get like angry, cranky, don't like people, don't like thinks everything is wrong and has that sense. And as soon as we're able to expand, like we even did that when we were talking in the body chapter, if you were on, where we just expanded to the corners of the room, beyond the house, out in the universe, even that, when we're more space, like Megan was saying, we have more access to the oneness, and all that crankiness isn't as relevant. So it also gives you a different space to choose from that gives you a different energy to be in the world.
You know, one of the other tools, we've been talking a lot today about the tools of Access Consciousness, but really this whole day is about how can you have more of you and know what is true for you, right? And with that beautiful exercise you guys did do in in the during the body chapter and this expanding out, one of the things that has helped me a lot with when something really seems like a problem or it's serious is to actually make it infinite and make it bigger. And in that, something that's actually true for you will be just wonderful and more almost like substantial and have this breadth and depth. And if it's not real, if it's an invention, and that anger or something upset, all of that, it will actually disappear. So if you have something that like that in your life, and you can ask, what is true for me that I haven't yet discovered, and what is this true for me, and look at it and make it infinite and see what, play with that. What happens to it? Does it go away? Is it not real at all? Is it not true for you? Is it not this kingdom of we? Or if you make it infinite and it gets more wonderful, it's like that's the universe and the kingdom of we.
Yeah, it's like that brilliant question that you can use. Is this relevant? That question in motion.
Yeah.
And will this be relevant in 5 years, 10 years, 100 years?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if not, then why are you making it relevant? There's a question in the book that's also one of the 10 keys to freedom of access, and that is, would an infinite being choose this? And if not, why are you? And that's so great, because I think sometimes we don't get, or we forget that we are actually infinite. So if you're not functioning from that, just ask, okay, would an infinite being choose this? Would an infinite being choose to function like this? Would an infinite being choose to judge? Would an infinite being feel alone? Would an infinite being, be mad and want to have everything for themselves, or whatever that stuff is? It's not that you have to be perfect and not have all of that stuff be there, but be an allowance of it when it comes up, and know that you have these questions that you can ask to get you to you, the true infinite being that you are.
And it is also, it's because we're oneness, because we are the kingdom of we, that actually we can, being you, changing the world works. Because if we were like an isolate unit that just walked around on Earth, if Earth was a machine and we were like a little isolate little, pin that walked around on the Earth, it wouldn't matter if you were being you. But it matters because the energy you're being in the world actually affects everything. Every time you change, everything that's connected to you change. Every time you choose something different, everything that is connected to your choice change. This is part of that unexplainable magic of choice and change, that you can, even if you're in in your family, if it doesn't really work, if you change, they will also change. They can't help but change when you change, because you're connected to them. It may not be exactly how you want them to change, but they will change in some way. So this is if you're willing to know that you are part of oneness, that you're part of the kingdom of we, then who you choose to be matters immensely for the world. And that is really cool. So.
And one of my favorite quotes from Dain is, if you have the chance or choice to go to judgment and you choose not to, you change the world.
Yeah.
And it's like when Desiree was talking about, the crying for the earth and all of this stuff, it's like I too was like this dreamer and I wanted to change the world, and I had this whole idea. I thought I would do it politically, but that didn't occur. And it's like you have all these dreams, and it's like, oh my God, just me choosing to not judge changes the world. Kind of takes the load off.
So much. And that energy of also having to fight to create a greater reality or a greater earth and have these things, rather than from this kingdom of we, you realize that it's such a different way. You don't have to fight. You don't have to save the earth. It's this being of a very different energy that actually creates the change. Like this whole book, Being You Changing the World, it's so not what you think it is. Because before, I really thought I had to fight or do something to fight against, to have something different, what I knew was possible. And this day is about inviting you to look at, what do you know is possible that is going to be unique to you, because we're all so different. So your awareness of that contributes something different to the world.
And it's funny, because in the beginning, when people get access to these tools and they really work for them and they start perceiving how things are changing, then they really want everybody to choose them. And then it can become, for some people, you should choose this because otherwise you're wrong. And you like this kind of like forceful, this is the way we'll save the world. You choose consciousness and we'll save the world. And that's like the opposite of all of this, because the whole point is that this comes from choice and this looks different for everyone. And it won't matter if somebody forced you to do it, that won't change anything. The only thing that changes something is what you choose from what's true for you. That's what changes the world.
And you can't change anyone else. You can only change yourself.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's a bit frustrating sometimes, and it's
empowering. You know, it's like if you can get to if you are in an upset and you've got all this going on, and you can get to no judgment and an interesting point of view and melt, it's like then at least you've changed. And you have more ease with everything, and that's where it gets a little, you know what I mean, like kingdom of we versus kingdom of me. It's like, but like you said, like if you change, if you walk through as this expanded energy, then you can change like the ocean. You know, you can
because you are
create
included.
waves, or you can create stillness. What would you like to choose?
Because you're part of we.
Yeah.
But it is also one of the key parts of Access is, or taglines, I guess, is empowering people to know that they know. And this is one of the, it goes through this whole book. It's about what is true for you, what is being you for you. How does it show up for you? How do you create you? It's not about you finding the right answers to why you couldn't be you. So it's an exploration, it's an adventure, it's a discovery that keeps moving and going on. And I've been exploring being me for the past 15 years, and I am still discovering more of who I am and who I can create myself as every single day, like every hour. Right now, I'm discovering that. And that's also part of that continuous change to the oneness, that we all are doing that.
There's a beautiful question in the book, and I would like to read it because I love it so much. Would you be willing to choose by including the entirety of the consciousness of the world that desires to gift to you and your choices? Will you now destroy and uncreate everything that doesn't allow all of that, please? Right and wrong, good and bad, pot and pock, all nine shorts, boys, povads, and beyonds. You know, leading up to this day and over the years, Dain's done a few Being You book clubs. And a few. And the most recent one that he did was actually on this topic of oneness and this chapter. And can I read a little bit? Yeah. If I go slowly? I know we're being translated. I will particularly go slowly. But I think everything we're talking about, it's one of my favorite little sections of the book. The moment you try to create the lie of aloneness, you separate yourself from everything that would allow you to make a choice that would be rewarding for you and everyone. In other words, in order to try to buy that lie that you have to be alone in order to choose for you, you cut yourself off from all the awareness you could have that would allow you to make a choice that would go in the direction you desire. You cut yourself off from the caring that you have for you and for other people. For you, that caring has to be a factor in all of your choices. When you try to choose only for you, you also cut yourself off from the potency you have by virtue of your connection to other people and their awareness and their caring and contribution. You cut yourself off from everything that makes you the brilliance of you in order to go into this artificial lack of space you create that you think is the only place from which you can choose. But now I am inviting you to choose to choice that doesn't start from the perspective of other people's limitations or your limitations. It's functioning from choice that actually does include everyone and everything, but isn't limited by it and isn't limited by other people's judgments. It's being embraced by the oneness that is the universe, the gifting that the sun and the plants and the animals and the trees and the planets are to you, that the universe is to you, and that you are to it.
It makes me think of something with this book that it came out 2011, so it's quite a while ago. And at the time, the world looked different because it's quite it was a different world. And one of the things that's happening now, like you were mentioning, is a lot of polarity is showing up. And what if that is also because we're becoming more aware of it? because there is also this other possibility that's showing up, which is oneness, the kingdom of we, and that's becoming more apparent. And simultaneously, the choice going the other way, the separation, the kingdom of me, the polarity. So we're actually moving towards where this is so much more available that you can't help but notice the polarity, the separation that some people are choosing. And if you really look on the world, you have a choice. You can choose to either, go with the polarity and go with the defending and the fighting and see if you can change the world that way. Or you can see what can you change if you actually choose to go for what we call the kingdom of we or oneness, but you may call it something different. But that where you actually are exploring, okay, how can I change me? What can I change about me that will change the world by my connection to it, like you were talking about? So that.
I have to bring up, just because it's coming up, but one of the things that has personally shown me the kingdom of we in action is this project called El Lugar. And if you don't know about it, it's in Costa Rica. And but the way that Gary and Dain have created it all along is from really choosing from the inclusion of everything. What will this choice create? How do we actually build in communion with the earth? From the staff that they hire, from everything that they do is from this kingdom of we. And the three of us have had the chance to go there, and we were talking about it the other day, of to actually be at a place that is in its entire creation, because it's also with the earth and then how they're building everything. It has the kingdom of we, and so you can't not be a part of, it shows you the energy of the kingdom of we.
It does, yeah. I remember walking.
And how beautiful it could be if, one of the things in the book is we have to create this. It doesn't exist yet. And in some places, maybe, but it's we have to choose to create this. So what can you choose that would actually create more of this? And it might be something this thing called El Lugar.
There is such a magic in this when the earth and we co-create.
Yeah.
I remember walking in to El Lugar. I had been there before when it was just land and no buildings, and there's not a tree being cut down. And in addition to that, every single little bush and tree seemed to be in the exact spot, the correct spot for that bush. It has to be there. And then the houses are they grown out of the land. It's not like they were placed there or somehow against the land. They feel like they've always been there. Every little house have always been there. It's more like a plant than a house. And so it creates this wholeness, a oneness of the houses, the land, and everything on it. And it is such a contribution because your whole being and body relaxes when you're there.
I could not stay awake past 7 p.m.
It was great. I got the best sleep of my life.
Yeah.
You know what, the energy right now in the room and with this conversation, and I realized as we speak about this, the energy of the earth, and Dain, who wrote the book, wrote the Being You book, the creator of this day, and he talked a bit about this at the beginning, but one of the areas he's played with is this energetic universe, right, and creating from it. And the next part of this day, when we go to that in a few minutes, is one of Dain's energetic synthesis of communion. It's going to be a 3-hour loop of this energy that it's you listen to it and you can sleep, you can relax, you can drive your car, whatever you like, and just receive this energy of the kingdom of we.
Yeah. And if you're on Europe time, maybe you could even fall asleep to it. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna fall asleep to it.
Yeah, but it's such a, we've talked so much today in these different conversations about what the earth can give to us and what we contribute. And the energetic synthesis of communion is such a way to tap into that part of us being us. That is the earth, that is the universe, And what a gift to have that as part of this day. So I know a lot of you, there's people all over the world, right? So different time zones, different places. And we have so many amazing, can we thank the translators around the world? Oh my goodness. It's amazing, right? When we have these creations, we have all these different people that can contribute, and we have the stream team here. And so as we move into this next segment, we're gonna have, there's translated, this ESC, it's a 3-hour loop, so you can listen to it. And then the next part of the day, we're not gonna be in Rome because Europe time, it's gonna be a little late. It's gonna be after midnight. So Sarah Grandinetti will be hosting on Zoom with other people from around the world, different conversations, continuing all of the Being You chapters and topics, and we'll see where they go. There's a group of people gathered in Mexico City, all have been streaming and watching live all day. So it's like we have all of these people and places and parts of the world contributing the day. If you've joined partway through of the day, you'd like to go back and listen, all of this has been streaming on Facebook and YouTube, but beingyouday.com as well. So if you did miss a part or you want to go to sleep, you can find the replay there. And I just wanted to say thank you, like, to everybody that's been a part of this day, a part of the creation. All of you, you know, Dain says, sort of the tagline of the book, I would say, is what if...
Now is the time.
Now is the time. And what if you, being you, is the gift, the change, and the possibility this world requires? And that's one of the many things we desire to contribute to the world with this energy of being you.
And since it is such a unique day, just before we end, if you like, you can actually tap into all these people around the world right now that is watching this.
I heard there's over 30,000.
Yeah,
so.
The over 30,000 people that somehow, just like you, is looking for something different, that is interested in something different. Just tap into that energy that you are not alone. Like, there are other people looking for different things, and all, just take a moment and tap into them all around the world. And know that there is something different possible, and you have access to it.
So thank you for being a seeker and being weird and wonderful and wild, and somehow finding this today or in the future as a replay. And thank you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
well,
you.
I want to thank you. We've just added something tomorrow. If you love, you know, joining us in Rome, we're going to be going live tomorrow at 12 p.m. Rome time for the first. So there's an El Lugar raffle going on where if you buy a ticket for $100, there's all these prizes that you can win, and everybody is a winner. So Dr. Dain is graciously giving everyone a ESC, Energetic Synthesis of Communion, which you're about to experience 3 hours of. But you can get more. And then he's also going to be doing a free Zoom for everyone who buys a ticket. So for $100, that's pretty good. But then there's all these other prizes that you can win. And the first drawing is tomorrow. If you want to learn how to shoot with Dr. Dain, that's the prize that's getting drawn tomorrow at 12. So if you've bought a ticket, thank you so much. You could buy more. If you haven't, you can go to l-lugar.com/raffle, I believe. I hope it's in the thread somewhere, or you can find it somewhere. And yeah, so tomorrow at 12 live, you can find out who's going to be the winner of that prize.
Awesome. Till then, bye.
Thank you. Bye, everybody.
Breath in from the top of your head down to the tips of those cute, sweet, adorable little toes of yours. Thanking your beautiful body for being the gift that it is. Thanking you for being the gift that you are. One more deep breath in from the top of your head down to the tips of those cute, sweet, adorable little toes. And allow your awareness to reach down into this beautiful planet and the being that is there, that is potent, kind, infinitely kind, with infinite allowance, infinite caring, infinite contribution, infinite receiving. Let's ask Earth, what can we contribute to you and our future? And let's ask to make this our future now. Our future with this beautiful planet. Welcome home, my beautiful friends. Welcome home. And if you're at your home, allow this home to be invited into your home and your home to be invited into this home. What if you would allow your home to have the space of Earth itself? And the energy and vibration of it. The sweet, sweet thrum. Now is the space, my beautiful friends. The space is now. Space for the beauty of your being to finally be perceived. Received, known infinitely to you and by you. Now is the space for peace to be. Now is the space for the quiet joy that you be. And also the space for receiving, undefined. Where the whispers communicate with you and contribute to you and your body. You are beautiful, my beautiful friends. Thank you for being. Thank you for being alive now. Your presence here is a gift. while we enjoy this ESC, please allow me to gift you the energetic, spacious awareness of the gift that being communion is for thee. What if there's a completely different way of being? It's wonderful to be, wonderful to be you. Now is the space. Earth, what contribution can we be to you? What contribution can we receive from and as you? Now is the space for us to bring space by being space. You could even enjoy it if you wanted to. But please don't enjoy it too much. That'll be bad. Don't be too much. Just kidding. You spent a lifetime controlling you, beautiful creature. What if you didn't have to anymore? Perceive for a moment the world that we can actualize in the next 50 years. And perhaps perceive the galaxy and how different it becomes in the universe itself. All because some crazy humanoids on Earth chose to say yes to consciousness. Everything that limits the amount of change you can have from this ESC in this class, you destroy and uncreate it, please. Please. What if you would allow every day to be greater after this one? And the rest of this one to be greater than the beginning of this one? And just ask, because you don't know how and neither do I, but let's ask. It is not real, my beautiful friends. And by it, I mean everything. It's okay to receive. Receiving doesn't look or feel anything like the way you thought it did, or should, or would, or has to. You have a lot of reasons not to. But one request begins to change it all. A simple request to enjoy living and enjoy receiving and enjoy being alive. Even if it kills you.
But there's so much serious stuff. How can you laugh? How can you not? I'm asking for the difference of you to be known to you, and the difference of how we create together. With all the elements and elementals of consciousness that contribute, and the earth and the animals and the trees and the plants and the fungi and the water and the earth itself. The beauty of being alive, the beautiful friends. The beauty that one day will lead to your thrival. Beautiful you, thank you for being. Now is the space for you to have and be space. I invite you to the doorway to your future. Where none of the rules and none of the past ever apply again. The space is now to live. Please take a deep breath in from the top of your head down to the tips of those cute, sweet, adorable little toes of yours. Thanking your beautiful body for being the gift that it is. Thanking you for being the gift that you are. So, wow. Wow. Notice that there is a wave-like energy that is just barely starting and going and starting and going. And that is a wave that connects you with every molecule in the universe. It just is. There's no way to do an ESC wrong. There's no way to do an ESC right. Everything that comes up during an ESC is part of the ESC. But what if there's a movement of joy somewhere in the world, my beautiful friends? Oh, what do you know, my beautiful friends, that nobody's ever asked of you? What if now's the time? Don't have too much fun though, that would be bad. Don't notice that every molecule has joy in it. Even you horrible people have joy. At least your molecules do. What if you would let them do the talking for a bit? What if you let the energy that has pulled your molecules together into this cute little form called your body have the conversation? The energy that pulled them together has joy within it, actually, which is interesting. And peace. If you think of the energy that pulls the molecules of trees together, that energy has an inherent peace and an inherent knowing. So do you and your molecules. It's just this box, this artificial intelligence that makes you think. Stop it. It's not your fault. You're not wrong, but stop it. It's not helping anyone, including you. What do you know, my beautiful friends? Beyond reality. Everyone has a different point of view or perspective. But what if we didn't believe any longer that that was us? What if we didn't believe any longer that our unique points of view were the gift we offer the world?
and our fixed points of view about who, what, where, when, why, and how we are, and who, what, where, when, and how reality is, or the gift we offer to the world. What if we recognize that our awareness of what is possible is actually the gift we offer the world? And if you're home alone, you're not alone. I don't want you to think I'm perving on you, but I am there with you. That's what we're doing. We're contributing to you. And what if all the molecules between here and you are contributing to you and us together? That would be bad. That would be weird. That doesn't make sense. You are correct. It does not make sense. But it could be a lot of fun. What if all the molecules between you and us were filled with joy, and we're transmitting joy, like from one molecule to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next, until it gets to you. And you're like, oh my God, I felt it. Beautiful, you. I know you don't deserve to receive. That's okay. Neither do I. I'm worse than you are, nanny, nanny, nanny. But guess what? I still receive. Ha ha. What would it be like to be willing to be the weirdest creature you've ever known? What if you were the weird one in your social group of one? I promise you will not die. You may just explode. All the lifetimes in which you've done some energetic something that taught you what energy supposedly was, that it actually isn't. And everything you knew beyond it that you weren't willing or allowed to be. And decided or chose that you could not be and should not be. And everywhere you were too much for the people that were showing you what you were supposed to be. Will you destroy and create it all, please? Right and wrong, good and bad, pot and pock, all nine shorts, boys and beyonds. Space of being available, my beautiful friends. And I knew from a long time ago that if we ever actually got to open it up, it would not be able to be stopped. And guess what is occurring right now? And if you are at home, please allow the contribution that can be even from afar. Maybe a space that opens up a different possibility, a difference in your awareness. And if you would, please allow yourself to expand out and have an awareness of the earth. Notice this beautiful earth that actually connects all of us in the most beautiful of ways. Not in the way of this reality, not with any need, but with total gratitude and space and awesomeness and yumminess. How does it get any better than that? Now, if you've lived your life filled with entities, you may want to let them go now. With something like, Truth, who are you? Truth, what are you doing here? Truth, who were you before that? Truth, who were you before that? Truth, who will you be in the future? Truth, what will you be in the future? Truth, what will your job be in the future? Thank you very much. You may now leave. Beautiful you. Thank you for being alive. What a gift
your presence is in this world. What a gift your presence is in this world. And if you ponder that that is actually true, what if it doesn't look like you thought it would, and what if it's not from any reason and justification that you thought it should occur from? What if it just is? Different possibilities, my beautiful friends, right here. You could ask for anything you desired. Or maybe even acknowledge that your asks are already actualizing. Which means you're way quicker than you used to be. If you didn't have any of the shit we've been talking about in place, you'd be even quicker too. And that is starting to change and go and dissolve. And we don't even know why or how. It's as though your choice is creating. And all that stuff that you set up to limit it is no longer able to keep up with your choice. Beautiful and amazing. And we've all lived our lives, and we all have a space or a pace of change that we thought was, that we have lived for so long that we assume must be. And we found access tools that seem to increase the space and pace of change. But what if even what we thought was access is different now? What if even what we thought was possible with these tools is different now? What if everything that we thought is possible now? Infinite beings, we are and be. None of us knows what that means, because it doesn't have meaning. It has infinite space. Infinite possibilities as part of infinite space. It has infinite choice, not defined, limited choice. You can pretend whatever you need to be around whomever you need to. It just gets a lot easier if you know that infinite being is you, that you be. Infinite space with infinite possibilities and infinite choice. Meaning there is no choice and no space that is not available. Earth, what is possible? that we haven't even been able to begin to imagine. That for some weird-ass reason is possible now. It's possible. Let's go. What do you know, my beautiful friends? What is within your molecules and your cells? What is within the space between the molecules that is actually what brought your molecules together, that is the energy of your being that actualizes your body? And what if you were all connected with all of us here in this room, but also even way more than that? What if there is no separation any longer? What if that does not create the necessity of actualizing other people's boxes of limitation? But what if oneness is so large that no box of limitation can even compare? And so it's simply, as you be infinite, ceases to exist for you. Yours and everybody else's. What if you no longer had to walk around this world feeling less than and also feeling like you needed to protect yourself from people's insanity? What if you no longer felt like you had to make yourself smaller to match something that indicates to them that you get them? What if you could be as infinite as you are and as large as you are and be unaffected by everything that goes on around you? And what if in so being and doing, we together invite and be a space that allows a world of possibilities to exist? Now is the time, my beautiful, phenomenal motherfucking friends. A world of future. A world of future. A world of future. A world that has and is based on and is the invitation to and is the creation, generation, and actualization of future. And it doesn't look at all the way we thought it would or should. We have no idea cognitively. It just is. Will you allow it to be what is? Will you ask to be what is beyond what is not that you have been pretending? Now is the time, my beautiful friends. Now is the space. Now is the possibility. Now is infinite possibility and space. And I wonder what the possibilities, the infinite possibilities of infinite space could be and can be. And if we knew, but had no cognition, and allowed that knowing beyond cognition to guide us to everything that was the creation of the greatest possibility in every moment, what else could actualize and exist? Now is the time. 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 Now is the time.
Breath in from the top of your head down to the tips of those cute, sweet, adorable little toes of yours. Thanking your beautiful body for being the gift that it is. Thanking you for being the gift that you are. One more deep breath in from the top of your head down to the tips of those cute, sweet, adorable little toes. And allow your awareness to reach down into this beautiful planet and the being that is there, that is potent, kind, infinitely kind, with infinite allowance, infinite caring, infinite contribution, infinite receiving. Let's ask Earth, what can we contribute to you and our future? And let's ask to make this our future now. Our future with this beautiful planet. Welcome home, my beautiful friends. Welcome home. And if you're at your home, allow this home to be invited into your home, and your home to be invited into this home. What if you would allow your home to have the space of Earth itself? And the energy and vibration of it. The sweet, sweet thrum. Now is the space, my beautiful friends. The space is now. Space for the beauty of your being to finally be perceived. Received, known infinitely to you and by you. Now is the space for peace to be. Now is the space for the quiet joy that you be. And also the space for receiving, undefined, where the whispers communicate with you and contribute to you and your body. You are beautiful, my beautiful friends. Thank you for being.
Thank you for being alive now. Your presence here is a gift. While we enjoy this ESC, please allow me to gift you the energetic, spacious awareness of the gift that being communion is for thee. What if there's a completely different way of being? It's wonderful to be. Wonderful to be you. Now is the space. Earth, what contribution can we be to you? What contribution can we receive from and as you? Now is the space for us to bring space by being space. You could even enjoy it if you wanted to. But please don't enjoy it too much. That'll be bad. Don't be too much. Just kidding. You spent a lifetime controlling you, beautiful creature. What if you didn't have to anymore? Perceive for a moment the world that we can actualize in the next 50 years. And perhaps perceive the galaxy and how different it becomes in the universe itself. All because some crazy humanoids on Earth chose to say yes to consciousness. Everything that limits the amount of change you can have from this ESC in this class, you destroy and uncreate it, please. Please. What if you would allow every day to be greater after this one? And the rest of this one to be greater than the beginning of this one? And just ask, because you don't know how and neither do I, but let's ask. It is not real, my beautiful friends. And by it, I mean everything. It's okay to receive. Receiving doesn't look or feel anything like the way you thought it did, or should, or would, or has to. You have a lot of reasons not to. But one request begins to change it all. A simple request to enjoy living and enjoy receiving and enjoy being alive. even if it kills you.
But there's so much serious stuff. How can you laugh?
How can you not? I'm asking for the difference of you to be known to you, and the difference of how we create together. With all the elements and elementals of consciousness that contribute, and the earth and the animals and the trees and the plants and the fungi and the water and the earth itself. The beauty of being alive, the beautiful friends. The beauty that one day will lead to your thrival. Beautiful you, thank you for being. Now is the space for you to have and be space. I invite you to the doorway to your future. Where none of the rules and none of the past ever apply again. The space is now to live. Please take a deep breath in from the top of your head down to the tips of those cute, sweet, adorable little toes of yours. Thanking your beautiful body for being the gift that it is. Thanking you for being the gift that you are. So, wow.
Notice that there is a wave-like energy that is just barely starting and going and starting and going. And that is a wave that connects you with every molecule in the universe. It just is. There's no way to do an ESC wrong. There's no way to do an ESC right. Everything that comes up during an ESC is part of the ESC. But what if there's a movement of joy somewhere in the world, my beautiful friends? Oh, what do you know, my beautiful friends, that nobody's ever asked of you? What if now's the time? Don't have too much fun though, that would be bad. Don't notice that every molecule has joy in it. Even you horrible people have joy. At least your molecules do. What if you would let them do the talking for a bit? What if you let the energy that has pulled your molecules together into this cute little form called your body have the conversation? The energy that pulled them together has joy within it, actually, which is interesting. And peace. If you think of the energy that pulls the molecules of trees together, that energy has an inherent peace and an inherent knowing. So do you and your molecules. It's just this box, this artificial intelligence that makes you think. Stop it. It's not your fault. You're not wrong, but stop it. It's not helping anyone, including you. What do you know, my beautiful friends? Beyond reality. Everyone has a different point of view or perspective. But what if we didn't believe any longer that that was us? What if we didn't believe any longer that our unique points of view were the gift we offer the world? And our fixed points of view about who, what, where, when, why, and how we are, and who, what, where, when, and how reality is are the gift we offer to the world? What if we recognize that our awareness of what is possible is actually the gift we offer the world? And if you're home alone, you're not alone. I don't want you to think I'm perving on you, but I am there with you. That's what we're doing. We're contributing to you. And what if all the molecules between here and you are contributing to you and us together? That would be bad. That would be weird. That doesn't make sense. You are correct. It does not make sense. But it could be a lot of fun. What if all the molecules between you and us were filled with joy, and we're transmitting joy, like from one molecule to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next, until it gets to you. And you're like, oh my God, I felt it. Beautiful, you. I know you don't deserve to receive. That's okay. Neither do I. I'm worse than you are, nanny, nanny, nanny. But guess what? I still receive. Ha ha. What would it be like to be willing to be the weirdest creature you've ever known? What if you were the weird one in your social group of one? I promise you will not die. You may just explode.
All the lifetimes in which you've done some energetic something that taught you what energy supposedly was, that it actually isn't. And everything you knew beyond it that you weren't willing or allowed to be. And decided or chose that you could not be and should not be. And everywhere you were too much for the people that were showing you what you were supposed to be. Will you just run and create it all, please? Right and wrong, good and bad, pot and pock, all 9 shorts, boys and beyonds. Space of being available, my beautiful friends. And I knew from a long time ago that if we ever actually got to open it up, it would not be able to be stopped. And guess what is occurring right now? And if you are at home, please allow the contribution that can be even from afar. Maybe a space that opens up a different possibility, a difference in your awareness. And if you would, please allow yourself to expand out and have an awareness of the earth. Notice this beautiful earth that actually connects all of us in the most beautiful of ways. Not in the way of this reality, not with any need, but with total gratitude and space and awesomeness and yumminess. How does it get any better than that? Now, if you've lived your life filled with entities, you may want to let them go now. With something like, Truth, who are you? Truth, what are you doing here? Truth, who were you before that? Truth, who were you before that? Truth, who will you be in the future? Truth, what will you be in the future? Truth, what will your job be in the future? Thank you very much. You may now leave. Beautiful you. Thank you for being alive. What a gift your presence is in this world. What a gift your presence is in this world. And if you ponder that that is actually true, what if it doesn't look like you thought it would, and what if it's not from any reason and justification that you thought it should occur from? What if it just is? Different possibilities, my beautiful friends, right here. You could ask for anything you desired, or maybe even acknowledge that your asks are already actualizing, which means you're way quicker than you used to be. If you didn't have any of the shit we've been talking about in place, you'd be even quicker too. And that is starting to change and go and dissolve, and we don't even know why or how. It's as though your choice is creating. And all that stuff that you set up to limit it is no longer able to keep up with your choice. Beautiful and amazing. And we've all lived our lives, and we all have a space or a pace of change that we thought was, that we have lived for so long that we assume must be. And we found access tools that seem to increase the space and pace of change. But what if even what we thought was access is different now? What if even what we thought was possible with these tools is different now? What if everything that we thought is possible now? Infinite beings, we are and be. None of us knows what that means, because it doesn't have meaning. It has infinite space. Infinite possibilities as part of infinite space. It has infinite choice, not defined, limited choice. You can pretend whatever you need to be around whomever you need to. It just gets a lot easier if you know that infinite being is you, that you be. Infinite space with infinite possibilities and infinite choice. Meaning there is no choice and no space that is not available. Earth, what is possible that we haven't even been able to begin to imagine? That for some weird-ass reason is possible now. It's possible. Let's go. What do you know, my beautiful friends? What is within your molecules and your cells? What is within the space between the molecules that is actually what brought your molecules together, that is the energy of your being that actualizes your body? And what if you were all connected with all of us here in this room, but also even way more than that? What if there is no separation any longer? What if that does not create the necessity of actualizing other people's boxes of limitation? But what if oneness is so large that no box of limitation can even compare? And so it simply, as you be infinite, ceases to exist for you. Yours and everybody else's. What if you no longer had to walk around this world feeling less than and also feeling like you needed to protect yourself from people's insanity? What if you no longer felt like you had to
make yourself smaller to match something that indicates to them that you get them? What if you could be as infinite as you are and as large as you are and be unaffected by everything that goes on around you? And what if in so being and doing, we together invite and be a space that allows a world of possibilities to exist? Now is the time, my beautiful, phenomenal motherfucking friends. A world of future, a world of future, a world of future, a world that has and is based on and is the invitation to and is the creation, generation, and actualization of future. And it doesn't look at all the way we thought it would or should. We have no idea cognitively. It just is. Will you allow it to be what is? Will you ask to be what is beyond what is not that you have been pretending? Now is the time, my beautiful friends. Now is the space. Now is the possibility. Now is infinite possibility and space. And I wonder what the possibilities, the infinite possibilities of infinite space could be and can be. And if we knew, but had no cognition, and allowed that knowing beyond cognition to guide us to everything that was the creation of the greatest possibility in every moment, what else could actualize and exist? Now is the time. 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 Breath in from the top of your head down to the tips of those cute, sweet, adorable little toes of yours. Thanking your beautiful body for being the gift that it is. Thanking you for being the gift that you are. One more deep breath in from the top of your head down to the tips of those cute, sweet, adorable little toes. And allow your awareness to reach down into this beautiful planet and the being that is there, that is potent, kind, infinitely kind, with infinite allowance, infinite caring, infinite contribution, infinite receiving. Let's ask Earth, what can we contribute to you and our future? And let's ask to make this our future now. Our future with this beautiful planet. Welcome home, my beautiful friends. Welcome home. And if you're at your home, allow this home to be invited into your home and your home to be invited into this home. What if you would allow your home to have the space of Earth itself? And the energy and vibration of it. The sweet, sweet thrum. Now is the space, my beautiful friends. The space is now.
Space for the beauty of your being to finally be perceived. Received, known infinitely to you and by you. Now is the space for peace to be. Now is the space for the quiet joy that you be. And also the space for receiving, undefined, where the whispers communicate with you and contribute to you and your body. You are beautiful, my beautiful friends. Thank you for being. Thank you for being alive now. Your presence here is a gift. While we enjoy this ESC, please allow me to gift you energetic, spacious awareness of the gift that being communion is for thee. What if there's a completely different way of being? It's wonderful to be. Wonderful to be you. Now is the space. Earth, what contribution can we be to you? What contribution can we receive from and as you? Now is the space for us to bring space by being space. You could even enjoy it if you wanted to. But please don't enjoy it too much. That'll be bad. Don't be too much. Just kidding. You spent a lifetime controlling you, beautiful creature. What if you didn't have to anymore? Perceive for a moment the world that we can actualize in the next 50 years. And perhaps perceive the galaxy and how different it becomes in the universe itself. All because some crazy humanoids on Earth chose to say yes to consciousness. Everything that limits the amount of change you can have from this ESC in this class, you destroy and uncreate it, please. Please. What if you would allow every day to be greater after this one? And the rest of this one to be greater than the beginning of this one? And just ask, because you don't know how and neither do I, but let's ask. It is not real, my beautiful friends. And by it, I mean everything. And it's okay to receive. Receiving doesn't look or feel anything like the way you thought it did, or should, or would, or has to. You have a lot of reasons not to. But one request begins to change it all. A simple request to enjoy living and enjoy receiving and enjoy being alive. Even if it kills you.
But there's so much serious stuff. How can you laugh?
How can you not? I'm asking for the difference of you to be known to you, and the difference of how we create together. With all the elements and elementals of consciousness that contribute, and the earth and the animals and the trees and the plants and the fungi and the water and the earth itself. The beauty of being alive, my beautiful friends. The beauty that one day will lead to your thrival. Beautiful you, thank you for being. Now is the space for you to have and be space. invite you to the doorway to your future. Where none of the rules and none of the past ever apply again. The space is now to live. Please take a deep breath in from the top of your head down to the tips of those cute, sweet, adorable little toes of yours. Thanking your beautiful body for being the gift that it is. Thanking you for being the gift that you are. So, wow. Wow. Notice that there is a wave-like energy that is just barely starting and going and starting and going. And that is a wave that connects you with every molecule in the universe. It just is. There's no way to do an ESC wrong. There's no way to do an ESC right. Everything that comes up during an ESC is part of the ESC. But what if there's a movement of joy somewhere in the world, my beautiful friends? Oh, what do you know, my beautiful friends, that nobody's ever asked of you? What if now's the time? Don't have too much fun though, that would be bad. Don't notice that every molecule has joy in it. Even you horrible people have joy. At least your molecules do. What if you would let them do the talking for a bit? What if you let the energy that has pulled your molecules together into this cute little form called your body have the conversation? The energy that pulled them together has joy within it, actually, which is interesting. And peace. If you think of the energy that pulls the molecules of trees together, that energy has an inherent peace and an inherent knowing. So do you and your molecules. It's just this box, this artificial intelligence that makes you think. Stop it. It's not your fault. You're not wrong, but stop it. It's not helping anyone, including you. What do you know, my beautiful friends? Beyond reality. Everyone has a different point of view or perspective. But what if we didn't believe any longer that that was us? What if we didn't believe any longer that our unique points of view were the gift we offer the world?
and our fixed points of view about who, what, where, when, why, and how we are, and who, what, where, when, and how reality is, or the gift we offer to the world. What if we recognize that our awareness of what is possible is actually the gift we offer the world? And if you're home alone, you're not alone. I don't want you to think I'm perving on you, but I am there with you. That's what we're doing. We're contributing to you. And what if all the molecules between here and you are contributing to you and us together? That would be bad. That would be weird. That doesn't make sense. You are correct. It does not make sense. But it could be a lot of fun. What if all the molecules between you and us were filled with joy, and we're transmitting joy, like from one molecule to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next, until it gets to you. And you're like, oh my God, I felt it. Beautiful, you. I know you don't deserve to receive. That's okay. Neither do I. I'm worse than you are, nanny, nanny, nanny. But guess what? I still receive. Ha ha. What would it be like to be willing to be the weirdest creature you've ever known? What if you were the weird one in your social group of one? I promise you will not die. You may just explode. All the lifetimes in which you've done some energetic something that taught you what energy supposedly was, that it actually isn't. And everything you knew beyond it that you weren't willing or allowed to be. And decided or chose that you could not be and should not be. And everywhere you were too much for the people that were showing you what you were supposed to be. Will you just run and cried it all, please? Right and wrong, good and bad, pot and pock, all nine shorts, boys and beyonds. Space of being available, my beautiful friends. And I knew from a long time ago that if we ever actually got to open it up, it would not be able to be stopped. And guess what is occurring right now? And if you are at home, please allow the contribution that can be even from afar. Maybe a space that opens up a different possibility, a difference in your awareness. And if you would please allow yourself to expand out and have an awareness of the earth. Notice this beautiful earth that actually connects all of us in the most beautiful of ways. Not in the way of this reality, not with any need, but with total gratitude and space and awesomeness and yumminess. How does it get any better than that? Now, if you've lived your life filled with entities, you may want to let them go now. With something like, Truth, who are you? Truth, what are you doing here? Truth, who were you before that? Truth, who were you before that? Truth, who will you be in the future? Truth, what will you be in the future? Truth, what will your job be in the future? Thank you very much. You may now leave. Beautiful you. Thank you for being alive. What a gift
your presence is in this world. What a gift your presence is in this world. And if you ponder that that is actually true, what if it doesn't look like you thought it would, and what if it's not from any reason and justification that you thought it should occur from? What if it just is? Different possibilities, my beautiful friends, right here. You could ask for anything you desired, or maybe even acknowledge that your asks are already actualizing, which means you're way quicker than you used to be. If you didn't have any of the shit we've been talking about in place, you'd be even quicker too. And that is starting to change and go and dissolve, and we don't even know why or how. It's as though your choice is creating. And all that stuff that you set up to limit it is no longer able to keep up with your choice. Beautiful and amazing. And we've all lived our lives, and we all have a space or a pace of change that we thought was, that we have lived for so long that we assume must be. And we found access tools that seem to increase the space and pace of change. But what if even what we thought was access is different now? What if even what we thought was possible with these tools is different now? What if everything that we thought is possible now? Infinite beings, we are and be. None of us knows what that means, because it doesn't have meaning. It has infinite space. Infinite possibilities as part of infinite space. It has infinite choice, not defined, limited choice. You can pretend whatever you need to be around whomever you need to. It just gets a lot easier if you know that infinite being is you, that you be. Infinite space with infinite possibilities and infinite choice. Meaning there is no choice and no space that is not available. Earth, what is possible? that we haven't even been able to begin to imagine. That for some weird-ass reason is possible now. It's possible. Let's go. What do you know, my beautiful friends? What is within your molecules and your cells? What is within the space between the molecules that is actually what brought your molecules together, that is the energy of your being that actualizes your body? And what if you were all connected with all of us here in this room, but also even way more than that? What if there is no separation any longer? What if that does not create the necessity of actualizing other people's boxes of limitation? But what if oneness is so large that no box of limitation can even compare? And so it's simply, as you be infinite, ceases to exist for you. Yours and everybody else's. What if you no longer had to walk around this world feeling less than and also feeling like you needed to protect yourself from people's insanity? What if you no longer felt like you had to make yourself smaller to match something that indicates to them that you get them? What if you could be as infinite as you are and as large as you are and be unaffected by everything that goes on around you? And what if in so being and doing, we together invite and be a space that allows a world of possibilities to exist? Now is the time, my beautiful, phenomenal motherfucking friends. A world of future. A world of future. A world of future. A world that has and is based on and is the invitation to and is the creation, generation, and actualization of future. And it doesn't look at all the way we thought it would or should. We have no idea cognitively. It just is. Will you allow it to be what is? Will you ask to be what is beyond what is not that you have been pretending? Now is the time, my beautiful friends. Now is the space. Now is the possibility. Now is infinite possibility and space. And I wonder what the possibilities, the infinite possibilities of infinite space could be and can be. And if we knew, but had no cognition, and allowed that knowing beyond cognition to guide us to everything that was the creation of the greatest possibility in every moment, what else could actualize and exist? Now is the time. 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 Now is the time.
Breath in from the top of your head down to the tips of those cute, sweet, adorable little toes of yours. Thanking your beautiful body for being the gift that it is. Thanking you for being the gift that you are. One more deep breath in from the top of your head down to the tips of those cute, sweet, adorable little toes. And allow your awareness to reach down into this beautiful planet and the being that is there, that is potent, kind, infinitely kind, with infinite allowance, infinite caring, infinite contribution, infinite receiving. Let's ask Earth, what can we contribute to you and our future? And let's ask to make this our future now. Our future with this beautiful planet. Welcome home, my beautiful friends. Welcome home. And if you're at your home, allow this home to be invited into your home and your home to be invited into this home. What if you would allow your home to have the space of Earth itself? And the energy and vibration of it. The sweet, sweet thrum. Now is the space, my beautiful friends. The space is now. Space for the beauty of your being to finally be perceived. Received, known infinitely to you and by you. Now is the space for peace to be. Now is the space for the quiet joy that you be. And also the space for receiving, undefined, where the whispers communicate with you and contribute to you and your body. You are beautiful, my beautiful friends. Thank you for being.
Thank you for being alive now. Your presence here is a gift. While we enjoy this ESC, please allow me to gift you the energetic, spacious awareness of the gift that being communion is for thee. What if there's a completely different way of being? It's wonderful to be, wonderful to be you. Now is the space. Earth, what contribution can we be to you? What contribution can we receive from and as you? Now is the space for us to bring space by being space. You could even enjoy it if you wanted to. But please don't enjoy it too much. That'll be bad. Don't be too much. Just kidding. You spent a lifetime controlling you, beautiful creature. What if you didn't have to anymore? Perceive for a moment the world that we can actualize in the next 50 years. And perhaps perceive the galaxy and how different it becomes in the universe itself. All because some crazy humanoids on Earth chose to say yes to consciousness. Everything that limits the amount of change you can have from this ESC in this class, you destroy and uncreate it, please. Please. What if you would allow every day to be greater after this one? And the rest of this one to be greater than the beginning of this one? And just ask, because you don't know how and neither do I, but let's ask. It is not real, my beautiful friends. And by it, I mean everything. It's okay to receive. Receiving doesn't look or feel anything like the way you thought it did, or should, or would, or has to. You have a lot of reasons not to. But one request begins to change it all. A simple request to enjoy living and enjoy receiving and enjoy being alive. even if it kills you.
But there's so much serious stuff. How can you laugh?
How can you not? I'm asking for the difference of you to be known to you, and the difference of how we create together. With all the elements and elementals of consciousness that contribute, in the earth and the animals and the trees and the plants and the fungi and the water and the earth itself. The beauty of being alive, the beautiful friends. The beauty that one day will lead to your thrival. Beautiful you, thank you for being. Now is the space for you to have and be space. I invite you to the doorway to your future. Where none of the rules and none of the past ever apply again. The space is now to live. Please take a deep breath in from the top of your head down to the tips of those cute, sweet, adorable little toes of yours. Thanking your beautiful body for being the gift that it is. Thanking you for being the gift that you are. So, wow.
Notice that there is a wave-like energy that is just barely starting and going and starting and going. And that is a wave that connects you with every molecule in the universe. It just is. There's no way to do an ESC wrong. There's no way to do an ESC right. Everything that comes up during an ESC is part of the ESC. But what if there's a movement of joy somewhere in the world, my beautiful friends? Oh, what do you know, my beautiful friends, that nobody's ever asked of you? What if now's the time? Don't have too much fun though, that would be bad. Don't notice that every molecule has joy in it. Even you horrible people have joy. At least your molecules do. What if you would let them do the talking for a bit? What if you let the energy that has pulled your molecules together into this cute little form called your body have the conversation? The energy that pulled them together has joy within it, actually, which is interesting. And peace. If you think of the energy that pulls the molecules of trees together, that energy has an inherent peace and an inherent knowing. So do you and your molecules. It's just this box, this artificial intelligence that makes you think. Stop it. Not your fault. You're not wrong, but stop it. It's not helping anyone, including you. What do you know, my beautiful friends? Beyond reality. Everyone has a different point of view or perspective. But what if we didn't believe any longer that that was us? What if we didn't believe any longer that our unique points of view were the gift we offer the world? And our fixed points of view about who, what, where, when, why, and how we are, and who, what, where, when, and how reality is are the gift we offer to the world? What if we recognize that our awareness of what is possible is actually the gift we offer the world? And if you're home alone, you're not alone. I don't want you to think I'm perving on you, but I am there with you. That's what we're doing. We're contributing to you. And what if all the molecules between here and you are contributing to you and us together? That would be bad. That would be weird. That doesn't make sense. You are correct. It does not make sense. But it could be a lot of fun. What if all the molecules between you and us were filled with joy, and we're transmitting joy, like from one molecule to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next, until it gets to you. And you're like, oh my God, I felt it. Beautiful, you. I know you don't deserve to receive. That's okay. Neither do I. I'm worse than you are, nanny, nanny, nanny. But guess what? I still receive. Ha ha. What would it be like to be willing to be the weirdest creature you've ever known? What if you were the weird one in your social group of one? I promise you will not die. You may just explode.
All the lifetimes in which you've done some energetic something that taught you what energy supposedly was, that it actually isn't. And everything you knew beyond it that you weren't willing or allowed to be. And decided or chose that you could not be and should not be. And everywhere you were too much for the people that were showing you what you were supposed to be. Will you destroy and create it all, please? Right and wrong, good and bad, pot and pock, all 9 shorts, boys and meows. Space of being available, my beautiful friends. And I knew from a long time ago that if we ever actually got to open it up, it would not be able to be stopped. And guess what is occurring right now? And if you are at home, please allow the contribution that can be even from afar. Maybe a space that opens up a different possibility, a difference in your awareness. And if you would, please allow yourself to expand out and have an awareness of the earth. Notice this beautiful earth that actually connects all of us in the most beautiful of ways. Not in the way of this reality, not with any need, but with total gratitude and space and awesomeness and yumminess. How does it get any better than that? Now, if you've lived your life filled with entities, you may want to let them go now. With something like, Truth, who are you? Truth, what are you doing here? Truth, who were you before that? Truth, who were you before that? Truth, who will you be in the future? Truth, what will you be in the future? Truth, what will your job be in the future? Thank you very much. You may now leave. Beautiful you. Thank you for being alive. What a gift your presence is in this world. What a gift your presence is in this world. And if you ponder that that is actually true, what if it doesn't look like you thought it would, and what if it's not from any reason and justification that you thought it should occur from? What if it just is? Different possibilities, my beautiful friends, right here. You could ask for anything you desired, or maybe even acknowledge that your asks are already actualizing, which means you're way quicker than you used to be. If you didn't have any of the shit we've been talking about in place, you'd be even quicker too. And that is starting to change and go and dissolve, and we don't even know why or how. It's as though your choice is creating. And all that stuff that you set up to limit it is no longer able to keep up with your choice. Beautiful and amazing. And we've all lived our lives, and we all have a space or a pace of change that we thought was, that we have lived for so long that we assume must be. And we found access tools that seem to increase the space and pace of change. But what if even what we thought was access is different now? What if even what we thought was possible with these tools is different now? What if everything that we thought is possible now? Infinite beings, we are and be. None of us knows what that means, because it doesn't have meaning. It has infinite space. Infinite possibilities as part of infinite space. It has infinite choice, not defined, limited choice. You can pretend whatever you need to be around whomever you need to. It just gets a lot easier if you know that infinite being is you, that you be. Infinite space with infinite possibilities and infinite choice. Meaning there is no choice and no space that is not available. Earth, what is possible that we haven't even been able to begin to imagine? That for some weird-ass reason is possible now. It's possible. Let's go. What do you know, my beautiful friends? What is within your molecules and your cells? What is within the space between the molecules that is actually what brought your molecules together, that is the energy of your being that actualizes your body? And what if you were all connected with all of us here in this room, but also even way more than that? What if there is no separation any longer? What if that does not create the necessity of actualizing other people's boxes of limitation? But what if oneness is so large that no box of limitation can even compare? And so it's simply, as you be infinite, ceases to exist for you. Yours and everybody else's. What if you no longer had to walk around this world feeling less than and also feeling like you needed to protect yourself from people's insanity? What if you no longer felt like you had to
Make yourself smaller to match something that indicates to them that you get them. What if you could be as infinite as you are and as large as you are and be unaffected by everything that goes on around you? And what if in so being and doing, we together invite and be a space that allows a world of possibilities to exist? Now is the time, my beautiful, phenomenal motherfucking friends. A world of future. A world of future. A world of future. A world that has and is based on and is the invitation to and is the creation, generation, and actualization of future. And it doesn't look at all the way we thought it would or should. We have no idea cognitively. It just is. Will you allow it to be what is? Will you ask to be what is beyond what is not that you have been pretending? Now is the time, my beautiful friends. Now is the space. Now is the possibility. Now is infinite possibility and space. And I wonder what the possibilities, the infinite possibilities of infinite space could be and can be. And if we knew, but had no cognition, and allowed that knowing beyond cognition to guide us to everything that was the creation of the greatest possibility in every moment, what else could actually...
Note to reader. Do you understand? How many times in your life have you heard that question? Or asked it? Please take a moment to look at this. Are you trying to live your life from a cognitive point of view? Are you trying to understand how everything works to get it right? Well, aren't we all? Here's another possibility to consider. It doesn't work. We start by having the point of view, I think, therefore I am. From that, we conclude that awareness is cognitive and choice is somehow cognitive. But it's not. We've all chosen lots of things that were not cognitive. For example, all the things in your life that don't work for you that you want to change, but you don't know how they got there, those were almost all chosen non-cognitively. But they were chosen nonetheless. We think that understanding is awareness, but it's not. Awareness oftentimes has no understanding to it because it has no point of view. It just is. Understanding is inferior to awareness. Understanding is a function of your mind. Awareness is a function of you, the being. Trying to live our lives from a cognitive point of view is one of the greatest limitations we have. And please, don't try to get this cognitively. Just ask, is it light or heavy? For you. Note to reader. What defines you? Who would you be without your name? If you had no past, what would be possible? If nothing of you were defined, what would there be to judge or limit you? What if being you was not a definition, but a space and a being and a possibility? Note to reader. Do you understand?
Welcome, everybody, to this part of our day of International Being You Day. I just want to say thank you to everybody in Rome who showed up with so much magic and launched us into this beautiful day. I want to give a shout out to everybody here in Mexico City live with me right now. Thank you guys for being here. what else is possible to explore today? So our first guests that are going to be joining me today are Miss Heather Nichols and Miss Kate Sarton. And we get to dive into chapter 8. What if you chose your parents? Can you imagine if that was actually a choice? And what did you know when you chose your parents? So welcome, ladies.
Thank you.
Hi, Heather.
Are we? Hi, I think there's a little bit of a delay.
All right, there we go. And hello, Kate. Thank you for joining.
Hello. I was a different person for a second.
I know. That doesn't look like Kate. So I would love you guys, when you first heard this concept of what if you chose your parents, because I know a lot of us think that, we got stuck with them, or how do we not be them, or how do we be just like them, as if it was something that we didn't choose. So I'm curious, Heather, if you can jump in with me when you first heard about what if you chose your parents, what was that like for you?
Well, I think the first place I actually considered it was with my own kids, and like, what if they chose me? And I was so relieved, actually. I was like, wow, okay. So if they chose me for me, who I actually am, then maybe all these things that I think are so bad about me as a mom, because, I don't love doing all the mom things that you're supposed to love doing, maybe they actually chose that too. Like, maybe it's not so wrong that I don't, have a different point of view about being a mom, and maybe it actually really works for my kids.
I would love for you to share a little bit about your different point of view about being a mom. I've had the pleasure of getting to create on parenting stuff with you, and both of you are such beautiful, unique mothers and beings in this world. So I know, Heather, like your journey is so different because you got to like this different vulnerability with being a mom. Would you speak a little bit to that?
Yeah, well, yeah, it's been a ride. It has been a ride. My kids are 15 and 18 now. So my son just graduated from high school yesterday, my older one. And I started taking Access Consciousness classes when they were like maybe 2 and 5. So it's been a long journey. And I went to a class, I think it was actually my first class with Gary Douglas, who is the founder of Access. And I had this really extreme back pain going on, and I was a yoga teacher. I was really fit. I was really healthy, and so it was really bizarre because I had this ongoing back pain that wouldn't go away, wouldn't go away, wouldn't go away. Couldn't tie my shoes some days. It was really extreme. And I went to an advanced body class with him, and I asked him about it. My kids were actually with me, and I asked him about it, and he said, "Truth, do you hate being a mom?" And I was like, oh my gosh, there's 100 people in the room. My kids are in the room. And like, I know this man is psychic and I can't actually lie. And at that moment, I was like, yeah. And, but it was so cool because we got to the thing that I hated about being a mom was all the stuff that I thought that I had to do and all the ways that I thought I had to get it right. And everywhere that I couldn't be me as a mom because I had to get it right as a mom. And I hated that. That's what I hated. I loved my kids, but I hated having to be somebody that I wasn't, and I didn't like cooking, and I didn't like, doing all the laundry and all the, all the things that make you a good mom. I didn't like doing that stuff. And so Gary said, we did some clearings, and he said, hire somebody. And I did. And literally the next morning after this conversation and a body process that we ran in the class, the back pain was gone forever. It's totally gone. And it was like this sense of like, we say a lot when you have back pain, what are you hiding behind you? And I was hiding that from me and from the world, like just how much I couldn't stand what I was doing. And that was the beginning of me really choosing something different and going, you know what, I got to do this my way. I've got to do this my way. And things have been so much different ever since. And I mean, I could tell millions of stories, but yeah.
Well, it's so interesting because the Being You Changing the World book, which, by the way, if you haven't gone to beingyouchangingtheworld.com and got your copy, make sure you go do that. You can also download the first chapter, but shameless plug. But all through the book, it's about asking questions and about getting to what is actually true for you. And I know that especially with parenting, there's so much about what you're supposed to do, how you're supposed to do it, how your kids are supposed to show up, how you're supposed to support them if you're being a good mom and not a bad mom. And there's so many versions of that. And so I love that Gary asking you that question got you to what is actually true for you, because I have 4 kids and I'm also a grandmother now. And I will say that I do not like being a mom, but I love being a mom. I love being me as a mom. And but I was avoiding like the mom thing for a really long time because I had to be in a constant state of judgment of myself. So I love that freedom, that question. Just one question, you guys. One question can change everything. So Miss Kate, also one of my favorite moms. I would love to hear from you what your daughter showed you when you were pregnant with her and how that changed your reality.
Yeah. And Heather, thank you so much for what you shared. That is such an amazing example of when you're not really being you, how it creates intensity, and it literally created intensity in your body. Like, that is so primo. Thank you for that. And that my answer to your current question, Sarah, relates to how we started with this notion of like, what if we chose our parents? What if our kids chose us? And it's so funny because that idea, before having my daughter, I would have said, bullshit. I would have said, that's not possible. And, but then once I was pregnant and I was instantly aware of her massive, potent being and her invitation to me to have my back and her back and create a demand in creating my life that I hadn't been willing to step into yet. And it wasn't from the space of like, and now I have to give myself up because I'm going to become a mom. It wasn't any of those things. It was like, whoa, there is this whole new journey that is opening up in front of me. Am I going to step the fuck up, like for me and for her? And that experience, that moment was like, oh, she did choose me, right? Because there was something that she had to show me that she desired to invite me to. And she has continued to be that these 11 years. And then what's really cool about that is that acknowledgement then ripples back in time to me looking at my parents and being like, wow, if I chose them, what invitation have I been and do I be for them that I haven't acknowledged yet? What gift have they been for me that I haven't fully received yet? Because maybe I was too much in the story before of the parent-child dynamic or whatever that was. And it's such an unexpected place of potency to step into that and acknowledge that from both directions. And it's been such a cool gift.
Well, I love, love, love getting to witness you be a mom because it's like you guys are truly teammates. You're in such a way co-creating together always. And I know that you and I share stories often about what our kids invite us to. And we're like, we don't know who the parent is here, but we're so grateful that we have these potent beings who are willing to show us some things. So I love that. Heather, you and your son just co-facilitated a class together. And I know that at some point that probably seemed like that wasn't a possibility, or maybe the furthest away possibility. Do you want to talk a little bit about that journey in that arc?
Yeah. Well, how to break it down into a really concise story. Basically, this is my younger one. He's 15, and a couple years ago, he was just really going very downhill. Like he was getting into drugs, and he was, just doing a lot of risky stuff. And this was actually right before 8th grade, so he wasn't even in high school yet. And I just knew, I knew where he was going, having been a teenager myself, I knew where he was going, and I was not willing for him to go there. And it's cool because, a lot of the tools that we play with in Access Consciousness are really about like allowance and letting people see what their choices create. And there's so much about that in the parenting conversations. And one of the things I learned from that moment was there's also a time where you just go, nope, like you're not going down that path, you're going over here. And that's basically what we did. Is we sent him to a wilderness therapy program, and then a residential therapeutic boarding school for 8th grade. He was gone for his whole 8th grade year, and it was such an intense time. It was a really tough decision. The hardest thing I've ever done as a parent, for sure. And but it was so beautiful what occurred, because we were very facilitated through the whole process, like as a family, and there was all this stuff that we got to really look at in our relationships with each other. And he and I, he came home. Actually, we were just talking about this last night. He came home from that exactly a year ago yesterday. And we were just kind of reflecting on the past year. Because he came home and we were like, I was like, crazy mom. I was like totally hovering and like so afraid he was gonna relapse and and he and I really had to, like, we had done so much work when he was gone, but we had to do even more when he was home and navigate, like, how are we going to do this? And it was so cool because the more I would let go and the more I would trust him and give him space to create his life, like the more relaxed he got, the more communicative he would be, the easier our relationship would be. Like, it was like this huge expansion. And over the course of this past year, it's been also like, I love how you described Kate and her daughter, like kind of like really co-creating the whole parenting thing, and the call that we actually haven't done it yet. We postponed it, but it was called Parenting Your Teen and Teening Your Parent. And we do have a podcast that we did that people can listen to where we did it together. But because to me, it's like we really have gotten to this place where we're like, okay, let's look at this here. Like, let's talk about things like what worked for you and what works for you and what's true for you, and that's one of the questions that I think to have, whether you ask your kids that directly or not, but to have it as your curiosity as a parent. It's one of the things that has made parenting actually really fun for me now, is always being curious about what's true for my kids. Not what I want them to be, not what I think they should be, but like really seeing them as these unique creatures that have their own knowing and their own awareness. And like if we've, had lots of lifetimes, like I'm not necessarily older than them. We're just in a different arrangement this time, and it's like, hey, what's true for this creature here, called my son, and it's not the same for both of them. And really looking at that and letting him show me how to parent him in a way that works for him now that we've got a different, foundation to work from. And it's been so beautiful and so magical. And he now, like, it's like every time I see him, he just gives me a huge hug. He tells me how much he loves me. Like, it's so different. And I'm so glad that we did what we did. And I'm so glad that we're where we are now. And it really has just been such a gift. But I would say the biggest piece is like really be looking at, who is this creature in front of me that I call my child, and what if they're not my child? What if they're like way bigger than that? I mean, yes, they're your child, but like, what if they're way bigger than that? And how can you facilitate them as a being, And for me, it's like, if my kids are being them and they're happy, truly happy, that's really all I care about.
I love that you talk about that is what actually brought the fun back to parenting, because I think where the world teaches us often is it's a hard job, and you have to give yourself up in order to do it, and you won't have your body, your free time, or any money if you have kids. There's like so many points of view out there. And I know, like for me, when I started to really get with the Access tools to empower my kids to choose as my only job, I was free of a lot of stuff, because I finally could just be like, you know what, it's your choice, you create your life, and how do I have your back in that? And if there are no wrong choices, like a lot of the conversations that came today about wrongness, if our kids were never wrong and they were just making choices that gave them more awareness, like how do we celebrate that in a totally different way? Miss Kate, I would love for you to talk a little bit about like what Access tools have you started to use with your daughter Phoenix, and how has parenting changed since you've been using the Access tools?
Oh, well, it's so funny. As you two were just going back and forth, I was like, oh, right. What if parenting is hard because that's an indicator of you're not being you, right? Or not choosing for you and not co-creating. So I'm putting that in the memory banks, like, oh, okay, mental note. It's so interesting. So from the beginning, there was like lots of downloads and insight of being pregnant and having this daughter, and she was a surprise. So I was just like, whoa, okay, here we are. But I didn't have any of the Access tools yet. I had lots of other tools. I'm a massage therapist. I had a stress management certification. I had all these other tools in my toolbox, but I was still trying really, really hard to get it right. And I didn't have the spacious ease and fun that we share and have on that adventure together now. I definitely had way more of the stress, and because I was overthinking everything from making baby food to, whatever. And I was trying to preventively control every surrounding, every environment around her to keep her safe and organic and whatever.
I know not of which you speak.
I'm sure I'm the only one. And what's really funny is for an area of life where there is a abundance of how-to books and information out there, none of them can actually tell you what your child is going to be like and what they require, because each being, each body is completely unique. So maybe there's one morsel of information from this book and a nugget from this podcast or blog, but they're just moments of information. So I was trying really hard to get it all right. And then I took my first bars class, and the Access bars, which is for anyone who's brand new listening, it's an energetic modality, kind of the a great starting point with Access Consciousness when looking at body work. It helps declutter the mind, the mental space. I call it's like meditation, but you're just being gently touched on the head, and you get to get rid of the things that are no longer serving you, that are cluttering up your mind. So I took my first workshop because I was going to make it a part of my practice for massage. And I thought it was great. But the first wow moment with it was actually with my daughter. She's been an amazing kid and was always very easy as a baby, except for sleeping through the night. She would wake up every 2 hours and want to snuggle. And maybe we would have a few days where she slept through the night, but for I don't even know, the first 4 years of her life, I did not sleep. And I remembered hearing the Access bars that some people have reported better sleep afterwards. So she knew I had taken this workshop. She's always been an incredible talker and conversationalist. So I was like, hey, can I try this new thing that I learned? And she was like, okay. And so I ran all the bars points on her. We were in bed doing bedtime. She fell asleep as I was going through the points, but I had finished up the session on her, and she slept through the night, and she slept through the night from that day out. And I was like, no way, like that undeniable moment of a light switch flip where no one could convince me or tell me otherwise, like logic something out. It was just this moment of like, oh, wow, there are definitely things possible here way beyond what my brain can figure out. So the bars was the first. And then I just use questions with her all the time. A lot of questions with bodies. Her body is sensitive and aware to some things. And I do my best. I'm sure I'm not perfect. I do my best to present it in a way of like, do you want to try this? Like, what if you try this thing? Instead of like, hey, this is how you, this is how you do it. And it's really, really cool to see what she's interested with and what takes. And the last little story I'll share is that, so her stomach can be kind of sensitive to some things. And so there was one day she was like sitting on the toilet with her stomach hurting. And I was like, hey, what if we give some energy to the earth? What if we throw some threes? And so we threw a couple threes and she instantly started feeling better. And she looked at me and she was like, man, Mom, like, and I'm not going to do it verbatim, but she was basically like, I am so lucky to have you as a mom because I bet not everyone knows this. And I was like, oh my God, if I had these type of tools growing up with my own body, which is incredibly sensitive and aware, like how much more ease I would have had along the way. So it's just been so wonderful to have them and offer them to her for when they click, and then see where she gets to take that and run in her life in whatever way that shows up.
I love that. And I remember that story so much, and it melted my heart then as much as it did today. Heather, I have a question for you in regards to like your ask for the world in regards to parenting. Like, I know it's a big question getting out the gate here, but what do you know is possible if parents knew there was something else available? Can you speak to that future for me?
If I could do it without crying.
Yeah, me too. That's why I'm having you. You're welcome.
You know, before I knew that I could be me as a mom, you know, I mean, I told the story, like I hated it. You know, I did not hate my kids ever. I adore my children, but I hated living in the prison of judgment that parenting is for most people, you know, trying to get it right, needing to get it right, you know, there's like so much pressure. I always say like with parenting, you know, it's like the one area of life where like, if you mess it up, you like, you know, the conditioning is like, well, you mess up another person, you know, if you mess up your, you know, money situation, well, you're the only one that has to deal with it, you know, but that's the thing. That's why there's so much pressure, you know, on parents. And it's like, it's so much. And it's such a lie, you know. Earlier, I know there was a discussion about what's true for you makes you feel lighter. What's a lie for you makes you feel heavy. And parenting was so heavy for me because I was living such the lie of perfection and, you know, that I could even get it right. So for me, it's like, I would love to see a world where people actually give up trying to get it right, trying to avoid getting it wrong, and truly know that what they know and what they desire and what they like, that their joy as a parent is actually one of the greatest gifts they can give to their kids, and that they're not wrong, and that their kids did choose them for them, not for who they are trying to be that they're not. And to have fun, like to really actually enjoy it. Because the more I enjoy my life, everything I'm creating, it's like the happier my whole family is, you know, and that is one of the things you're just not supposed to have as a parent. And man, if that would change, what an amazing world this would be.
Totally agree. And as we wrap here, I'd love to hear from you, Kate. We've got just a minute or so to go. I know that in this reality, parenting is often done from judgment, and it's just handed down and handed down. And I'd love to just hear from you, like, what is your ask to change with parenting?
Yeah, I might be echoing a lot of the same sentiment that Heather offered too. It's that piece of releasing the self-judgment, pivoting to looking at it as an adventure, and like knowing you always get to choose again. Sorry, I don't know if my video froze. Was my audio okay?
Very good.
Okay. But looking at it as an adventure, and that you always get to choose again. Like there isn't the final choice, or you make the choice and then that's it. Like it's such a dynamic movement. The fun also that Heather mentioned, we were laughing our asses off the other day because we were being so ridiculous playing with these little styrofoam balls that you use to fill up like a beanbag chair. We were filling up this thing and the balls were spilling and going everywhere, but there was magic because they were so filled with static cling that they were like clinging to us, and then we'd go and try and touch them and they'd move away. And it would like, it was so absurd. We probably looked like cats, like going to town and just laughing our butts off. And I had that moment of like, this is the joy of being together. And I know it doesn't always look like that. I'm frozen, sorry. I know it's not that every moment looks like that moment, but I get that those moments get so much greater and are so much easier to be with when we let go of the judgment, when we know that we can choose again and really approach it as being an adventure together.
I love that so much. And I'll just add here in the end, what if we could be for our kids who we always wished we had? I know that Dain and Gary always invite that energy. And I often parent from that place too, is like, if I were in this situation, what would I have wished an adult would have said to me or just been for me energetically? And so that's my invitation, all the parents out there, is who did you actually require for you when you were that age? And what if you could be that for your kids? What else is possible, you guys? Thank you so much for joining me. I'm so grateful to be here creating different possibilities for our kids on the planet, and so grateful for moms like you that are doing the same.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Note to reader. How you be, my friend? Are you a little bit uncomfortable? Cool, you're in the right place. Being uncomfortable is actually an awareness that change is underfoot. It's the way you know that the change and difference that you've been asking for is actually being created. What if that uncomfortableness was one of the greatest rightnesses? It lets you know you're headed in the direction of the difference you've been asking for. So everything you and anybody else in the world around you has done to make you believe that being uncomfortable is a wrongness, and that you're wrong for it. Will you uncreate and destroy it, please? Right, wrong, good and bad, pod and pock, all nine shorts, boys and beyonds. In other words, it's when something that is totally different than what was your reality before is coming into existence that you feel that amazing discomfort. Because it doesn't come from the same place, it doesn't have any of the same parameters. Therefore, you don't recognize it and you can't define it. So then you assume something must be wrong, and that's actually the new thing you were asking for showing up. My friends, would you be willing to ask this question every time something is uncomfortable? Is this actually the difference I was asking for, showing up in a totally different way than I thought it was going to? And would you be willing to be grateful for that? Just for the next 10 seconds? Now breathe. Note to reader. So here you are, becoming undefined. Truth, what would you like to choose now? Is it time to generate your living from this unlimited, undefined space? Just enjoy it. Enjoy how very, very uncomfortable it is. How very, very undefined and magical. And what if it could be comfortable just as easily as uncomfortable? What if you could let what you think is uncomfortable nurture you and grow you? Truth, my friend. What else is possible? How does it get any better than this? Here's another tool for you. Would an infinite being truly choose this? What if you truly are an infinite being? What if you're limitless and unstoppable? What if you don't have to function solely from thoughts, feelings, and emotions? You have choice. Yes, my dear, you can choose to squeeze yourself into the box called this reality, or you can function from question, choice, possibility, and contribution. You can be as vast as the universe, and vaster. This is a question that's always relevant. Would an infinite being truly choose this for anything that you might be choosing? And if an infinite being wouldn't, why would you?
Welcome back, everybody. We had a little mess up on the thing that was on the bottom that was coming up next. We are not doing that chapter yet. We are doing if death were a choice instead of a wrongness, could you then fully live? And I am joined by Dr. Melissa Mahon, Dr. Anthony Mattis, and Ms. Wendy Mulder. Thank you guys for being here. So all of you have experienced, so funny to go from parenting to death. Here we are. Okay. Okay. All of you experienced death in a different way and have used the Access tools to actually create with it and be a different possibility here on planet Earth. Death is supposed to be sad and the end of something and, you know, take you into a mourning state. And a lot of you have chosen to live after experiencing death in your lives. So I would love to hear from you guys. Where did you get to where you are today? And like, how did the tools help you? Wendy, I know you wrote a couple books on death, correct? Do you want to talk a little bit about how you were inspired to choose that and what got you there? I can't hear Wendy. Can you guys hear Wendy? Are you unmuted, babe? Okay. While you figure that out, can someone support Wendy in getting on Anthony? I'm going to jump over to you. Okay. A lot of us. Okay. Would you tell a little bit about how death came into your life and what showed up for you and how you use the tools?
Well, you know, it's a multi-faceted and level question for me because death has been a thing in my life since I was a little boy, actually. You know, this whole mystery of life after death.
Hey, Miss Wendy. Miss Wendy.
Can you guys hear me okay? I'm having other people from the news station
I can hear you.
Here. Okay.
Can you hear me?
Cool. Yeah, but I heard Brett in my ear.
Okay. Go ahead.
Now I know what it feels like to be on the news or something like that, you know. And like, take him off. He's saying too much. No. Anyway, yeah, no. So death has always been a thing for me in my life. You know, my grandmother I was 5 years old when she died, and it was a very big Italian dramatic thing at the funeral. So I always had questions around death. But so I can go anywhere with this particular topic. But about 12 years ago, my wife had committed suicide, and she had struggled with bipolar disorder. And it was interesting because when I first met her, she pretty much told me her whole life story within the first 10 minutes and that she had mental illness. And I'm like, oh, I can fix it. I'm a metaphysician, you know, and you need to come to my book clubs. And this was before Access. And so 10 years later, you know, she lost the battle. She decided to take herself out and leave. And with all the work that both her and I put in as far as self-help work and religions and philosophies and gurus and you name it, we did it. I was really, really disappointed, and I was really lost. So I was like, there's got to be something out there. I was on my knees praying to God. There's got to be something out there that can change the face of mental illness. And aside from that particular tragic event, because I'm raising 3 kids by myself at this point, I was like, my life kind of sucks. You know, even aside from that, it's like I was struggling in every facet of my life. And so 9 months later, I learned about Access Consciousness, the bars. And it was about 2.5 years from that point where I finally got to my first certified facilitators class. And it was about 3 days in. And I remember walking back from lunch, and I love this chapter. I mean, it's completely fitting because, you know, Dain talks about how if death was a choice instead of a wrongness, could you then fully live? And I remember reading that, and I'm like, what the fuck? Come on, man. You know, because my job was to always save people. My job was to keep people alive and for them to avoid death, right? And so I'll never forget the conversation we had before she took her life. And she's like, I don't want you and the kids to deal with this all the time. And I remember saying to her, I'm like, I'll deal with one bad year for 5.5 good ones, because that's how long she was actually stable and sane and blah, blah, blah. So anyway, so she made the choice the next day. And then so fast forward 3.5 years, I'm at certified facilitators. I'm walking back from class or from lunch on the way to class, and literally my knees buckled. And I fell onto one knee. And in that moment, it was like the entire world around me, from the animals to the trees and the plants and to the pavement where the cars drive on, were literally like pulsating. And in that moment, I just had this pouring down of tears of gratitude, because I got to see the gift in her choice. I got to perceive, like, energetically, the space that she actually created for the kids and I. Now, this is not to say that suicide's the answer or the solution. I'm not, you know what I mean? But it's like, when you are on this journey of consciousness, it's like, what if there aren't any wrongs or rights or good or bad, you know? And so that was the first time where I actually perceived the gift in her choice, as opposed to just the tragedy of it. Now, also in that moment, I realized that Access, because the first 2.5 years was just about getting me past my suffering, getting me past just my entire life of trauma and drama. And I realized that day that the tools of Access are way more, there's so much more available to you than just getting you through your pain and suffering. But there was actual, like, you could actually have a life where you wake up happy and you're thriving, not just surviving. And it's not just about getting you through your pain, but there's actual palpable magic. There's a grand and glorious adventure that's actually possible for your life and living. And so everything that's showing up in my life today, right now, in the last 11 years, is because of the tools of Access Consciousness. And if it wasn't for the tools, I have no idea where I would be right now. I have no idea where my children would be right now. At that time, back then, they were 11, 9, and 3. And now they're 22, 20, and 14. And the tools became a regular part of our lives. And it got us through those dark moments, those dark times, you know, because that was tough. They lost their mom. But we had the tools. We laughed. We giggled as a family. We would have belly laughs at the Access Consciousness classes. You know, we would giggle, and it was just beautiful. And we got to use the tools when we would come home from after, you know, a seminar. So it's something that not only got us through that difficult time, but the kids got to see their father start to thrive in life, and they got to witness that even if you went through something horrific, you could actually still have an amazing life. And that's what the tools were a gift for so many reasons, but we got to see truly where that crazy phrase that we learned in Access, like it says in the book, everything is the opposite of what it appears to be. Nothing's the opposite of what it appears to be. And I have no doubt in my mind, could we have saved her life if we had the tools before that? Absolutely. But I didn't know about Access until afterwards, you know, and I believe that she actually led me to the work, to be honest with you. And she sort of made herself present a lot in this journey. And she got me to look at, like, look, you can change a lot of people's lives, especially people struggling with mental illness with these tools. You can't be in the closet anymore. Because like the first 3 years, I was sort of like an in the closet Access facilitator, you know? And then I found out, like, you know what, fuck that. The results are undeniable. How can I be in the closet? I gotta let the world know about this. So that's sort of what it's been for me with the whole death thing.
You are creating so much and definitely letting the world know. And to see how you are thriving and how your children are showing up and thriving as well has been a huge gift to witness, because by all accounts, the world would give you permission to never be happy again. Totally. And I think, you know, and it's really easy to like permiss yourself, if you will, and go, you know what, it's over. You know, here's the tragedy that I now live from. And a lot of us, like how we start every sentence when we've gone through some sort of loss like that. And your willingness to keep going and thriving has contributed to so many. And I just want to say personal thank you.
Thank you so much. Appreciate it.
Yeah. Okay, ladies. I'm going to jump up to you, Melissa. I know I was in creation with you this year when you announced that your mom had passed. And one of the reasons why, like, I jumped to having you on this conversation was that you weren't doing any of the trauma and drama that like most of us do when we lose a parent. It wasn't the worst thing in the world, and you didn't seem to like stop living. And so I wanted to talk to you a little bit about what that was like for you and what tools you went to make choices like that.
Yeah. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Sorry. I was messing with my camera, so I didn't know if it would do weird things. So, you know, when my mom passed, my mom had Alzheimer's for a long time. And it was one of those things that, as wrong in this reality as that is, I mean, I had been asking for her to choose whatever was going to work the greatest for her for a long time. And when she finally chose to leave, it was sort of like this beautiful celebration of everything that she had been in my life. And at that time, she was, you know, hadn't been living anymore. She was in a nursing home. She wasn't talking. She wasn't eating. She wasn't, you know, she had already sort of stopped living. And so I really had been asking questions around what else was possible for her to choose beyond that. And when she did finally leave, you know, it was sort of this beautiful, like, oh, she gets to like be free now. So for me, it was so different. And I know that in this reality, there was this, like, I was so aware of the judgment that I wasn't in trauma and drama and I wasn't a mess. But at that point, I had been doing Access and using that tools of Access for, you know, almost 5 years. And I was really in a state of like interesting point of view with all of it, where I just got to be an allowance of her and her choice. And it was really different and it was really beautiful. So I was so grateful. And the other thing I was so grateful to have is, you know, that tool of who does this belong to, because I was so aware of my siblings' reaction and the rest of the world's reaction and how you're like supposed to act when a parent dies. And I was so grateful to be able to acknowledge that all the things that came up, most of them didn't belong to me. And they were so much like the idea of like what you're supposed to show up as in this reality. And so, yeah, I certainly had my moments, but it was such a gift to see death differently. And, you know, the other thing that came up for me is that when she had Alzheimer's, we didn't really get to talk. You know, we used to talk every day on the phone before she, you know, kind of lost her mind. And those last maybe 5 years, I mean, I really hadn't had a conversation with my mom. And so I knew that once she wasn't embodied any longer, it would actually give me a different possibility to communicate with her. And, you know, this sort of gets into the Talk to the Entities tools, but I was actually on a Talk to the Entities class with Shannon O'Hara when my mom passed. And so I got to like, it was just an amazing gift to like be facilitated and facilitate my mom. Like, I think I had like a telecall 3 days after she passed with Shannon. And so we were able to like clear all the drug stuff that had been given to her and actually like allow her to have peace with knowing she didn't have a body anymore. And now she pops in here and there, and I get to communicate with her in a different way than I could when she was alive. So, I mean, it was, for me, it was a gift all around.
That is so beautiful and also so different, and such an invitation to look at death from all these different sides and also have tools after death. Like Access Consciousness has tools to live amazing lives and then also to go beyond death. What? So how did we get so lucky to be here today talking about how we can be us even with this energy or this invitation of being with the end of life and what goes beyond it. And I know, how are we doing on sound, Wendy? Do I get to hear you now?
Wendy, try, I would say try unplugging your headphones and see if that ends up working.
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yes. Thank you, Brett.
Oh, good. Good.
So speaking of all different sides of death, Wendy, I know that you have experienced it from all different sides and written books about it. So what would you like to share with us today as far as your unique awareness around death?
Yeah, well, there's just I've always known that there's a different possibility with grief and death and dying, and you know, just it's so there's just such a different reality available, and it was so exciting, like coming across Access Consciousness, and it was like, oh yes, you know, it just is what it is. And, you know, and the gratitude of we're still alive. Whoever's passed is, you know, their body's gone, but they as the being is still living on. And I've just had some amazing conversations with Gary and Dain of just acknowledging that beautiful gift of, you know, we're alive. Like every day is precious, and what if we didn't have to, you know, what if it didn't have to be difficult, and what if it was okay to receive something different? And I think that's one of the things. Like I've seen people die, and I've seen, you know, I lost my husband, as you know, went out on a motorbike and never returned, and it was. These tools are just so magical in the sense of the beautiful essence of living each moment to the most and walking and talking that. And I think my first book, Learning from Grief, I hadn't even actually come across Access at that stage. But then when I did, was Dying Happy, the gift of choice, I was like, yes. You know, it is truly possible. It is truly possible to live. And the other thing I just want to say is what really has made sense for me is the more gratitude we can have for that person that has passed, the more that we choose to live our life, how much beautiful energy does that go through to that person? And it's never, ever made sense to me when someone dies or when someone's dying to be contracted and sad and suffering, because that energy is not a contribution to that person who's gone or to that person who's dying. Like, we are this amazing gift of so much joy. We have so much, and why wouldn't we change the sadness to the gratitude? To the gratitude, and the energy of that is truly magical. So yes, it really is time. It really is time for us to know what we know, and I'm just so I'm excited for for what can show up, in the next, 100 years of the sense that it can be easy for someone to die, and that we can actually be, like as I say to my two sons, live your life, guys. Enjoy your living, because that's going to be your greatest contribution to your dad. That he knows that you're happy and that you can flow that energy through to him, and he can choose whatever he's choosing now.
Yeah. Well, one of the gifts, Wendy, that you just be is when you experienced that which most people would go to so much grief and separation. Like, I saw you there being this gift to others to heal what they thought they had to heal in you. And you and I had a conversation on a podcast, and it lit me up in such a way of something being truly possible beyond what we have been programmed about something like death. And I just want to say thank you. Thank you again. Thank you all for joining today. I have one more question, and I just want to see who wants to jump in and play with me. But what does it look like to truly live and choose living like as a verb, rather than the avoidance of death that a lot of people are choosing? Like, what are the difference between those two energies? And Anthony, I'm going to put you on the spot. Would you go first with that one for me?
Yes, I'd be happy to. For me, I'll say the one tool that actually helped me to get into that space of living, which was the question of, if you had 10 seconds to live the rest of your life, what would you choose? Yeah. And that really got me in the now moment. It got me out of grieving of the past and worrying about the future. It's like, what would I like to choose right now if I only had 10 seconds? So it was like the choices that I seemed to make along the way after she passed, it's like I made sure that they mattered. Like, you know what I mean? Like, and I was choosing for me, but in choosing for me, I was also creating greater for everyone around me. And that was because of that one question. It got me to look at like what was going to create, let's say, greater and a more expansive, living for not just me, but for the kids.
That's awesome. Melissa, do you want to talk a little bit about that tool of 10-second choice and expand a little bit on it for those who haven't heard about it before?
Sure. So living in 10-second increments is kind of like what Anthony was just saying. It's like, if you have 10 seconds to make a choice to live the rest of your life, what would you choose? And it's like, you can choose anything in 10 seconds. You can choose to stand up. You can choose to sit down. You can choose to take a walk. You can choose to live your greatest life. You can choose to ask questions about like, okay, if I was creating anything, if I could create my life as anything, what would I really like to have as my life? And everything I've decided isn't possible if I didn't have to choose from that space. And I could actually start asking questions of like, what is truly possible that I've never allowed the possibility to be? If I could choose that right now, would you choose it? But so many people live from fear. And they're like, well, I might choose that, but it might not work out. I might like end up feeling like that was the wrong choice. So then they do this paralyzed thing where they won't actually choose what would work for them because they're so afraid of it going wrong. And so one of the things I play with a lot is like, what if there was no wrong choice? What if every single choice creates awareness? So even if you make a choice and you're like, well, that didn't turn out how I thought that was going to go. What if that wasn't wrong? What if it just gave you more awareness to choose what else you'd like to choose in the next 10 seconds? But people do this thing all the time where they think that making a choice is the same thing as making a decision, which is like where you're stuck. And it's like, I'm now deciding this as though it's unchangeable. But choice isn't that. It's I'm choosing this right now for this 10 seconds. I can choose to be angry in this 10 seconds. And in the next 10 seconds, I can choose something else. So it's really playing with, if you could just choose anything and just keep choosing, then you never get stuck in a conclusion or a decision, but you actually have infinite choice and infinite possibilities.
I love that. And the 10-second increment living is really, it gets you out of your monkey mind, because you don't even, if you only had 10 seconds, truly only had 10 seconds to live and the clock was counting down, You probably wouldn't like look at your money problem. You probably wouldn't try to fix that thing with your mom. You know what I mean? You would just be like, okay, 10 seconds. What would I choose? What's in front of me? What's available here right now? And I love that you guys both brought that up on this chapter, because truly it is an invitation to fully live. And from fully living, if death is a choice you wanted to make, you could choose it. So tossing it over to you, Wendy, we've got a couple minutes left. And one of the things I would love to hear more from you about is the elemental of gratitude and how it changes things. And so I'm wondering if you can share a little bit about what you know about gratitude, whether it's within this chapter or just in life in general. How do you use gratitude to create?
Wow, that's a cool question. How can you use gratitude to create? Oh my God, it is such a beautiful energy. And it's the universe, you know, it's the earth. It's this magical energy that takes you away from all of the doubt master, the mind. It's a gift to your beautiful body, to the people around you. It like you being gratitude, and that energy just flowing through to the people around you. They can't hold on to the pain, or they can't hold on to the difficulty. It just oozes. It just oozes out of you, and it's sort of like the energy of the earth and like the energy of the universe. It just allows for so many more possibilities to be available, opens the doors to so many more possibilities of what can we choose, and just listening to you guys talk as well, it was just like just the energy of choice. Like what if you could actually go away from today and just like gratitude and choose that? Like, how easy is that? Like, how easy is that to have gratitude? And what can that truly, what magic can show up, like in all areas, in our relationship, in our body, in our business, so it is a wonderful gift. And, let's I get we've just tapped into it. So like, how much more can we all ask for? How much more can we really all ask for to have that gratitude?
Well, I'm going to shower you guys all with gratitude right now, because our time is up and we have to jump into our next chapter. You guys are phenomenal. Thank you so much. And we'll see you back in just a few.
Yeah. Bye-bye.
Note to reader. How you be, my friend? Are you a little bit uncomfortable? Cool. You're in the right place. Being uncomfortable is actually an awareness that change is underfoot. It's the way you know that the change and difference that you've been asking for is actually being created. What if that uncomfortableness was one of the greatest rightnesses? It lets you know you're headed in the direction of the difference you've been asking for. So everything you and anybody else in the world around you has done to make you believe that being uncomfortable is a wrongness, and that you're wrong for it. Will you uncreate and destroy it, please? Right, wrong, good and bad, pod and pock, all nine shorts, boys and beyonds. In other words, it's when something that is totally different than what was your reality before is coming into existence that you feel that amazing discomfort. Because it doesn't come from the same place, it doesn't have any of the same parameters. Therefore, you don't recognize it and you can't define it. So then you assume something must be wrong. And that's actually the new thing you were asking for showing up. My friends, would you be willing to ask this question every time something is uncomfortable? Is this actually the difference I was asking for, showing up in a totally different way than I thought it was going to? And would you be willing to be grateful for that? Just for the next 10 seconds? Now breathe. Note to reader. So here you are, becoming undefined. Truth, what would you like to choose now? Is it time to generate your living from this unlimited, undefined space? Just enjoy it. Enjoy how very, very uncomfortable it is. How very, very undefined and magical. And what if it could be comfortable just as easily as uncomfortable? What if you could let what you think is uncomfortable nurture you and grow you? Truth, my friend. What else is possible? How does it get any better than this? Here's another tool for you. Would an infinite being truly choose this? What if you truly are an infinite being? What if you're limitless and unstoppable? What if you don't have to function solely from thoughts, feelings, and emotions? You have choice. Yes, my dear, you can choose to squeeze yourself into the box called this reality, or you can function from question, choice, possibility, and contribution. You can be as vast as the universe, and vaster. This is a question that's always relevant. Would an infinite being truly choose this, for anything that you might be choosing? And if an infinite being wouldn't, why would you?
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you again for joining us for International Being You Day. I have to say, I love this book. I don't know if you can see it. Being You, Changing the World by Dr. Dain Heer. We're here celebrating that book and what gift it has been in the world for the last 12 years. So welcome, Mr. Charlie and Miss Kate. Thank you so much for being here and being as undefined as you both be. I'm very grateful to have this conversation with you guys. I would love to read something from the book because so many of, well, all of us are taught to define ourselves, right? Like you are this as soon as you come out of the womb, you know, you are named and then you are projected at what future mommy and daddy and the world would like you to have. And then it's about trying to get those things right and define ourselves in such a way that limits us. So in the book, Dain says, when you are defined, you know what you have to fight. You know what you are willing to receive and what you are willing to refuse. You know your pattern of wrongness. So Mr. Charlie, would you talk to me today about you finding the access tools? I still remember you on like the one of your first classes or one of first classes with Dain. And I remember hearing your voice come through this screen and being like, who is this guy? Because you are so much fun and so light. And I'm just wondering if you can talk to us about what it's been for you to start to undefine, to be that level of joy and enthusiasm.
Yeah, how much fun is this, right? And can I just invite everyone on this Zoom right now to take a problem? This is just what came up right now, is to take any problem in your life and without even knowing all the points of view and definitions you have of you regarding that, would you destroy and uncreate all the definitions you have of you regarding that problem? And anything that doesn't allow that, destroy and uncreate, right, wrong, good, bad, POD, POC, all nine, shorts, boys, povats, and beyonds. And now where is that problem? So what if every problem in our life is really the result of all the definitions we have of us in regard to that? And what if one of the simple ways and the simple tools that we could do to change anything is to undefine us? Because every definition that we have, of course, is a limitation of this reality. It isn't true, it isn't real. And so once you undefine yourself, you automatically move to a higher space, to a space of infinite being. And that thing just melts, right? So how much fun can we have undefining us? So you asked me, like, you know, how much fun I've had, like, getting undefined and so forth. I would say it started from birth, Sarah, for me, is that I had the blessing in my life of growing up with undefinition. Because as Gary says, anything that defines you, confines you, and controls you. And I grew up in a home of total neglect, right? So my parents were not real parents. Like they didn't really know about parenting and they weren't into it. And like they barely knew I existed and they did not feel responsible for me in any way, you know, and like later on in life when I went to therapy, like a lot of therapists call that neglect and so forth. And it was such a gift because I wasn't defined. They never told me who I was. They never saw me either correctly or incorrectly. I never got seen. They never had a limitation of a definition on me, and they never had a limitation of what I had to be. So I kind of grew up.
Charlie, hold on a second. Hold on, I had to call time out. Did you just give everyone the gift of being a bad parent?
Yes, absolutely. Right?
That is such an interesting point of view. Because
isn't it the sucky parent? Like, you know, like what contributions are you being you, whatever that is, without definitions?
Yeah.
If we don't define our parents and we don't define us, then what else is possible, right? And so I didn't know they were neglectful parents until I went to therapy. I had never defined them as a sucky parent or a neglectful parent. And then all of a sudden some therapist put that definition on me and I went, holy shit. So really? Like, that's crazy. Like, why, how did I miss that kind of thing? And it was like, but I didn't have definitions. I didn't have things that told me who I was supposed to be. No one ever told me that I was supposed to be a this or a that, or I couldn't be a this or that. And, you know, when I had my first class with Gary, one of the fun things for me is that I did say to Gary, I don't understand my life. I truly do not have any understanding of my life because my life has been so weird and so different. And like I don't know how things moved because I all of a sudden moved from one thing to another thing to another thing, and it has no logic to it whatsoever. I mean, I've had many different professions and worn many different hats and had many different titles and so forth. And he said, that's because you're Forrest Gump. And I said, what the fuck? And he said, go watch Forrest Gump 20 times. He said, you'll see what it is when you live undefined without a point of view.
Wow.
Because when you have no point of view, that's where miracles happen.
Yeah. Well, the other thing that you just, go ahead.
Yeah, go.
Well, the other thing that you just invited us to is one of the things that Dain says that I just love so much. Whenever there is a thing in your life that the world wants to tell you is bad and wrong, or you want to tell you is bad and wrong, Dain has invited us to ask for the beautiful energy underneath it. And just by asking, you'll start to see the possibilities to come forward because you're actually asking to see them. So many of us are focusing on the outer layer that reads as problem in order to fix it, in order to get to what's underneath or what is possible. And oftentimes it's just, what is the gift in this and what is the beautiful energy underneath? And it starts to emerge and you go, wow. And then you can have the gratitude to walk through anything that's showing up in your life without having to define you or go to the definition of you, which is what you just invited us to do, to figure out how to fix the problem. You have to find the right definition of you. And what if that was the biggest, fattest lie we ever bought too? Wow.
Exactly. Yes. Yes.
Cool. Thank you. I'm going to jump to Kate for a second. Miss Kate, knowing you as well as I do, I know that like your rightness was often like geared towards like being the smartest in the room or like having all the answers. So I'm wondering if you can gift our other brainiacs in the room some tools that you use to start to undefine even that, even those places where you have got it so right. You are holding on to that definition because it is what got you to be what you are, I guess, whatever the idea is.
Yeah. Well, first of all, Charlie, you totally just rocked my world. That was amazing. Thank you so much for sharing that and being that, and fuck yeah. Okay. Yeah. So I love that you said that first too, Charlie, because so much of my childhood and teenhood and young adulthood was all about trying to define myself so that I could know myself to be successful and right. Like that was like what was laid out in front of me. And so, Sarah, what you were just saying of like, there were these places where there were good definitions where I would be validated by something. So whether it was sports or school or being a teammate or whatever, being a hard worker, those became so solid and desirable to uphold and maintain. So then anything that didn't match that, I either wouldn't allow myself to choose, or if by chance I chose it anyway or accidentally happened to do it or whatever, then I judged the crap out of myself because I wasn't on the right path. There's this interesting place of like, so much of the world is inviting us to label ourselves, to know ourselves. And yet it's like, what if the opposite is actually what's true? The more that I let those things go, because I also made myself wrong for being able to do almost anything because I couldn't fit into one definition or role. I wasn't just the smart girl. I wasn't just the athlete. I wasn't just the theater person or the cinema person or the environmental studies person, whatever, like the list goes on. And I felt so wrong because I couldn't fit. And then I just spent so much time judging myself. I think you had a question at the very end of it, though, about what was it like to go beyond that? What was your question?
Sure. Yeah.
I just made something up. Okay. But releasing those definitions, like the significance of the definitions, where it became more of a wondering and an acknowledgement of like, oh, what if I play over here? Or what do I know about this? Everything got to expand and get greater instead of trying to smush me into like compartmentalized boxes or having to maintain something. And it also helped me let go of a lot of the judgment, which created a lot of dis-ease and not fun in my life. Like, I can't believe how serious I used to be. And what I loved about these tools is literally they were the first set of tools where I was able to start laughing at myself. And I think for me, if I had to point to like one key element that started to create a crack that rippled out, it was that.
Yeah, I love that. And I just love talking with both of you. So thank you both for being here. Charlie, can you help me with something?
I would love to help you with something.
Okay.
Is it a definition?
I mean, we'll see, right? I know that often, you know, Dain talks about in the book, and I know it was discussed a little bit today about how when we think judgment is the wrong bad thing. So if you're thinking something wrong and bad, you must be judging. But if you're thinking something's right, you're not in judgment, is the idea here, right? So I wonder if you could help me share with the world what good, right judgment actually does, and how we start to like kind of walk around seeing that as not something that is ideal to create a life with a lot more choices and possibilities.
Yeah, well, I think Sarah was just talking about it when she was young. I mean, if I was hearing her right, is she had certain definitions, like she was a smart girl. That sounds like a good definition. It sounds like a good judgment, right? She's smart. She's an athlete, whatever, you know, like, but how limiting is that? Like, to an infinite being, as soon as you make a definition, you have contracted, you know, like in life, you can either be definite or infinite. And that's your choices. And so like, if you're truly living in life in 10-second increments, you can never be defined because you're always changing and you're always open to who you can be and what the possibilities are for you in the next 10 seconds. And so you're continually opening up, even if it's a great judgment, you know, like somebody says you're the best blah, 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 you know, and like all of a sudden you're now a blah, blah, blah. And like now you have to fight that. And now you have to either maintain it or become perfect at it or whatever, or you have to like fight again. You're in resistance or reaction or alignment agreement with any positive judgment, which sticks you sometimes more than negative judgments because you can align and agree with it more like, oh, I want that definition. That's a great definition, you know, like I'm cool.
I love it. And Kate, bouncing from that, can you talk a little bit about the unwinding of that for you in regards to like fighting for the good judgment? Because what I know for me is like the list of all the good judgments, and then they have like kind of a list of choices I'm allowed to make in order to hold on to them. And anything that doesn't match that list of choices means I would have to give up the good judgment, right? So I don't have the other access to all the other things that would make me wrong, which is the lie of polarity that keeps us locked up here. So I'm wondering if you can explore a little bit more of that for you, and what does it look like to be willing to let go of those things you want to fight so hard for?
Yeah, you know, the first thing that popped is that I believe it's a Gary quote, you can be right or you can be free. And the first time that I heard that, it started to ripple something in my world. Because part of what I hadn't totally acknowledged in the beginning of playing with these tools was how much I desperately loved to be right. Like, because that was the way for me to validate that I was, I don't know, like, that's
not wrong.
Not wrong. And there's something, and it could just be part of the way that I was raised, or maybe I'm also not the only one, but there was such a significance around doing the right thing, living an ethical life, and all of that. And so what I started to see was how much effort and energy was being put in to those moments of clinging to rightness or clinging to good judgment or trying to maintain or uphold or reach that desirable thing. Because I wasn't ever actually totally getting there. Like, even if there was a moment of validation, I still had judgment, or I still wasn't quite where I desired to be. So it was like, I think you've used this analogy before, Sarah, where you're like going for something, but the target keeps moving, so you never get to it. Like, that's what it felt like. And there was so much angst and effort and hard work that wasn't actually creating anything. And so that phrase of like, you can be right or you can be free, started to open up this space of like, what if I didn't have to be right? Because I had this point of view that to be wrong was like the only other option if I wasn't right, and that it would be the worst thing that I could ever be. But then it was like I started these moments of choosing slightly not judgeably right things, where maybe I would choose to like leap and go on a trip instead of like staying home and saving that money for something more responsible. And I started to see what those choices created that were so far beyond what my mind was predicting as like the right thing to be. And I think the more my awareness expanded and the more that I acknowledged that knowing became the valuable product instead of the judgments or avoiding the judgments. And yeah, so I'm all in on that now.
Well, I love that you used, it was in this conversation, right? Maybe 30 seconds ago, or was it yesterday? You just, when you said, I love serious I used to be, or like, you can't believe how serious you used to be. It's so funny how serious we have to be in order to be right, and in order to hold on to the rightness, and in order to keep all that funny stuff out, because we have to be so serious in order to get it right. And it's so not who we be as beings. And I wanted to know from Charlie, would you share with me, what is your like being you checklist? We have a being you checklist Like, what do you choose to become undefined and get back to you if ever the funk comes up or things are kind of up in your world?
Great question.
Thank you. Am I right? Did I get it right?
You got it right, Sarah. You're a good host. How about that for a definition? You're a great host.
No, I have to host all the time, every day.
Now you can worry about all the flaws in your hosting because, you know, you have to now measure yourself next to being a great host.
Thank you.
Yeah, well, what if we just start from that? Like, what if we don't have to get it right? What if we don't have to be anything? And what if we can always be changing? You know, one of the things that I've been looking at recently is how in this reality, the only times for most people that they become undefined is through loss. That you don't choose undefinition. Maybe in Access we do because we have these tools, but how many people like keep doing the same definition of who they be? Who they be, their being is defined by some definition, and then, you know, they lose a job, so they can't be that anymore, or their partner leaves them and walks out the door, or their child dies, or, you know, something undefines them all of a sudden, and then we have a bunch of definitions about that, you know, that like then confine that. That doesn't allow for all the possibilities that you can have in undefinition. That once you really choose undefinition and see it as the doorway into your infinite possibilities, that loss is the doorway into your infinite possibilities, and you choose it and you just stay open to receive, consciousness always has something better for you waiting on. My life is a testimony to that. And it's just been shocking to me because I've had so much loss and so much destruction of definition, and it's opened up something so much bigger, so much greater. And like, there's one thing I'd like to say to everybody listening here is like anything that is changing in your reality, rather than clinging, allow and ask for, how is consciousness now going to uplift me if I am open to receiving what is coming to me next? Because it's always an upward flow, and it's always getting to the better, and it's always going, even you don't know what it is unless you have a point of view that it's going to take you down. And it's like such a cool process to keep ourselves in the space of changing all the definitions we have and staying open to the next set of possibilities. It's just waiting there, just waiting for you. Like recently, I haven't known who I wanted to be next. Like it's not clear. I don't have any definitions of who I want to be. So I've just been asking the question, what would be fun for me now? What would be fun for me now? What's possible for new fun, new joy, new ease, new glory? And I got to tell you, stuff is happening. It just shows up. It's like new possibilities start showing up and showing up because I'm asking and being willing to receive whatever's going to show up that's fun for me now.
Your enthusiasm is contagious, my friend. And I just want to say thank you for sharing it today. You just showed another tool that we use in Access, but I think a lot of us kind of, you know, treat it as such as a beginner tool or, you know, wanting the next greatest, biggest thing in Access. But point of view creating your reality is truly what you're talking about, or part of what you're talking about is like, you have the point of view that there's something greater. So there will be something greater. So I'm curious if you can expand on that for you and where you actually truly clearly started to live from it. Because I think like we use it to facilitate sometimes, but not everybody's truly owning that your point of view creates your reality.
Are you asking me or Kate? I didn't know.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm asking you, Charlie. Kate, I love you. I'm asking Charlie right now.
Okay. Okay, I guess I wasn't really listening because I thought the question was to Kate.
Charlie, we went undefined here, and I went back to you. Okay, just to keep you on your toes. Okay.
So, asking me, are you asking me how I use interesting? What are you asking, Sarah?
Sorry, I can do it again. Okay, so
Yes.
basically, you showcased what it looks like to live from your point of view, creating your reality. And because your point of view is that it will always get greater, it will always get greater. And so I'm curious if you can expand on that from what Charlie knows and gift us to and the world who is listening right now.
Yeah. Well, my point of view, actually, if I have a point of view, it's even more that not just that I have the point of view, it's going to get greater, because that clearly does it. But if I don't have the point of view, then it's going to get suckier. And I'm open to whatever it is that I want to receive as a contribution. My point of view about that contribution, I want to know about. Like, I want to receive the next contribution, however it shows up. And in that, miracles happen, like the things you weren't expecting. Sometimes when you're expecting a positive thing, it's almost like having a positive thinking in the old days or something, or a positive attitude or something like that. But it's more about, are you open to receiving what is coming next as a contribution? And therein lies things you never even considered. And if you're not afraid of the unknown, and if you're welcoming of the unknown, your socks can get knocked off, rocked all the time in unbelievably glorious ways. Unbelievably glorious ways. If you just say, when you say what else is possible, you don't say, and a positive point of view. You just say, what else is possible, right? You're open to the possibilities. And then, of course, you get to choose what you want. That's where you get to choose your point of view. But when you just say, what else is possible, you're opening up to all of the possibilities. And then you got the smorgasbord out there to see what you want to lean into next. That's going to give you the next set of possibilities. And how fun is that?
Truly, how fun is that? And to embrace the unknown and trust the universe. You're truly exhibiting that, my friend, and I'm really, really grateful to receive it today. It's a contribution to me. Kate, we've got a few seconds. Do you have a favorite being you question?
Oh, I mean, the what else is possible actually really did change everything for me, because I had imposed these self-limits on what could be possible based off of what my mind could imagine. And because I was smart, I thought I could imagine all the things. So that was great.
What else is possible?
Yeah. But conjunction with that is also, if I was truly being me here, what would I choose? Because that allowed me to pull in the enthusiasm and the fun. Like, if I didn't have to get it right, if I didn't have to uphold any definitions or roles or judgments, and I could just be me, what would I actually choose here?
I love it. Thank you both. I'm so grateful for you. And we'll see you guys next after this short intermission video.
Thank you, Sarah.
Thank you.
Note to reader. Consciousness always desires more of itself. Expressed another way, consciousness begets consciousness. Given the chance, consciousness will always create more of itself. Consciousness is the easiest energetic state to maintain according to the laws of physics. Why? Because there's no polarity to keep in existence. It is the isness that just is. Let's say unconsciousness would be like a fixed point of view. Do you know people who have a fixed point of view? Now, to have that fixed point of view, does it take a lot of energy to hold on to it? Take a staunch conservative, a staunch liberal, or a fascist. They have fixed points of view that require huge amounts of energy to hold them in place, right? It is that level of energy that you have to put into every fixed point of view you have in order to keep it fixed. For each judgment, it takes 25 judgments to hold it in place. For each of those 25, it takes another 25. And for each of those 25, it takes another 25. It's the ultimate multi-level marketing program for crap. The thing about consciousness is that it literally is the easiest state in which to be, because you don't have to do the multi-level marketing program of crap. So, sweet, sweet being reading this, you have a choice. You could use your energy to hold fixed points of view and judgments in place, or you can use that very same energy to generate and create your life. You're living. And it's your choice. So all the fixed points of view, all the projections, the expectations, the separations, the judgments, and the rejections that you have of you and about you, will you destroy and create all those, please? Right and wrong, good and bad, pot and pock, all nine, shorts, boys and beyonds.
Welcome back, everybody. Thank you for spending so much of your day with us. We're so grateful to have everybody watching and tuning in for this third International Being You Day. I am joined today by Miss Heather Nichols yet again. We have RD Singh, and I'm gonna do my best with your last name. Just watch me be me with this. Albufaraj. Is it kind of close? I did it. Woo! All right, celebrating. Okay, so our chapter today is ready to get rid of off of autopilot. And so I know that so much of everything we're talking about today is how the autopilot of creating our lives keeps us from being us. And Access Consciousness invites us to know that any question actually is an algorithm interrupt to said autopilot. And so I would love to just kind of jump in with you guys about what gift starting to live your life from question looks like. RD, do you want to talk to me about that?
What, living from the question?
Yeah, like what did it look like for you to start using question to create?
Yeah, so I think this is basically the essence of Access, that we have to live our life from being in the question. And as long as we be in the question, things get created, because that creates more choices for us. Normally what happens is that we very soon unknowingly slip into conclusions and deductions or judgments. But if you're in a question always, you can never come up against a wall. You will always find a way around it because you ask a question. So what will it take for me to create something greater? What will it take for the universe to contribute to me something greater? So it's always being in the question. And being in the question, I have found has really changed my life in many, many, many ways. Many ways. In fact, this book is the basis of how I got into Access, because it is this book that got me into Access in 2011.
Wait, this book?
Yes.
I just have Dain staring over me all day. I just figured I was talking about it.
Yeah.
So Being You Changing the World by Dr. Dain Heer is what invited you to Access Consciousness. Is that what you said?
In 2011. And since then, our life has just gone skyrocketing to a different level.
Oh, I love to hear that. Do you have a favorite Being You tool or quote that you use often?
Yeah, basically, it's about, first thing that really, that's from this chapter also, is living a life as a 6-year-old. That I think is so beautiful, because there's no judgment in that. You just carry on living your life and keep having fun. And if you can just get that fun in your life, nothing else is required. We try to become serious, and we try to do things in the manner that this reality expects us to do. And that's what actually catches us up and brings us back into this reality. But if you just live as a child with no points of views whatsoever, life can be fun.
I love that. And one of my favorite questions on Access is, what if the purpose of life was to have fun? Which I know the first time I heard that, I was like, are we allowed to do that? Is Is that something we're allowed to choose? I don't know. Thank you for that, RD. Anat, I would love to hear from you about how we are in the world. We go to school and they ask us questions, but there's always a right answer. And so if you don't get the right answer, then you're wrong. And how it kind of traps us a little bit into polarity and like, why even ask a question? So I'm curious, like, what is your awareness around asking a true question that has like curiosity, and how has that changed for you with the Access tools?
The chapters, the beginning of the chapters, part 2, is changing the world. It's like the first part was being you, and now changing the world. And it's like I was born, I was lived in Saudi. I'm still living in Saudi. So like this school was the country, the community that I was I'm living in. So it's like I wasn't always like the good girl, that I didn't know how to be right, not just to the right question, the right mindset, the right being. So that question is like, and I thought it's like everything needs to change before I change. And what is funny is like for me too, I read the book before taking any the bars class, until it's like I went to the States to take the class. So I was like, that's my autopilot that I have to fit with everything else. And I thought it's like, I studied human rights. For me, it's like to be out of the autopilot. When I learned in the school, the right way is to be against what is there. I didn't see the greatness of my culture, the greatness of my community, and to be interesting point of view, and not to wait for the change to happen before I ask a question. I started by asking questions, and the change that I see right now, yesterday there was Saudi astronaut, Saudia, a girl in the sky. 6 years ago, it's like we couldn't drive a car or fly without a permission. So like that question is changing the world. I'm living it as a live being every day. And I see that in the news. I see like the choices that we have. So that question, the universe is having our back by us being in a question of the universe.
Yeah. And thank you for being the seed of possibility and consciousness, and your part of the world that is the miracle that is showing up now. So super grateful for that. And I love one part that you said there was about the fight. And I wanted to propose that question to you, Heather, about how much the autopilot is like the implanted idea that we have to fight in order to have us, and that it keeps us in that like polarity system. And so I'm wondering if you can talk a little bit about like giving up the fight, and how we don't have to like fight to be us. We could just choose. Like, what are you aware of with that?
Oh yeah. Well, the first thing that really pops for me when you ask that is relaxation, which is kind of the opposite of fight, how, I mean, if you look at the energy of fight, it's like, you hear fight and you think like, people have different ideas of what that is, but it's actually woven through everything, all relationships. Well, we fight with our bodies, we fight for business, we fight for money, we fight. There's just such a value to that. And I don't know if it was earlier or if I read it in the book somewhere recently, that I think it might have been in the book when I was looking over it. He talks about how, we derive our value from fighting, and so relaxation for me has been one of those energies that is like a very dominant one that I choose and play with like every day. And we have this thing that we say, everything is the opposite of what it appears to be, and nothing is the opposite of what it appears to be. And to me, it's really that. It's like, you wouldn't think that relaxation would create as much as it actually does. But it's amazing when I relax in business, my business grows. When I relax with my body is so much happier. When I relax in my relationships, like everywhere in my life that I can relax, things get greater, and I think we all kind of like, there's this like intrinsic knowing that we have about that like, I know for me, I would sort of fight the fight. I would fighting, because I didn't want to fight. And it was too much energy to fight, and I think it's because for me, it's like, it just felt like it went against my being, to fight really does go against the very nature of an infinite being. An infinite being doesn't need to fight, but we often don't really know what other options we have, or we don't know that we have a different choice. And so it just takes courage and choice to go, okay, I'm actually going to just try on a different way of being, that actually, like, that is about relaxation and having ease. We have this amazing mantra, all of life comes to me with ease and joy and glory. It's amazing. It actually works so dynamically, and like way easier than any of us want it to. So to me, it's like there's a real choosing into those energies of ease and relaxation in every area, and just trusting ourselves. That's part of my journey every day. And it's like RD said, like my life just has skyrocketed, ever since I found Access Consciousness in 2010, and it continues to. And one other thing I wanted to mention about that too is there's a beautiful quote from Gary Douglas where he says, "You can either be right or you can be free." And to me that also has an energy of fighting. Like we fight to be right. We fight to get it right. Or you can actually go, I don't need to be right. I don't need to get it right. I can actually be free. You guys kind of talked about that on the last segment too. That allows you to really have that relaxation.
Yeah. Well, I know for so long for me, I literally thought fight and me were one. Like, I am the fight. I bring the fight. If you need a fight, you call me and I will fight for you. And so it was like the job I gave myself, whether that be like when I was a young girl, because I was always taller than everybody, they would call me in to go like fight the bully for them. Or my kids were being bullied at some point, and I was like, I will fight that teacher or that bully for you. It was always so synonymous with who I thought I was. And it was the right, good thing about me too. And so starting to pull that apart was truly like, who will I be and what will I be? And will I have any value whatsoever if I'm not fighting something? And so the other awareness is like where we fight us, where we're constantly fighting possibilities, and we say we desire ease, but we're not really willing to choose it because we have so much fight that keeps us from it. And so with that, because I love that you brought the mantra, all of life comes to me with ease, joy, and glory. And RD, I'd love if you would share a little bit about that for those who've never heard of the mantra. Like, what gift has it been for you, and what does it look like to choose ease rather than needing things to be easy?
Yeah. So all of life comes to us with ease, joy, and glory. This, I think, is a thing that actually is the essence of what brings about massive changes in our lives, because we are not only looking for the good to come. We are not looking at being selective in what shows up in our life. We are open to receiving everything, the good, the bad, and the ugly, and it always comes to you with ease. And one of the beauties about Access is that all the processes, all the procedures, everything that we've got is to make it come with ease. You don't have to struggle. You don't have to work hard. It is just come to you with ease. And therefore, what I have been experiencing is that if you just allow things to show up in your life without trying to fight for it or trying to defend it or trying to be anything, your life just changes magically with ease and joy. And of course, there's a difference between easy and ease. And most people like to have life easy where they don't change anything. But coming with ease is like what Heather mentioned, relaxation. You only relax, things happen with ease. But we want to struggle, we want to work hard, we want to fight, we want to outcreate the other person. But in actuality, there is no competition. Whom are you competing with? The only person you can compete with is yourself.
Amen. Yeah. Amen. I love that, because we can be our greatest cheerleader and also our greatest opponent when we come to like competing with ourselves or thinking that we need to compete with someone else. And I would love for you to share a little bit about that. Is the like, when we really dive into being you, where does competition and comparison go? It was like our motivator before, but if you can't compare two beings because they're so different, what do we choose now?
Yeah, so actually that's the inner beauty, which I say is this, that you are in this reality, but you are not part of this reality. In the sense that in this reality, there's nothing but competition, about outbidding the others, outdoing the others, making more money than the others, and all that sort of crap. But what it access we do is that we just focus on ourselves and let things come to us. And there is no competition, because whom can an infinite being compete with? You can only, if I have to compete with someone, then I expect the other person to be greater than me, that I need to compete with that person. And I'm unique. There's no one like me, and there's no one like anyone else. We are all unique beings. And a unique being can't compete with anyone, because we are all unique. We have got unique capacities, capabilities, and abilities, which no one else has. And if we just build on those, your life will be ease.
Thank you for that. Anna, would you like to expand on that for you? What it has looked like to get out of the live competition for you and be more of you?
I learned the value of myself when I was young by competing with others. So like my mom is like, look at your cousin. And it's like, I put myself in the world in the competition. So when I started Access, and it's like, it was my place of growing to be in competition. So like it's motivation and somehow. So I was starting in this book, and then in 10 Keys of Freedom, that is like no competition. I was like, who am I gonna be? Because this is the place I am. And it was like, the first, like I was introduced just like, you can only outcreate others and ask what is my reality and where can I find it? That question by itself is just provide me with sense of peace I never found it at this earth. Because that's not my reality. I can choose. There's no reality better than another reality, but that is a reality that I enjoy. There is ease and joy in it. And with like the idea is like someone can take or whatever it is, and you can outcreate that. So there's always a place of growth. There is always the grace of we're not alike. It's just what is creating ease for me. The idea of self is like it's done with the fight. There is no aligning or agreeing with other realities, other point of view. It's just, who am I today? And what can I create? Not in a place of exclusion, in a place of oneness and including everyone and everything else. And who does this belong to? Because sometimes the competition comes and that comes to our head. And mostly it's just we're buying it from that reality. If we don't exclude ourselves from that, actually, here's the creation, here's the true question.
I love it. Yeah. And so much of this that we're talking about, comparison, competition, is the autopilot that we let run our life. You know, if you're going to be here creating, you have to compete with somebody, or what are you doing? You know, instead of looking to outcreate yourself every day and outcreate, you know, what you see others, what else can I add or contribute or be that outcreates that, as like an energy of leapfrog is what we're invited to with Access, rather than trying to look left and look right and see who you have to be better than. So thank you so much. Heather, with autopilot, what I see a lot of us buy into, especially when we're facilitating classes, and I used to be one of these people. So no shame in this game. I'm just calling a spade, but they'll come to classes desiring change, but then believe they have no choice. And I see that often as like the autopilot that keeps us stuck in places. And so I was wondering if you can talk about like choice as the antidote to autopilot.
Oh yeah. It is. So when I was looking at this chapter and thinking about, you know, autopilot, and it's like, what do I do to get off of autopilot myself? Because even, you know, like you said, like even in creating with these tools every day and a business of access consciousness and all that, it's like, I still find myself in autopilot sometimes. And one of my very favorite tools that I has a lot to do with choice, that I think is like one of the most underused tools in Access, is taking an hour a day and a day a week just for you. And I do this a lot, and it's like a pattern interrupt for me, especially the day a week. And the hour a day has been kind of easier for me, but I actually will block off days on my calendar. Like I'll go as far out as I need to go where there's an empty day and start blocking them off. And it's not like it's a spa day or, you know, it's actually, for me, it's a day where I live in 10-second increments of choice. So we have this tool, you guys talked about it on a previous segment, where you live in 10-second increments of choice. And literally the part of the play with that tool is to actually see what it is that your choice creates, you know, and get present with that you actually are making choices all the time. Most of us we're not really aware of that. That's the autopilot. You know, you're choosing all these things that you're not aware that you're choosing. And in the chapter, he talks about priorities and, you know, being really present. And those are big pieces of that, is going, okay, so how am I living my life? Am I actually creating the future that I would like to create? Am I actually really excited about what I'm creating, you know? Or am I just like doing what I need to do, or going from meeting to meeting to meeting or whatever? And so getting present and having a day where I can be like, well, all right, I just woke up, you know, now what? You know, another one of my favorite questions, now what? And just go and follow the energy. And even if you can't do a whole day, you know, you could do maybe some hours or whatever. But it's so cool because I really challenge myself in those days to be super present with me and super present with the future that I would like to create. So really aware, like playing with the energies of that, like being like inspiring myself. Okay, what is the future that I really want to see, that I really want to create, that I really want to live, that I want to have as a world and a planet, you know? And am I feeding that with my actions every day? And if I'm not, then what do I need to change? You know, what direction do I need to change, or what new choices can I make? And in those days that I really do gift, like I would say they're very much a gift from me to me, you know, there's always so much that gets created. And it's not that like I said, it's not like a day off, you know, I'll work, I'll create, I'll write, you know, but it's like, there's this energy of like, if I was really engaged with new, more, different, future, yes, let's go, you know, what would that look like today, you know? And yeah, I highly recommend using that tool. Like I said, I don't know that many people that actually do, but it's been such a gift for me to like, and I try to do it at once a week. I don't always, do a day every week, but I also know when I need it, like when it's time to just like have a day. It really, it's a huge gift to getting me out of the autopilot of like the to-do list. Because even, like I said, even when you're creating a business of consciousness, like you can still be like, well, I've got to do this, I've got to do that, I've got this meeting, I've got this session, I've got this and the kids and the this and that, and yeah, so.
Well, it's also the value we've put on the scheduling, the planning, the hours in the week, how many work days there are and how many off days there are, and how that scheduling and interact with time in our lives keeps us on the autopilot. When do you have time to schedule this? And what you're talking about is interrupting that and making a choice that interrupts that autopilot. RD,
prioritizing it.
Oh, go ahead. Did you have more to add, Viv?
No, I just was saying prioritizing it.
Yeah.
Because whatever, one more quick thing about that.
Yeah.
Whatever your priorities have been, that's like what your life is right now will show you what your priorities have been. So then if you want to change them.
So cool. Yeah. What are we prioritizing, and how much are we prioritizing these like standards and judgment and, all the limitations rather than like the possibilities, the magic and the miracles, and being us to create whatever it is, like you said, the future we'd like to have. We're starting to wrap up here, but I wanted to toss to RD and Anna. I know one of the tools that I use to get off autopilot is the access bars. And I'm just wondering if you guys each want to give me a little line about the access bars and the gift they are to you. RD, I'll go to you first.
Yeah, so bars, when I first experienced the bars class in Australia, and I attended a bars class, it sort of really made such an impact on me. It changed my life totally. I came and ran bars for my wife and my children and my grandchildren, and everything sort of changed. And since then, I've been regularly having my bars run and running bars. And it is such a beautiful way to relax and to let go of all the things that we hold on to. And it allows you to just be you and to relax and let everything melt away from you with ease.
Awesome. Thank you. Anna, we're really short on time, but if you could give me a sentence, a few words, what would you say about the access bars if you only had a few seconds?
It is the thing is like to quiet the mind.
Quiet the mind.
Yeah. And to give it the peace for the possibilities.
Amazing. Thank you so much. Thank you, all of you. You guys are wonderful and so brilliant, and I'm so grateful.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Note to reader. The universe is trying to gift to you. Imagine having these two little chubby angels flying right above you. Like those on the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel, flapping their little wings like crazy because they're holding a pot with gold coins in it. And it's really tough for them to stay up because the gold weighs so much. They have so much for you that they just want to give you. And they want to give it to you. And they want to give it to you. And they want to give it to you. And they keep wanting to give it to you. And they keep wanting to give it to you. So, my friend, why do they keep wanting to give it to you instead of just giving it to you? Because you never ask for it. They're up there going, come on, stupid. You're testing the limits of my allowance. I'm so going to drop this on your head and kill you right now. Please ask a question that allows us to gift this to you. Please ask for whatever you desire. The universe's greatest wish is that you would but ask and receive. Apparently, it likes you more than you do. Note to reader. Stop. Some of you went into your head to try to figure this out. Really, this is not figure-outable. I know you have this thing called a mind, and it's useful at some points. But this, my friend, you can't figure out with your cognitive mind. It's beyond that. I mean, really, if you could figure your life out with your mind, wouldn't you have done so already? Everything is the opposite of what it appears to be. Nothing is the opposite of what it appears to be. Really. Here's another tool for you. The Diary of Magic. What if you acknowledged every time you're being magic? Instead of saying that it was a coincidence, sheer luck, or a fluke, what if you really acknowledged it? That you created it, to you and the universe? Would you be willing to start a diary of the magic me? It can be a very expensive, beautiful hand-bound book, a piece of crappy scrap paper, a notes page in your iPhone, a page on Facebook, or anything in between. It doesn't matter. What matters is that for a week, a month, a year, or for the rest of your life, you'll write down every little bit of magic that finds its way into your life. Perhaps you'd consider doing it for 3 weeks at a minimum. And after acknowledging that it was magic, say thank you and ask 2 questions. What will it take for more of that to show up in my life? And how does it get any better than this? When we acknowledge and are grateful for things in our life, we're telling the universe that we'd like more of that. We're giving it energy. We're working with the chubby angels. They're very happy about that, by the way.
Welcome back to International Being You Day. We're so grateful to have you here with us celebrating this day, our 3rd annual International Being You Day. For this chapter, Wands Out, You Are Magic, I am joined by Brett, Marie-Sandrine, and Mr. John Ashford. Thank you guys so much for being here. And I'm so excited to have the 3 of you on talking about magic. One of the quotes in the book that I wanted to start off with is, one of the things that keeps you away from magic is your refusal to believe that it exists. And I just want to know, when did you guys start believing in magic? And I'm going to toss this one to you, Brett, because you are one of the magicians behind the scenes of this day. And I've watched you create over and over and over again things that the world says are not possible. And you're like, oh yeah, we could do that. But a lot of us won't see that as magic because it's not pulling a rabbit out of a hat. So can you talk a little bit about what is magic? And you know, when did you start believing again in magic? And maybe you never gave it up. I don't want to assume.
Thank you for that question. I love that question because I was reading this chapter earlier, and I pretty much like put a thing right in that the same spot that you just read, like the same little quote, and I was like, oh, that's a good one. But yeah, it's truly what you said, what it says there in the book. The only thing that keeps you from magic is your refusal to believe that it exists, and it's like it's that easy because it's like kind of what Charlie Verge was saying earlier in the day. Oh, here's Kitty! Yay!
He's magic.
He is magic. He's coming to show you his magical tail.
Hi, Kitty.
Yeah, so basically the only thing that keeps us from being magical are all the things that we've decided about ourselves, decided about how things are going to turn out, our projections of things. Like I learned from using these tools of access, it's like in any situation, you can go about it in so many different ways. Even going to the grocery store, you can go, all right, I'm going to the grocery store. I'm going to get this thing and this thing and this thing. It's going to take an hour and it's going to be okay. I'm just going to get through it. And I'm just going to drive there like this. And I'm going to drive home and then I'm going to make dinner and do all that stuff. And that sounds like a lot of what our lives tend to be, but you can also, if you're willing to have a sense of curiosity for life and living and the magical way that you can be in the world and how the world can show up for you, you can go to the grocery store like, okay, how does it get any better than this? What else is possible? What am I going to come across that I've never thought before? And just from that willingness to have that curiosity, to be that question, to start expanding your own zone of what you've decided is possible, the universe starts giving you those things that you're curious about. Like, okay, what's beyond this? And the universe is like, dude, are you actually asking? It's like, yeah, I'm curious. What is it? What's possible? And he's like, and the universe is like, I'm pretty sure before you had like this conclusion here and like I couldn't give it to you. You're like, no, I'm done with that. I'm curious. What else is truly possible? It's like, okay, all right, fine. And then all these different things start showing up that open up your world in different ways that go beyond the humdrums. You can do anything. And if you do it from question and curiosity and going beyond what you've decided is possible, it's like so much. That's when the magic shows up, because the magic is what is. It's the stupid stuff that we do on a day-to-day basis to make ourselves feel like crap is the only thing that stops that magic.
And gosh, you put that in like so brilliantly, because the idea that what you just said is like, it's what we continue to put the crap over the magic, like with our limitations, with our definitions, all the things we've talked about today. And what you just showed me was like, even the things that I'm like buying into, how many things are we like buying into that are like the world tells us are not possible, right? So it's like, it could be your, oh, that's not possible. But then there's also the thing where you go to like, give an idea because you believe in a possibility and everybody's like, no. And you're like, okay, it must be no, rather than what else is possible. And that's truly the beauty of getting to create with these tools, and even the gift of Access Consciousness as an entity in a business that is worldwide, creating with magicians like the three of you, of people who are always willing to look for the possibility and not like settle for the conclusion or the no. So Brett, is there any more you want to add to that right now? Because I can feel you still buzzing a little bit. So did you have some more you wanted to toss in there?
I'm definitely buzzing. I just wanted to add, I'm so grateful to be on with you and John and Marie-Sandrine. You guys are all fantastic and so magical in such different and beautiful ways. And everyone who's been on here too, it's just been so fun listening to everyone and get to like have these different spaces and energies being presented by everyone. It's amazing what we all create together.
Truly is. Thank you for saying that. Mr. John Ashford, welcome.
Thank you, sister.
So this book behind me, which I'm going to give another shout out, that's what we're talking about today. If you're just joining us, it's International Being You Day, inspired by Dr. Dain Heer's book, who I'm trying to get on the screen, Being You, Changing the World. Get your copy. Anyways, John, this book I know started you on your journey. And I got to meet you because you read this book and were lit up into new magical possibilities. And so I would love for you to take us a little bit on that journey for you when you found the book, and then what's next? What happened next?
Yeah. So I found the book. I listened to the book. I bought the book. I listened to the book on my commute into work, and shit just started to happen. The chapter they got to the money shit. I had a few money things that I've been working through, and that was the first. When Dain said, why don't you put some money away? And I was like, oh, this is bullshit. So in a month's time, I had like $450 out of nowhere, where a person who didn't carry any money at all. And I was like, and I felt like me for the first fucking time. And so I was so excited. I was like, I felt like today, even today, for today, International Being You Day, I feel like Thumper from Bambi, the movie Bambi from Disney. I'm so excited. I'm like, let's do this. So what happened is that it sparked such a change in my life that I decided, and I want to tell something that happened this week. I decided that I was going to use this book with young people. I'm a probation officer, and I was going to use this book with these kids. And I started reading these fucking essays, and I was like, oh my God. They took the book, read it. We met about 8-10 times, and then they wrote an essay about it. And I was just like, because I knew that this book had a spark, and I wanted to see if it actually really was what I was thinking. And so that's how I got into the magic of this, because I just watched pages turn, and as people turn the page, their lives turned, and it created other possibilities where they were doing shit that you wouldn't imagine kids that I would be working with would actually do after being on probation. So I just like it changed everything. It was just like it was new way of being for me, and literally a new way of being. Get it? So I was being something different because my world lit up, and it created space for things to be different. And I remember the first time I was about to try it, I was like, I don't know. And I didn't tell anybody at my job that I was going to do it. I was like, no, I'm not going to do this. I'm not going to tell anybody. I'm just going to do it. And I'll get in trouble if I get in trouble afterwards. But after the essays started coming in and the kids stopped going to court, I was just like, yeah, this is the shit. And then recently, on top of that, was kind of interesting. I got a new supervisor. So now they're asking me to help train other people with using these tools from Being You. So this happened last week. So it took a couple of years, but what happened is that now Multnomah County is like looking at, hey, we've been watching this, we're interested in this. What can you do with some of the employees, and what could you do with some of the other kids that are coming in? And so I got really excited. So this is a total evolution for me. It's just like it continues to grow, where I was like, okay, I did this for a little bit. What else is possible with this? And the possibility is growing like tremendously. It's just crazy.
Well, getting to watch you thrive and go for what you know has truly been one of the greatest gifts of my life. And I am so grateful to know that you are out there contributing what you're contributing to the kids that truly need the tools and the gift you are to them. So thank you.
Thank you.
Marie-Sandrine, you have been facilitating Being You classes for quite some time. And I'd love to hear for you what the body of work. It's so Being You Changing the World is not just a book. There's also classes that Dr. Dain Heer does. There's also, or facilitates, and there's also Being You certified facilitators around the world, facilitating Being You classes. And so with the many years that you've been doing these classes, would you be willing to explore what a class is like and what you enjoy the most about watching people leap into being them?
Yes, so for me, this class is really different than the other one. We speak about magic, and magic is truly what we be. And this is what show up in this class is we forgot that. In a point in our life, we forgot about magic. We forgot about possibilities. We forgot about also joy, just to be joyful, just to play like kids. And what I can observe is like this light in eyes of people, like, wow, I know I can be that. I forgot in a point, and now I can choose it for new. So for me, this class is really the step to return to what you know is possible, and also the magic you know is possible. Like if you didn't listen at anyone and you follow what you know is possible, what you dream of is where you begin to create your life. And when guys spoke about this magic, is like magic, you can explain it. This is the thing. So we want to explain how things can show up. And in this class, when we acknowledge ourselves, it's like things show up without we have to think about it. So yes, it's truly big confidence, active this magic with your joy, just yes, to be happy, to do what you love to do, to choose to and acknowledge you have choice to do what you love to do. And it's with one step and another in different space of your life, when you begin to acknowledge that you have choice and you begin to change your life, that more and more magic show up. So in this class, what I can see is people acknowledge themselves, and in this acknowledgement, they reactive their magic.
Mm-hmm. I love that put so brilliantly, because my next question was about the magic of acknowledgement and how we're so taught on, whether it's with judgment or the autopilot that we just talked about in the last chapter, to don't self-acknowledge, like stay humble. And so, Brett, will you talk to me about what your journey or adventure with acknowledgement has been, and what is acknowledgement, and why should we choose it?
Yeah, I love that. That's so That's so like on point. So how I came into Access and all sorts of crazy stuff was I had all these different, I was basically sick for about a year. I had developed all of these different chemical sensitivities, electromagnetic sensitivities. I was like doing like an hour of oxygen a day. I was like shut up in my room. And when I left, I had to wear a mask before it was cool. 10 years before it was cool. And so
I was late, but I got it.
yeah. So I like really wanted to do anything to change it. I was at the point where I went to all these different doctors. They were all saying I was going to have to learn how to live with this, and it wasn't possible to change. So I was like, okay, I hear this with a lot of people who come to Access, like, okay, I'm either going to change this or I'm done. Like I'm out, goodbye. So I started finding all of these like healers and stuff. I'd never done any of that stuff before. And the first session I did with someone, I did this stuff like the tapping stuff. And what I learned from her is you can change anything. I was like, you can change anything? Dude, this is amazing. And I started going gung-ho, changing all sorts of stuff. And when and then Access came to me shortly after that, and it just like supercharged everything. And in Access, we talk about like, what's true for you is light. Anything that's heavy is a lie. And so I started asking questions about things that were going on, what else is possible, etc. And the things that would be like really, really like out there, crazy, strange, but like made me laugh, like if I actually applied them to the situations in my life, they would change. So it's like the once I started being willing to delve into the magical, the crazy, the more out there stuff, things actually started shifting in my life. And I went all from that compass of what is light is actually true for you and what is heavy is a lie. And in this reality, most of the stuff that we're see on TV, see in movies, are told by our parents and society and our governments, etc., they're all really heavy. And like Dain talked about earlier in this day, we think we have to go in and like try to deal with or process or like the heavy stuff. But what if all that heavy stuff is just a lie? And when you actually acknowledge what's true for you and what's true for you as a being, everything lightens up and you begin to be able to live from this space of this happiness and this joy and whatever it is you'd like, no matter what anyone else is doing around you. Because all that heavy stuff people are doing around you, it's all the lies that they're living from that they're making more real than the magic and the joy and the possibilities that we all get to live when we're actually acknowledging who we are.
I love that. And every time magic shows up, if we like have a magic diary or journal, you know, like Dain suggests, it's a great place to not be like a great way to not be starting at zero all the time. You know, if we don't acknowledge it, it's like it doesn't exist, it didn't happen. But if we're willing to acknowledge it, whether we share it with others or we just keep it for ourselves, we can go back to it and go, oh, wait a minute, this showed up by my very ass. This showed up, but when I started to be me, this showed up when I, you know, asked for this to show up or asked a question for possibility. And we can't lie to ourselves anymore that that's not possible. John, you did a dangerous thing on this interview. You said magic and money in the same sentence.
Yes.
So, sir, I'm just wondering if you can shed a little light for those that
well, yeah. So here's the thing about acknowledging how magic's been working for me lately, and I'm still learning it. I don't think you ever get there. I think it keeps on expanding. I'm beginning to realize when I fucking realize how goddamn magical I am, more money shows up. And every time it'll be like it'll be a whisper, and it'll be like, "Did you see that?" And I'm like, "No." I say, and then when I say yes, I see it. Some more magic shows up, and things fucking change. So the whole concept of even this week for me, I was worried about this one class that I was going to have next week, and then all of a sudden all these clients showed up, and I was like, "Wait a second, I'm making more money than I thought I was going to do this." And it's just like, you acknowledge it, and it's like an air balloon, and all of a sudden, before you know it, you're like 10 billion feet off of the earth, and and it's just expanding and expanding and expanding, and it's that magical energy. And And as the song says, you feel good. You feel like, ooh, you get this like urge to like be something different with this magic and money. And for me, it's really it's the whisper of the subtle magic that changes everything. But you have to be willing to say, I saw it, or I hear it, or I feel it, or I taste it. Any of the senses, but it's always present. And sometimes it does a dance with you. And so it steps back and you have to step forward and you step back. And some people, you cha-cha-cha. So you're doing your thing with it. And the magic is actually exploding and you're exploding. And what happens if somebody played a videotape of that and they saw you exploding, it'll be like, but it's really slow. Sometimes you can't see it move. But when you look back, you're like, oh shit, I did that. And that's when the magic flows.
Dropping bombs. I love it. Marie-Sandrine, we are all here and there's been so much enthusiasm for today. Looking out at these beautiful faces in front of me that are so like wonderfully like excited to be here and looking for possibilities and creating it with their choices. But every interview, and I've just been watching how enthusiasm truly is and like an element of having your magic. And so I'm curious if you can talk about what you know about enthusiasm and that invites us to our magic.
For me, enthusiasm is like an energy of being alive. So for me, it's what bring this class. When I first did this class with Dain, it's like I activate again this way of being alive and what I am enthusiastic of. Like we can be in a point in our life when we are in a do thing rather than being. And when we make this change and begin to look at what can be added in our life, what we like, what we love, what we, as I said, what we dream of, etc., is like our fuel to really begin to be in action. So without enthusiasm, it's like you're waiting for something external of you to be in action. Enthusiasm is really your own dynamic, is the thing, is like the way you be a leader, like you don't waiting for anyone. You don't look at what it's enthusiasm for other people. You really be present with yourself and go for it when you can perceive this choice can create greater for you and just fun. So enthusiasm is a mix with joy, with fun, with excitement. And I can say everywhere we lost that also in a point that turn off the light of being, is it time now to just turn on?
Just that easy.
Yeah.
Just flip the switch. I like
it.
Did you have more?
Yes, about just this switch. This switch is just a choice. We hear that, and as John and Brest talk about, it's we can do this choice. We have to acknowledge everything is possible if we allow that to be possible. So the only person create thing impossible finally is us. And for me, was the most beautiful gift I get of this class with Dain and this book is to acknowledge that I am the person who creates my life. And in a point we can say, oh, that happens to me. Oh, these people do that, etc. But when we stop this and just acknowledge we have choice, we can create a different life and a different future and different possibilities and fun and enthusiasm, etc.
I love that. Marie-Sandrine and some other the conversations we've had today have been about, like, she brought up like a little bit of comparison, and we've talked about competition and how all of that like kills possibility, and also judgment is a great way to kill possibility. I'm wondering if you can share how does being you outside of the comparison, the competition and all of that, activate magic?
Yeah, it's kind of like what we talked about earlier, where it's like the magic is what is, it's just what exists. And that we do all these things, like we judge ourselves in order to try to control ourselves, in order to kill that magic anytime, because magic exists in the space beyond definition. And so when you have a conclusion about something, when you have a judgment about yourself, when you have a judgment about your body, nothing that doesn't match that judgment can show up. It's like you have 5 million different like receptors that you have. And let's just say you have 5 million different receptors for receiving all sorts of different things. And then when you come to a judgment, you limit it to just that one receptor. And then like we all have people in our lives that we talk to. Some of us call them family, where they have their one point of view, and no matter what you say to them, no matter how many logical things you say to them, no matter how many crazy things you say to them, they just see the world through that one lens, through that one little pinhole. That's all they're seeing. And that's what we do with our own lives. Every time we come to a judgment about ourselves or what we contribute, what we don't contribute, because it's like we all have these people where it's like you see them walk into a room and the whole energy changes. And it's like, wow, that's amazing. But how often do we go, oh, I just walked into this room. What did I change by walking into this room? For how many of you out there is the next thing you go to, oh, well, probably nothing. Oh, this person's changing more than me. And it's like that kills that possibility for you to be that change that I'm guessing you would really like to be in the world. So what if you could just drop that judgment of you and go, okay, what gift and what contribution am I? And what magic do I have possible here that I may not have acknowledged before?
I love that question. And it question as a tool. So you want to say that question again for me? What gift? Do you remember it?
No. It's out.
I just be the question right now. Okay.
What magic is possible for me to be that I haven't acknowledged or that I might not have acknowledged? Something
Brilliant.
like that.
I love it. It's great. John, will you bring it on home for us? And I would just love to hear, what is your favorite being you tool? Like what question do you use to get you back to you? If ever you go into a different headspace, how do you get back to John?
So it goes like this for me. All life comes to me with ease, joy, and glory. And when I think about that, with magic, impossible cannot exist with magic. It's done. It makes everything come to you with ease. Reminding yourself of that 24/7 is the piece that I still work with. But once I realize that, there's no such thing as impossible with magic. It just doesn't fucking exist. And anywhere that you're sitting with that bullshit, you're lying to yourself. And so for me, I just wrote that down because I was like, you have to acknowledge that impossible has no space with you. It has no fucking space at all. Magic shows up, impossible runs away. And that is what I live by.
Boom. Well, we're going to end on that note for this chapter. Thank you, all three of you. You are magical, and I am grateful to call you friends.
Thank you, sister.
Note to reader. Would you be late for your own party? Have you bought the lie that it's too late? Too late to change everything here that you know needs to be changed because it's not working for any of us? Really, my friend, would you plan a party, the biggest party of all of our lives, and then get the date wrong? I don't think so. Even you, the screwed up humanoid you are, would not plan a party for that long and get the date wrong. If it were too late, you would not be here right now. You would have come much sooner to change things because you know, and have known for 4 trillion years, exactly when the pivotal time would be to awaken consciousness and awareness. So, wherever you bought the lie that it's too late, and you can't be enough, and you might as well give up now, will you destroy and uncreate it, please, and be willing to get your butt to work? Right and wrong, good and bad, pod and pock, all nine, shorts, boys, and beyonds. Thank you. Please know, you picked the planet and you picked the time. You knew it and still do. We're right on time. And, as you always do, you have of course waited until the very last moment possible. So get to work. Here's another tool for you. What else can I add to my life? You've read the first 15 chapters of this book, or listened to them as the case may be. How does it get even better than that? Now, check please. Is this light to you? I can hear your head spinning. What if you didn't come to conclusion, but instead went to question? Remember, this book is not a book of answers. It's a book of questions. What if there were no right and no wrong? What if you didn't have to make any of what you're reading in this book right in order to receive whatever part of it might work for you? And what if you didn't have to make any of what you learned in the past wrong to receive everything I'm inviting you to? What if you could keep all you knew and just add the new things that work for you even better? What if your point of view could be, what else can I add to my life? Note to reader. Thank you for you. Take a moment to notice you. Here you are listening to the last pages of this book. Being you. Would you be willing to be grateful for you right now? Being grateful for whatever this moment brings. Wherever you are. Being grateful for whom you are with and what sweet body you have. Isn't that what you've been looking for your whole life? I'm sure you've read many books before this one. Books about spirituality, about how to trust yourself, how to be a better person, how to get the purple light to do spirals of love while you stand on your head and sing hallelujah. Oh, well, maybe not that last one. But isn't this what you've been looking for? To be grateful for your life and grateful for you and grateful to be alive. If there were one really big key to the kingdom, this would be the one. Gratitude. So, for just 10 seconds, would you be willing to simply bathe in gratitude for you and your body? Let it be all around you, in you, over you, under you, like an infinite embrace. Total gratitude. What would that be like in your body? What possibilities for living would open up? What would gratitude invite into your living? Gratitude. All the time. For you and your body. I'll tell you a secret later. Now, please bathe. Okay, it's now later. The secret is that when you have gratitude for you, you can't help but have gratitude for everyone else. It's just there. You be it. Gratitude.
Sarah, you're muted.
Speaking of gratitude, I just want to say that these three magic beings, I have so much gratitude for you guys. You have all been a contribution to me being more of me in many different ways. And I just want to say thank you at the top of the hour because I have the mic and I'm allowed to. So this chapter is about being a leader. And the world tells us that you're only a leader if you have followers. And what I know about the three of you is that you go. You just go. And it's not about who follows you. And so I'm wondering if we can kind of kick it off from there. And what does it look like to trust you and go, whether anyone follows or not? I'm going to toss that to Kara. I didn't introduce you guys. Shit. Okay. I have my friend Kara here with the bright red and purple hair doing her thing. The beautiful Allison Cox. Thank you so much, Allison, for being here. And we get to see John Ashford yet again. How do we get so lucky? Yeah, so off script. Here we go. This is the one I just want to say before we get going here. These three on this topic was the one I was like, I'm so glad it's last. Okay, so here we go. Kara, what do you know about being a leader when no one?
Yeah, we're bringing up the rear. You're like all so fried. It's well, that's an actual. I mean, I love that question, and it's such a broad topic. So where to begin? You know, for me, I think I came out of the womb having that sense of I'm going no matter what. And, I came out of the womb into a family I had to do a lot of like fighting to have that part of myself. And honestly, when I found Access and, and Dain and this book in particular, I started to realize I didn't have to fight to be the leader that I knew that I was. And I don't even know if I had those words for it. I just knew like I was going to do what I was going to do. And, that's kind of, and if it made waves, it made waves. If it didn't, it didn't. I just went. But when I found the tools of Access and I started really looking at what a leader is and like how much of a capacity it is, and that not everybody actually has, it's not as easy for everybody to choose it. And where I choose things that people wouldn't necessarily choose, I had to start really, like acknowledging it, knowing what I know, having the courage to choose what you know and go. And for me, it was a lot about acknowledging what I was already choosing and actually being able to soften into being a leader instead of like fighting to be a leader. So for me, like in the last few years, it's like this idea of being a leader has just been a metamorphosis for me because it's different. Like I've always had the sense of that energy, but how I choose it is different all the time.
I love that because as we shift and change with the tools, like we can choose the same thing from a totally different energy and create a totally different result, which is really, really cool. Thank you.
Yeah. I think when you come out of the womb as a leader, like I didn't realize how potent I was. Like I had bought the idea that I'm this little small, like don't really, like people used to say that I intimidated them and I'd be like, what in the hell are you talking about? Then one day I had to go, oh shit, I might be just a little bit intimidating, which, it's part of being a leader. And also too, not making yourself wrong. Because when you're a leader, sometimes you step on toes. Sometimes you like blow people out of the water. You didn't mean to. Sometimes you make people really uncomfortable. Sometimes you, people have weird reactions to you and you have to be willing to be aware of that and choose it anyway.
Yeah. And it's truly one of my favorite things about you. I know I've told you this, but like watching people, like sitting on the sidelines over here, just eating my popcorn, watching people react to you. It's so awesome because you're so being you that it's congruent. It's congruent when you are leading. And I think a lot of people try to put on the idea of leader while underneath it feeling like they should never lead anything or anyone. And it's just really beautiful to watch how that intimidates people who aren't willing to be the leaders in their own life. I'm also the one that like turns my head at car accidents, so I'm like, anyways.
That is a possibility when you choose it. You got to be, it's not a non-courageous choice.
Yeah, absolutely. Allison, I just had the pleasure of taking a Conscious Horse, Conscious Rider class with you. And in the creation of that class and also being with you and being with horses, so much changed for me about trust and what trust actually is that we don't think it is. And I'm just wondering if you can talk a little bit from that space